Devils of the Desert by Dennis Santinello. Narrated by Dennis Santinello. Copyright 2022.
Chapter 1. The Turk laughs. Above the canyon, he watches the valley below. He takes the form of man and stands tall and erect. He knows his purpose. He waits for them to arrive. At noon, the men appear. 2 monks and a Moor move like slugs through the scorched desert sands. The wind pierces their faces amongst the swirling dirt. They trek 5 miles through the ungodly heat. The men ride on mules. The Moor walks on foot. They are here to seek the cities of gold, God's forgotten gift, the promised ecstasy the Cabeza de Vaca had claimed long ago. And the Turk watches their every move. Days die. Days repeat. The land changes many times. They see mountains east, and they slope along the valleys north. Yet the desert follows them. And as the monks and Moor pass through the valley and look ahead to the canyons, they feel with all conviction that they are finally within reach of their glory. But the desert denies them. The 3 pray. They question and cry. They see visions that they cannot explain. Much is forgotten. They lose direction. They lose sense of time and space. And for long periods, they cannot tell if they're dreaming. The sky collapses and turns red. Then black. Clouds approach and darken the horizon. Lightning strikes and claps of thunder rumble on through yonder. A horrifying figure approaches. The figure is big and bold, and he laughs above the rolling thunder and dances amongst its shadows. They call him the Turk. And the 3 look at him in horror. He stands in front of all 3. Then he raises his hands to the sky. The Turk glares at the 3 and waves 2 fingers. The monks stand back and quiver, but the Moor approaches. A golden light appears, and the Turk points, and the Moor follows. The monks shout out his name. Esteban! Esteban, don't! But the Moor does not hear. Instead, he hears voices of eternity and voices of a city in the sands. The winds swirl. The moon returns and sheds its light. And Esteban races like a 2-legged reptile, bouncing to and fro and lunging forward. He turns in all directions. His eyes shine bright like a child's, and sweat pours from his brow. His stride grows. He paces himself further and further away. The monks scream again. They shout, but they do not move. And the Turk looks back into the light and sees Esteban float down beyond the void. Esteban falls in vision and peers down to his kingdom below. From the glow, a golden city emerges. Its walls stretch on for hundreds of miles. Its roads are paved in streaks of solid gold, and the waterfall to its entrance pours an endless stream of rubies and silver. Esteban touches each golden wall. His eyes feast on the golden statues and the golden altar. The 7 golden cities. The land of the promised. The land that he saw before so long ago with Cabeza de Vaca. It all returns. Then Esteban sees the city's people. He watches them climb down their ladders, and he yells in jubilation. Drums blare. A procession begins. Then a throng of people gather and parade Esteban down the golden streets, welcoming their king back home. Dust descends, and afterward, Esteban finds a magnificent feast assembled on a long table. He sits at the helm and dines with his people, eating swine and apricots. He tells lewd jokes that make little sense, and his people laugh and cheer and toast. He drinks gallons of wine and seeks out the women he fancies most. And all is lost in splendor. The Turk laughs, and all things disappear. And as Esteban turns to his side, he shouts in horror. The moon rises. The light dims. The monks stay silent. They shiver in fear. The Turk stares at them both. The young monk stands still, but the old monk slowly approaches the Turk. The young monk screams. Fray Marcos, no, don't go! It's El Diablo! Marcos lunges forward. His gaze locks onto the Turk. Marcos stammers and falls into a deep trance. The young monk screams louder. Fray Marcos, don't listen to him! Come back! But Marcos does not hear him. Church bells strike. Snakes scurry in the sand. The sky explodes with lightning. No thunder follows. And the Turk laughs again. Marcos walks further. He stares at the Turk's scorned and withered face, his ancient eyes and yellow teeth. The Turk glares, then looks up to the sky and vanishes. The light appears again, and Marcos cries. A brief but eternal moment falls upon him. Marcos sees the cities, just as Esteban, all of them in whole, the bright cities of lore. Marcos speaks in tongues. He points and babbles and turns to the young monk. Luis! Luis, don't you see it? Luis does not. The light disappears. The cities vanish. In nomine Patre et Filii et Spirito. The Turk reappears. He stands on the narrow strips of rock and cacti. Then he reaches to his side and reveals a golden cross the size of his chest. The Turk staggers until he is close enough. He places the cross into Marcos' trembling hands and stares for the final time. Then the Turk levitates and escapes to the clouds. Fray Marcos! Cries Luis. Marcos shivers in the pouring rain, and Luis races towards him. They hold each other. They pray and cry. And again, Marcos' entire body shakes. In his hands rests the golden cross, the proof, which is now undeniable. They rush back through the rain, back west to Compostela, back to Coronado and the Viceroy, back to tell the whole world. The night passes. The empty land returns silent. Dawn breaks. In the canyon, the Turk walks towards the cacti and carries a corpse. The mauled and melted corpse of Esteban. Flies and locusts embed into his eyes. The Turk heaves the corpse and watches it fall down the gorge. Soon vultures gather and encircle. They swoop down, squawk, and feed off from it, red globs at a time. They peck and swallow. And the Turk watches and smiles. Another minute passed. It might have been more. I don't remember. The only thing I remembered for sure was that I was still in Coronado's den, that I finished telling him my tale of Peru, and that we were both very drunk. We stared into oblivion. We pitied each other. Who pitied more, I couldn't say, but the feeling was mutual. Coronado's face remained plump and red. He looked very much like that little boy I had known back in Salamanca. He rose his head and stared at the fire. And once again, I saw hunger and envy in his eyes. And I knew my story of Peru only whetted his appetite. In time, we asked our questions, and we answered them back as honestly as two madmen could. But still, his story remained untold. So what's your story, Coronado? I said. My story, he said. My story cannot begin yet. His face winced. His mouth hung open. He tapped his head with his fingertips and coughed. It took him time to recover. Then Coronado told the tale. But it wasn't his tale. It was Cabeza de Vaca's tale. It was a story that I had heard many times, and frankly, I was sick of it. From the second I stood foot in Mexico, all I heard were incredible stories of men in the desert who had found grand cities of gold. This time, it was 7 cities. It was all hearsay. There wasn't a shred of evidence, but I knew Coronado believed the story, as did many others. So I sat and pretended to be fascinated. He was very much in love and enthralled by the mystery, and I knew he believed it with all his heart. He reinforced the absurdity, word for word. But still, he looked very sad, and he exhaled and sighed. We have sent for the Moor and Fray Marcos. The monk is there to confirm the rumors. They've been gone for 3 months. A monk and a Moor. That's all I have, Sardina. My story begins when they return. My fortune lies in that desert. Until they return, here I wait. Here all the men of Galatia wait and starve. He ran his fingers through his hair. It took him a whole minute to say another word. Right now I have nothing, Sardina. I cannot have nothing. What about Cortez? What about him? Certainly he knows about these rumors. Certainly he could help. Coronado banged his fist against the table and threw his knife across the room. I don't want him to, shouted Coronado. I don't need him. He wanted to scream more, but he restrained himself and regained his composure. Then he shrugged his shoulders and rolled his eyes as if he had heard a bad joke that he did not understand. I hope that bastard rots in a desert for all I care. Don't even mention his name to me again, Sardina. I won't, sir. Once our expedition concludes, I will make Cortez look like a fucking beggar. I promise you that. Then Coronado handed me a medium sack. I opened it and glanced inside. There were 30 pieces of gold. It's called a bribe, Sardina. I suggest you take it. We need you. I said nothing. I looked into his eyes. They looked frantic and ashamed. Yes, I know it should be more. You deserve much more, Sardina. You're one of the best men I've ever met. After what you've been through, I'll promise you'll get it. These cities, they're to the east. We have to strike now, before the others do. I stared at the map long and hard. It didn't make the least sense. The coordinates and symbols floated and danced and swirled. Mountains and hills, valleys and plains, but mainly desert. One city at a time, Sardina. Then Coronado slapped his knees and shook his head low to the ground. I didn't know the reason. In truth, I didn't want to know. I couldn't tell for sure, but I thought he was crying. Then he drank what was left of the bottle and threw it to the floor. I've waited my whole life for this, he said. I will put up my entire fortune to find these cities. Call me a fool, but I'll be a rich fucking fool. You will too, Sardina. He stood up and extended his hand. Good night, Signor Sardina. Then Coronado shook my hand and left the den. The air felt cold. The stars looked dead. Again, I stood alone with my thoughts. As the night went on, I repeated 2 words to myself. Those 2 words haunted my entire life. They said so much about so many things and people. I heard those 2 words time and time again, not just in Spain, but also Peru, and now here in Mexico. But for that moment, it seemed as if those two words had been two lost friends. But they stayed in my company longer than I wanted them to. Coronado knew I was like any other man. He knew I could be bought. And he knew he had me by the balls. And because he knew these things, he gave me the heaviest burden one could bear. He gave me a choice. A hellish choice. Just like the serpent in Eden. Just like Pizarro on the beach. And while I closed my eyes, Coronado's impossible question returned. Do you miss the chaos, Sardina? I told him I couldn't tell. But the truth was, I did. I did miss it. I missed the chase. I missed the story. I saw it all in that little pouch, and it reminded me of all I had lost in Peru. Desire, the want, the feeling of gold in my hands. And once again, it awoke everything in me. Then I shook my head and repeated those words once more. That bastard. During the night, I slept, but I did not dream. I saw black and violet strips of clouds, and I drifted for countless hours. I awoke in the morning to the sound of church bells. Their pitched chimes rang for nearly half an hour. I felt ambivalent and terribly empty, and for many moments, I thought I was dead, witnessing my own funeral. But I wasn't. I was still alive. I was not in Spain. I was not in Peru. I was in Mexico. I was in New Galicia. A horrible sight indeed. I found a half-filled bottle of wine and drank what was left of it. And for an hour, I wandered through the town in a daze. First, I listened to its sleepy sounds. I listened to the chirps from crickets and chickens, the squawks from old people muttering to themselves, and the loud shouts and pleas from the vendors selling fruits and quilts. All of these sounds made me cringe. For a town so dead and sad, it was hard to believe that Mexico City was only 50 miles away. I passed the edge of the town and stopped near a thick brush of rose bushes. Then a great silence followed me. I pricked my finger along the thorns just to stay awake, and I looked at the town from a distance. As morning mass ended, I saw the monks and seminarians gather, and I heard them chant and bellow. The church and square center were covered in hanging gardens with wild brambles that sloped and dipped across groves of flowering pears and palmettos. The land was hilly, the sands were red, tan, and heavy, and a dozen pueblos stood on either side. On the opposite side east, tents made from sheepskin scattered about carriages and stables. I stared at the residents and studied their faces. They looked pathetic in every sense of the word, and they smiled contently. They lived as if there were no other place on earth. They lived as if they perversely enjoyed living in their own comfortable hell. The men were investors, traders, and carpenters, and the women were old, married, and unattainable. There were about a dozen men who were of my age or younger, but each of them looked compromised. Even the children looked old. I tried to rationalize and ponder such a life. I thought of what they thought of me, the stranger who wandered about their town. What was his story? Was he of royalty? Or was he just a madman, chasing his so-called dream? Did he come here just to die, just like all the rest? I couldn't answer their questions. I never visited Old Galicia or Old Compostela. They were too far away, and my father said there was nothing to see there anyway. I envisioned them, though, from the stories that I heard from people and passers-by. I remained ignorant of their history. They might have been grand for all I knew. I knew not of their great battles or miracles. I just knew of their names. I knew of their masons and their wine, and thought one day I'd see them in the flesh. But New Galicia had none of these things. It had no history. None whatsoever. it was still too new. And if there were ever a place to die of boredom, New Galatia was as good as any. I looked back and examined how I got here. For one thing, it was my only option. When I boarded that boat and left for Peru, I never knew I would remain so poor. The day I arrived in New Galatia, I was poorer than I was when Francisco made his line in the sand in Panama. I was poorer than my father, who was quite possibly the poorest man of all Spain. But just a year before, I was one of the richest men of all the world, and my fortune was all contained in that little bag I had left in Peru, that little bag I had left in the jungle. Had I searched for it, I certainly knew I would die, just like all the other men did. It didn't mean anything to Manco. He scoffed at it. But still, he let me live, and I guess that was my bargain. All I had left now was my body and the guilt of my past that I knew would never leave me. But as I reached into my pocket, I found that small sack of gold that Coronado gave me the night prior. I held each piece. It still had power over me. It still shone. It still meant the world. But unlike Pizarro, Coronado gave me the gift of time to think it over. So I headed for the coast. I walked 5 miles south and reached the dock. I was surprised to see there were plenty of cargo ships passing in and out, but there were no transport ships of any kind. I talked to the men who carried the loads. Most of them were stowaways and slaves. They told me that the next transport ship was scheduled for departure in 2 weeks. I had asked what the average fare had cost. To my dismay, they said the fare increased 20%. Even with Coronado's gold, I had barely enough. And after the price of the fare, I would have exactly 3 pieces of gold left. Knowing this, I paced back and forth and asked the foreman if he had any short-time positions available. He politely declined. The next day, I walked about the dock, spending most of my time in between the 2 miles of surf and dune. While I waited, I ran into inquisitive drunks who asked me common questions, and I lied the best I could. Then a man approached me and tapped me on the shoulder. "I know you from somewhere," said the man. "Do you?" I said to him. "Yes," said the man. "Your face looks familiar. Are you of Cortez's men?" "No." "Then you are with the Pizarros." "I was with neither." "Then who are you?" "I wish I knew myself," I said. During the night, I stayed near the docks and slept on a lump of sheepskin. I awoke many times and found rats chewing at my boots. In the morning, I thought it was best to cleanse myself. It had been too long, so I took to the bay and drenched my entire body in the cold water. I sunk my head and looked back at my reflection. I hardly recognized it. My face looked burnt and sad. I thought of the 2 weeks that I had to wait before the ship arrived. It might as well have been 2 years. It might as well have been 2 lifetimes. But if it did come, and I did charter it, I knew I'd never see this land again. Then I stared again at the vast ocean, thinking I'd find the answer. The tide came in and pulled me along with it, but all I saw was death. I clutched my stomach. The more I stared at the waves, the worse I felt. My eyes spun, and I vomited out the wine through my mouth and nose. The water was covered in blood and phlegm, and for a brief moment, I felt a tremendous clarity. It lasted a full long minute. But when it was over, I felt an emptiness that I knew too well. So I headed back to Galicia. There wasn't much else I could do. The morning bells rang, and I searched for Coronado. When I arrived at the stables, I eavesdropped at the murmurings of the town. For the entire morning and well into the afternoon, I searched the entire town for Coronado. I asked several people, but no one seemed to know where he was. Near the chapel, I saw the priest. They marched with Bibles and rosary beads, clutched in their sweaty hands. I looked inside the chapel. It was dim and dank, and only a dozen candles were lit. I went down the aisle and looked from side to side. The pews were empty, and rats scurried in the darkness. I went back to Coronado's house. In the garden, I spotted his wife Beatrice and her 2 daughters. I stopped and watched them. They paid no attention to my entrance. They were dressed in white gowns, and they chased each other around a thick brush of blackberries. I heard them giggle and sing. I walked closer about 10 paces and forced myself to smile. The girls continued to sing, and their mother joined the chorus. Martenio, Martenio, ¿dónde está? ¿Dónde está? I walked further. My smile wore away. The song continued. Toca la campana, ding dong don, ding dong. Then all 3 caught my eye. They stood frightened. I smiled again to break the fear. It seemed not to matter. Then I approached Beatrice, dropped to one knee, stood back up, and bowed. I tried not to look at her eyes, but I did. She was beautiful. There were no other words to describe her. And I stammered through my words. They came out jumbled, hasty, and pathetic. Pardon, my dear lady, but do you know Master Coronado? Where is he? She looked at me strangely. She looked right through me. She gave me neither pity or concern. Your name, sir? Sardina. Oh yes, Sardina. I remember you meeting my husband a few nights ago. My husband is quite fond of you. Her voice was flat, nasally, and dismissive. Her daughters clutched onto her legs. I bowed again. May I talk to your husband? You may, but he's not here right now. Where is he? He's probably out in the desert. The desert? What could he be doing there? Staring. Staring? That's all he ever does nowadays. She pointed east beyond the dunes and squalls of mesquite trees. He's been staring at that desert for 5 months. I tried to join him one day, but I'm afraid I don't find it as enjoyable as he does. I find it quite boring. She sighed and played with her daughter's hair. He isn't far, a mile or 2. You'll find him there. Thank you, my lady. I bowed. I wanted to talk more, but I knew it would be in vain. I gave no further parting words. Neither did she. I bowed again and departed. I walked towards the bush and the outskirts of town. Then I turned east and reached the sands. The sun still hung in the sky, and the beams of white light blinded me as I staggered forward. I didn't see a thing, except the vast, white, endless sands and the empty sky above. Then I found a slew of skulls scattered about the cacti. The skulls were of antelopes and abandoned steers. And that's where I found him. Coronado sat mounted on his white stallion. His silver armor glistened and blinded, and, like his wife said, he was staring. He gazed into the desert. He gazed into the void. He was waiting for his miracle. He was waiting for Marcos. I drew close to him, nodded, and kept my distance. He turned to me and smiled. And right up until dusk, we stared into the emptiness in the desert before us. We sweated and gazed again. I felt as if we were the 2 Marys beside the tomb. But Coronado's patience proved to be better than mine. He continued to stare at the mesquite trees and shrubs, and the sand and stone, and the cacti and scorpions. I listened to the yips and whimpers of the coyotes that came in staccatos. Then I turned my gaze back to Coronado. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. In truth, I didn't want to know. His voice sounded brittle, his face still young, filled with conviction. He was confident in appearance alone, but inside, I could tell he was suffering. I'm glad you're still here, Sardina. Marco should arrive at any time, he said. How do you know, sir? I said. He didn't respond. Then he said a statement that he thought was profound. But the more I thought about it, the more I knew it was the dumbest thing I had ever heard in my life. Patience is the master plan, Sardina, he said. I didn't respond. To sit and wait and hope. That was his plan. It was beyond absurd. It was antithetical to everything I understood in my past. Patience? Patience in what? Patience for what? An hour went by. Coronado continued to gaze east. He stared again to the mesas. In the silence, I heard the muffled sounds of laughter. Perhaps it was Satan. Perhaps it was someone else. An hour went by. Then Viceroy Mendoza finally arrived. He was angry, fat, and dressed in royal garb. He got off his horse, staggered with a lean, kicked the dirt, and welcomed us with shouts. So where is that bastard monk? Said Viceroy Mendoza. Damn fool, we've wasted enough time. Patience, Viceroy, said Coronado. There's a fine line between the patient and the absurd. But I'm not saying who's who. Mendoza jeered some more. How long have you two been out here? Since morning, I said. All my life, said Coronado. In both cases, it's entirely too long, the Viceroy snapped. Life's too short to live like fools. He's somewhere, Viceroy, Coronado said. Somewhere. I'd rather Marcos be dead than somewhere. Mendoza spat, then looked around. He looked to his horse and retrieved the golden nugget from his saddle. You remember this, Francisco? He tossed the chunk of gold rock up into the air. Coronado caught it with both of his hands. Good. Look closer. Feel it. Remember why we came here. I'll give them 3 more days. If they do not return by then, consider the expedition cancelled indefinitely. The Viceroy climbed back upon his horse and gave me a dirty stare. Then he spat on the ground and departed. The next day arrived, and I studied the birds. They were cardinals and sparrows, redtails, and desert finches. I watched them fly and peck at each other. They scratched and clenched and bled and swerved in constant need. And in the white and purple light of the sunrise, I found Coronado still at the very same spot he was yesterday. Yet still, there was no sign of Marcos. Another day followed, then another. But Coronado continued to stare at the desert. I joined him periodically, but I could only last an hour. We stared into the void, but every time, the void gave nothing in exchange. It remained dull and empty. 3 more days had passed. No signs, no scouts. Whatever patience remained had completely vanquished. There was only the desert. The empty and horrid desert. I simply couldn't bear another day. Only a dead man could wait as long as Coronado did. I figured I'd wait 1 more day before I returned to the docks. I figured it was all I could do. The night before, I planned out my future and made my decision. I would return to Spain, even poorer than my dear father. As the night ended, I looked into the dark violets of the sky, and I thought of what to say to Coronado. In my mind, I practiced shaking his hand and saying my last goodbye. I knew he would understand, or at least pretend to. Either way, I was convinced the next morning would be my last day in New Galicia, and I felt all the more empty. And then it came. I heard footsteps along the stones and the water well. Then I heard shrieks, cries, and shouts. As I headed back, the sounds grew louder. Then I heard more cries from the alley. But by then, the whole world changed. Horses raced through the street. A crowd gathered, and the whole town exploded in cries of joy. I looked at their faces as they jumped up and down. Their eyes glistened. They looked stunned and overjoyed. They finally seemed alive. Wine spilled, roses were thrown, and the whole of New Galicia swarmed and screamed. For another minute, the madness continued, and all I heard were shouts and cries and tears and shrieks. "He's here! He's finally here! Fray Marcos is here!" In Marcos's hand lay the golden cross. It was a foot long and 10 inches thick. "He's found it! He's found the cities!" Where? He says there's 7 of them." "7 what?" "Cities of gold, so it is true." "It's true. My God, it is. Cibola! Cibola! The friar has found them! He's found them!" More and more people piled onto Marcos. He trembled and fell to the ground. Cuts and bruises scattered his bald head, and dirt and ash covered his wrinkled face. His robes were ragged and smelled of shit, and most of his teeth were gone. His eyes looked frightened, like a newborn seeing light for the very first time. And as I looked at him and stared into his eyes, I knew he had seen the impossible. At day's end, the entire town was drunk. Marcos had been ushered into Coronado's house, and I followed him. As I walked back to the stable, I saw Coronado standing by his Arabian stallion, and he greeted me once again with a grand smile. "It's been arranged, Sardina," he said. "Meet me in the Viceroy's quarter by nightfall. You'll be our 3rd witness." In the evening, I entered the room. I saw 4 men. Rather, I saw their faces. The first 2 were Coronado and the Viceroy. The other 2 men I did not know. Coronado stood up from his chair, welcomed me, shook my hand, then offered me a glass of wine. I sipped at the chalice slowly. Then I addressed all the men, bowed, and took my seat. We stared at the door and waited for Marcos. Marcos arrived a half-hour late. Along with him were Brother Luis and 2 appointed scribes. Both monks sat down, and the scribes prepared the quills and papers. With a cordial smile, Coronado nodded, and the deposition began. Coronado presented the opening remarks. He read a paragraph of officious jargon, which simply stated that all said was to be recorded and presented in full to the Majesties, Viceroys, and members of the royal court in Spain for further examination, and that Marcos was to give his testimony under oath. After the remarks, the Viceroy signaled to the scribes, and then he turned to Marcos. "Speak clearly, Fray Marcos. Tell us all what you saw. Tell us all you remember." Marcos drew heavy breaths. He talked with a very high-pitched squeal. He was short, and his mouth quivered as he spoke. His head seemed swelled and pale, and he reminded me of a beached whale. He talked convincingly with his hands above his head, and his eyes never seemed to blink. Forgive me all," Marcos began. "I'm very tired at the moment." "There's nothing to be forgiven, Fray Marcos," said the Viceroy. "Take your time." I stared at Brother Luis, but no questions came his way. He had a blank expression. Several times he blinked in and out, and he looked like he hadn't slept in over a year. Coronado and the Viceroy took their turns, and the questions came in quick succession. Marcos answered every one. "It's beyond there." "Where, Marcos?" "Beyond there." Marcos pointed east. The Viceroy and Coronado looked at each other. "How many miles?" "The distance, I mean," said Coronado. "How far?" "It's hard to say, Governor." "Draw it for us." Marcos' hands trembled. He drew points on black sheepskin and made a map. His eyes remained frantic. His tongue stuck out like a child's, and his mouth hung open. He drew mountains and flatlands. Then he drew what appeared to be an elk or a deer. Next, he drew a sun and a temple and circled them. And then he inserted more lines up and down. Finally, he drew several squiggly lines that represented rivers and streams. Coronado and Viceroy Mendoza stared up at the map and shared a baffled, incredulous look. "How many cities did you see, Fray Marcos?" Coronado asked. "I saw all 7, Governor. All 7. All 7, Your Grace." "These cities, what did they look like?" "They're wondrous." "Like Rome?" "Grander than Rome." "Describe them, please." "They're far grander than Egypt, far wider than Rome. Grand and wondrous towers, gates as far as the eye can see. Temples, altars, barracks, all made of gold, as of God himself. I saw them all." "The population? Thousands, maybe tens of thousands." "How far across?" "Over 130 miles. "How far was the river?" 60 miles. The Viceroy asked Marcos more questions, all of which I had forgotten. The reason why was because I concentrated on Coronado's face. He looked to be completely in trance. While the questions stopped, there was a long pause. All had stared. Some stared at each other. Some stared at the map. Brother Luis stared at the floor. Marcos stared at the ceiling with his head tilted. I waited for the Viceroy to say something else, but he said nothing. Then I waited for Coronado. Nothing still. Then the Viceroy sighed, stood up, and bowed. "Thank you, Friar Marcos," he said. Marcos exited through the door, and Brother Luis followed. The scribes and the other witnesses were the last to leave. As Marcos left the room, the Viceroy and Coronado again shared a look of incredulity. They ignored me, but I stayed and stood and listened. "He's going to be the most famous monk since Don Scotus," said Mendoza. "We start tomorrow." "We'll need translators," said Coronado. "Done." "Of course we'll need Diaz." "Of course. Everybody needs a navy." "And of course we'll need reconnaissance men." "Yes." "And cannons." "Without question." "Now you have your miracle, Coronado. But we still have to find it." "We'll find them all, Viceroy." They peered at the golden cross which sat at the edge of the table. Coronado picked it up, held it in his hands, and it glowed in the flame. "So Marcos made me a general," said Coronado. "No, I made you a general," said the Viceroy. "Marcos just made you believe again, as any clergyman should. We start tomorrow." The room turned silent. Then Coronado turned and looked at me. He was surprised I was still there. He tossed another pouch in my direction. I caught it and looked inside. It was all gold. It was 5 times larger than the one he gave to me. The Viceroy stared. Coronado did not. I bowed and shook their hands. Then I left their company and headed towards my tent. Minutes turned to hours. I had one single thought. That of the dream. It had returned. It hurt me to smile, but I did anyway. For it wasn't until then that I knew for sure what Marcos had given us. It was a gift. It was a gift that killed many in the past, but it was also a gift that made many kings. It was a gift of divine hope. Another expedition, another promise, a new adventure, another dream. And for that one moment, I finally felt young again. Chapter 2. In the weeks that followed, word of the expedition spread throughout Mexico, and it was decided by the Viceroy that the expedition commence on the following Sunday. With the money Coronado gave me, I bought myself a horse and a new shirt. I had plenty of money left over to buy other things, but I knew I had to save whatever I had left as long as I possibly could. In the meantime, I remained by Coronado's side and tried to be his friend. I ate meals with him often and spent time with his family. At first, I was treated cordially, but as time went on, I knew I'd outworn my welcome. Oftentimes, Coronado asked me to leave his presence, and I gave him as much distance as he pleased. We headed north to Compostela soon after Marcos had testified. The town of less than 200 suddenly exploded into a population of 2,000. Many men came from Mexico City. Some came all the way from Spain. Most of these men were not soldiers. They were businessmen, and they rode into town on their gallant horses. One evening, I was invited to attend a dinner, which Coronado called a captain's meeting. We stayed at the Viceroy's house and dined on roasted lamb and sweet wine. There were 10 men, including myself. And at the beginning of the meal, Coronado pronounced us to be promoted captains. Coronado had informed me only hours before, and although I thought the gesture was kind, I did not think it was deserved. Coronado in particular had a queer air about him that night. I studied his diction, especially when he talked to the men. He seemed too diplomatic. He acted haltingly and chose his words carefully. His pronunciation and enunciation seemed elegant on the surface, but I felt, as did others, that he tried too hard, and everything that came out from his mouth seemed vapid and empty. In contrast to Coronado, the Viceroy seemed to be the life of the affair, and thank God he was. He seemed the most relaxed of all, relaxed and assured. His face beamed bright, and his jokes and sly remarks filled the men with comfort and ease. And if it were not for his occasionally bawdy and outrageous antics, the evening would have been intolerable. As we waited for the lamb, the men hesitantly conversed with each other. I tried my best to be cordial. I introduced myself to the other captains, but after a while, I might as well have been invisible. I studied the other captains. They wore expensive clothes, and being men of nobility, they immediately and boastfully claimed from what province of Spain they hailed from, and why their land superseded all in the kingdom. Most of them came directly from Seville, Castile, or Leon, and it seemed that all of them had previously known each other from previous campaigns or engagements. Much like Coronado, they were rich. Old Spain rich. They wore rich clothes and behaved standoffishly. I hated all of them. Many times I just hated looking at their faces. In particular, I hated Castañeda and Cardenas the most. They seemed to be twins. And the more I heard them talk, the more I could discern that they were assholes amongst assholes. I concluded that they both came from a rare breed of asshole that stemmed from Judas Iscariot himself. Don't ask me how I knew these things. I just did. To my amazement, there was another man worthy of equal contempt. We hadn't spoken a word to each other, but I hated him right away. He gave me an arrogant stare, and I darted the stare right back at him. I stared at his fat, ugly face for a long minute, as he did to me. He seemed too clean. He seemed too confident and sure. If I could get away with it, I'd slash his face with my knife the second I got close enough. He certainly looked like a bleeder. His name was Samaniego. Coronado deemed him second in command. Our eyes clashed again. I restrained myself and offered a fraudulent smile. Samaniego did not return. So those were our captains. They were the most arrogant, incompetent, and contemptible bunch of men I had ever come across. They were dreadful and unbelievable. They wouldn't survive 2 months in the jungle, let alone the desert. They were too used to living in a world that made sense. And I wouldn't trust them to find a sunset. The only saving grace was one man named Tovar. He was the only man who impressed me. And the look on his face, that look of dejection and absolute disdain, was one I found welcoming. I came to know that he was one of Cortez's men. He at least was a soldier, and by the looks of him, he looked like a damn good one. Though we didn't speak much to each other, We shared mutual respect and understanding, and most of the time, we merely nodded to each other. About 10 minutes had passed. The servants entered the room and placed the lamb on the table. It was brown and crisp, and the outside skin sizzled, casting about in swirls of steam. The meat was rare and it stuck to my teeth. The sounds of smacks and slurps filled the air, and the men ate like pigs. When supper had ended, the scribes entered the room and laid out the very long document on the table. As the captains approached the table, the viceroy read the letter, and when he finished, he asked each captain to stand. "Captains," said the viceroy, "may God bless us and keep us." Coronado was the first to sign. Then he called the men and asked them to step forward. The men approached the table, signed the sheepskin, and returned to their chairs. I was the last to sign, and when I returned to my chair, the viceroy stood up and raised his chalice. Then the Sunday came. At sunrise, I saw a priest and monks scattered about the chapel. Outside, I saw Fray Marcos and Brother Luis by the statue of St. Matthew. They kneeled and prayed for about an hour. Then the bells chimed in fanciful striking chords, and the monks entered into the chapel. I sauntered through the courtyard, made my way down the church garden, and glared once more at my would-be companions. Though Compostela was much larger than Galicia, it felt rather the same on a Sunday morning. It felt peaceful, plain, boring, and dull. I couldn't stand it, so I walked to clear my mind. I noticed more people gathered in the garden, and I saw many of the men and their families eating their breakfast under the shade of olive trees. A wedding reception was held right before the noonday mass. Among the smiling gay faces were musicians and alike, dignitaries, scribes, children, maids, noblemen, and archdukes. I knew none of them, and I stood in the back of the chapel and watched. The guests were dressed in white, and most of them were very young. The young ladies smiled and held flowers. I presumed they were bridesmaids. I stood frozen, as if I were a mute. The women were pretty, no doubt. At least some were. I tried my best to strike eye contact and catch the prettiest ones off guard, but my advances went nowhere. I kept my head down, greeting those I knew. I stared at the stained glass windows of saints and angels and looked for a seat. I found an empty spot on the second to the last pew on the right-hand side. I sat and looked back as more and more people entered the chapel. Half of the church had already been filled by then. I stared at the decor of the church and its architecture. Certain smells of Spain drew me back. I smelled the women's perfume and the incense and the holy water, and I delved into the memories of my youth. I looked all over the chapel and studied its stained glass windows, and I thought about all the times I stared at windows like these when I was a child and had a brick in my filthy little hands. I stared at the Stations of the Cross. Then the old Latin took over, and again I was transported back and lost all sense of time. I went back in my mind, back to when all this made sense. I couldn't remember the last time I entered a chapel. It must have been 10 years ago, during my father's funeral. I remembered my last confession. How much time had passed, how much I had forgotten, how much I remembered. I simply did not know. I knelt down and tried to pray. I thought of my father and prayed for his soul. I prayed that he'd somehow find his way toward heaven, but I knew he deserved much more. I prayed for my mother and hoped that she was still alive, as well as my 2 younger brothers, whom I barely knew. Later, I prayed for guidance that this would be my last expedition, and that I returned to Spain as a noble and respected man. I did not pray for gold or my acquisition of it. My younger self would have, and would have died just to see half of what I saw in Peru. But in truth, my younger self died a crueler death in that jungle. And my present self was very aware of that fact. Last, I prayed that I'd survive. But when I finished my prayers, I remained sad and confused. I knew most of what I said was in vain, and quite simply, I did not know what to believe in anymore. The mass began. Marcos and the other priests turned their back and greeted the altar. and together the congregation prayed to the Lord our God. I studied Fray Marcos. Rather, I studied the back of his head. I watched him approach the steps, bend over, and kiss the altar. He looked assured. His face concentrated on the ceiling, whereas the other priest and friar shared the same blank expression. But still for me, Fray Marcos remained a very queer man. Everything about him was strange. When he walked, he waddled to and fro. He was short and his eyes were gray and hollow. His breath smelled like rancid meat, and whenever he spoke, he made sure he stand very close to you. But with all those superficialities aside, I can attest that he truly believed that he was performing godly deeds. Yet with all that said, I still did not know what to make of him. The last bell chimed. I stood and saw Coronado sit with his family in the first pew. I exited through the church and saw the crowd of men gather for inspection. I looked at the men. There were 300 in all, and 200 other native allies. The would-be saints, the would-be devils of the desert. They all stood in line, and they all grinned like damn fools. I stared at the other captains, the bastards I met the night before, and I noticed that they were all suited in armor and wore bright red plumes upon their helmets. They rode on silver and gold-plated stallions, and as expected, none of them had approached me. All except Tovar, who simply shook my hand and wished me good luck. As with the captains, there was a great class divide, even with the men. There were wealthy men, and then there were men who could barely afford the charter. I noticed, too, that there were several women in the expedition, acting like business liaisons to their husbands. They were quite beautiful, reserved, yet graceful and kind. I knew they would be a distraction, so instead, I looked over to the many caravans. As we assembled, the scribes went to work. They documented everything, from the inventory of names to the belongings of each member of the expedition. They calculated all the thousands of pounds of swords and armor, the helmets and lances, the daggers, the wool and timber, pots and pans and clay trinkets, and hundreds of bundles of other garments. And by the pages they filled, it seemed as if we had brought all of Spain with us. Nevertheless, they went on calculating. However, what I noticed most of all were the jugs and jugs of wine that seemingly every man possessed. And I knew every one of them would be necessary. I looked to the desert and the land ahead. My gaze ended abruptly, and I was smacked on the arm. I looked to see who it was. It was Coronado. He smiled and climbed back on his horse. "Let's go, Sardina." I mounted my horse and followed him to the edge of the line. I was greeted by a scribe. Then a dozen men approached me and stood. "These are your men, Captain Sardina," said the scribe. I looked down to see what hand I had been dealt. From my first glance, I could tell something was wrong about these men, and I assumed that's why I was assigned to them. They were the youngest and poorest men in the whole expedition. Only one other man had a horse. Most of them had a glazed, blank look about them, with seemingly not a thought in the world. However, they possessed a hungry, rough demeanor. They looked raw, deviant, and embarrassing in almost every sense of the word. But I knew why they were called to join. All of them looked healthy and strong. I felt glad about them, though. I almost felt proud. They were thieves and miscreants. They were misfits and bullies. Thoughts raced in my mind. I wondered how they managed to pay for their charter, who they stole from, who they killed or kidnapped. All had their stories. I wouldn't doubt any of them, and I asked no questions. I wanted to smirk, but I remained in full grimace. I would know all their names later, but I knew now was not the time. I was told by Coronado never to befriend any of them, and I understood that principle and respected it fully. I merely introduced myself as their captain, gave them a glare, and kept my distance. Afterward, I ordered the men forward with the other units, and half an hour later, Coronado and the viceroy held their final preambles and read out loud from scrolls. Coronado's speech languished for nearly 10 minutes. He listed all that was required, and the men jeered silently. They stared at his bright red plume and his shiny red helmet. They stared at his shiny young face, and they could not refrain from speaking their minds. "Who is this bastard?" "That's the governor." Coronado continued. "There shall be no blasphemy, no swearing, none shall be tolerated. He looks like a pussy. I bet he never worked a goddamn day in his life." Coronado continued. "We are assembled here on this day by His Majesty King Charles to find the 7 cities of gold. The first of these cities is Cibola. I expect 3 things: gold, God, and a lot of sweat. I expect you to expect the same. We ought to..." This man is pathetic. He has no character. "That he doesn't. I knew his father, rotten thief. Look at him on his horse. He probably stole that horse. Does this speech ever end? I'll bet you 5 ducats that it doesn't. You're on." Coronado concluded. "We will be led by Friar Marcos. He has seen what we can only dream of, and he will lead us there." And as Coronado finally ended his speech, the viceroy patted him on the shoulder, pulled up his horse, and shouted to us all. "And under no circumstance shall you waste ammunition. Any of you idiots waste ammunition, may God have mercy on your stupid souls." Then the viceroy lifted his arms, pointed east, and shouted again. "Cibola!" And all of us cheered back. "Cibola!" The men beamed with thrill. Their eyes glistened. The expedition had finally begun. And off we marched. Before the Spanish named him the Turk, before he guided them to Cuevera, the spirit roamed the land for many lifetimes and came in many forms. He came as the wind that rustled amongst the prairie. He came as a bird. He was a magnificent broad blackbird, and he hung through the desert and thrived on the dead. And as a shaman, the spirit took form of a man and guided and protected the Pawnee from the evil spirits that cursed and blackened the earth. The Turk looks on through twilight. As the sun emerges, the Turk flies once again as a bird and swoops and searches the land west and south. Through the pueblos, he dances and patrols. He reaches a narrow stretch of valley, and in the bright morning, he finds the Spanish. The horrid and vengeful spirits. The spirits of the damned. He notices that their faces are red and burnt. Some ride on their horses and slump over in the heat. Others walk on foot, dragging in delirium. At night, their eyes flash and glow yellow. The closer he looks, the more the Turk knows he had seen them before, in visions and past lives. They were the same spirits. They were the same demons. The land remains. The Turk opens his eyes and becomes a man again. There would be no other way. In the desert, the Turk stands west and stares outward through the mountains. Sweat pours from his brow down to his chin. He stands erect and walks in long, prideful strides. His appearance is tall and gaunt. His smile is grand and damning, and he wears a coon hat that covers most of his scars. As the sun approaches his zenith, he meditates and closes his eyes. Then he stares back to the canyons, where he came across the monks and the slave. He inhales the air and sighs through his nostrils. He picks up a skull. He knows his mission. He is to be the demon's guide. They would arrive their own time. The Spanish rode forth. The land went ahead. For the first 3 days, Marcos rode on his donkey and kept close to Coronado, who strutted through the sand on his white Arabian stallion. Marcos's brown robes were drenched in sweat from top to bottom. His oily face seemed to burst out in pus. His whole face turned red and purple, and his bald head was a permanent, shining light. Coronado asked his questions, and Marcos answered them, though they were banal and asinine. And although he knew most answers, Coronado inquired Marcos daily, and Marcos returned with verbatim responses. Friar, about how far did you say the river was from the first city? 13 leagues. The silver mines you said you saw. It was north, Governor. Ah, yes, north. Any of this look familiar? All of it, General. Tell me, Marcos, how many times have you said Mass? I don't know, General. Thousands, perhaps. I haven't kept track. Today's was most beautiful. Marcos paused. General, may I ask? Yes, Marcos. What will we do with the natives? Coronado turned away. The natives. What shall we do with them? Oh, said Coronado. I suppose if they guide us towards gold, we'll guide them towards God. I'll leave that up to you, Fray Marcos. So we rode north. On many days, the sun emerged red and blinding, and the sky held blue. Some days the wind blew in. Some days there was no wind at all. But for the most part, the sun dictated everything. And when the dust settled and the night crept in, all went black and crisp and even. And the stars again blistered through the sky and shone brightly like diamonds. The men themselves seemed to be in high spirit, and I assumed they would be. We were finally on the move, and the sight of all the men traveling out stirred an excitement, and a great sense of confidence followed us. Days passed, not many, but I started to lose count. The further east we went, the closer we came to the mountains. Seldom time storms had emerged, but when they did, the wind switched, and for long minutes we felt the cold and heavy rain. But oftentimes the storms had passed over and missed us completely. I must confess, I fell in love with the desert quite quickly. It was the exact opposite of the jungle. I could breathe in it. Its warmth was healing. Its air was dry and satisfying, and its sky was almost always blue and clean. And for the first 2 days, I felt extreme satisfaction. I felt a feeling of great peace and content. I felt so because there was a strange sense of beauty to the land. There were sprawling dead trees, and the brushes and bevies of cacti went on and on. The sands were endless, and vegetation seemed less and less the further we trekked. But still, I felt a sense of richness to its sparseness and lack of care, and when we rested, I could feel it most. The mountains west had disappeared. I stared at the rocks and the white boulders, and I wondered why God had abandoned them. Beyond the cliffs, I watched wolves and mountain lions stalk their prey, and at night, I heard them prowl. The antelope and deer and the big horned sheep fluttered in the distance, but we mostly saw snakes, spiders, and rats below. They appeared as frequently as we made prints in the hot sand. But, unlike in Peru, they did not dangle over our heads. Rather, they slithered and hopped and scoured upon the surface. But the most particular creatures of all were the enormous enchanted black birds of the sky. One day I saw a particular bird at least a dozen times. Its wingspan was enormous. Its face was white and red, and its beak was long and contoured. It was an ugly bird. It was old and ancient. It flew boldly and swooped down low, and we watched it feast on the carcass of a dead antelope. Many of the men wanted to shoot it, but I ordered them not to. It's a bad omen to shoot birds, I said. I looked at the bird again. It looked beautiful to me. It was an ugly sort of beautiful, I'll admit. Nonetheless, I wanted it to live. As time went on, I finally knew each man in my unit. There were the Diaz brothers, the greatest butchers in all the world. There was Julio, a young blacksmith apprentice. Garcia, the wagon man. Antonio, Vargas, Gomez, and Charlando, all drifters and presumed vagabonds or sons of farmers. And then, of course, there was Bernardo Caballero. He was the only other man who rode a horse. He was a bastard, young and annoying, and he desperately wanted to be my friend. In the nearby carriage, I saw the women of the expedition. They sat and talked, as a trail of dust emerged from beneath the carriage's wheels. All the women wore pretty white and black dresses. Their raven-colored hair was locked securely from underneath their headdresses, and I smiled at them whenever I had the chance. Of all the women, I desired only 3. Francisca, the quick-witted wife of Perez, Maria, the wife of Juan de Paldinas, and Orchanga, the beautiful and reserved wife of Bernardo. Yet, I knew I could not let these distractions deter me, and for the time being, I focused on disciplining the men and occupying them with simple orders. We gathered wood for the night's fire, then we scouted the territory back a mile south to report on the terrain. My men proved to be respectful and resourceful, and to my surprise, for the first 2 weeks, they showed no signs of fatigue. The Diaz brothers were the prime examples. There were 3 of them. I always had great respect for butchers. Not admiration, but respect. Because I found that butchers always carried the sharpest knives, and they always smiled, whether in sun or rain or snow. At every hour, the Diaz brothers worked, and I took great joy in watching them. They worked with great efficiency and saved every part of the animal, sparing nothing to waste. I watched the blood squirt out, both thin and thick, and I heard the heifers scream as their hooves plopped to the ground. In Peru, there were mainly llamas to butcher, but here in the desert, there were steer, oxen, goats, and lambs, all of which we brought from Galicia. It seemed plenty at the time, and the general rationale was that our rations would last us 3 months. But for the time being, we were fed and happy. Around 1,000 Indian allies trekked alongside us. They outnumbered the entire army triple-fold, and for the most part they kept to themselves. In passing, I remember eavesdropping on a conversation between 2 captains, and I replayed their words in my mind. "These guys will show us," said one captain. "We're lucky to have them." "Do you trust them?" said the other captain. "I generally do." "Why?" "They love us." "Love us? Why? What did we do?" "We killed the Aztecs. They know they'd be dead without us. They're just repaying back what they owe. They're good people." Another day arrived. By noon, the guides told us there was a valley north that was littered with deer and other beasts. However, the further north we trekked, the less and less we saw. "Good-for-nothing bastards," I heard the men sigh. It was a frequent refrain. For the rest of the day, I said no other words to any of the men. I just wanted to forget the whole thing ever happened. Often, nights were challenging. I found it difficult to sleep many nights. Too many men were wide awake, and too much talk went about their mouths. They whispered to each other and gazed into the night sky, and often they would ask me questions. One man proved to be the master of such inquiry, and that was Bernardo. He was tall and lean. His shoulders were narrow, and like a child, each night he asked me a ceaseless barrage of questions. And like a concerned parent, I answered the ones I could, and ignored all the rest. "Captain Sardina?" "Yes, Bernardo." "Aren't you hot?" "No." "No? How do you keep cool in this heat? I am boiling." "I don't mind it. That's how." "I wish I had your patience, Captain. I really do. This heat, it's overwhelming. I'm just not used to it. It must be colder in the mountains, no?" "You would think. That's not always the case." "Does it get hotter?" "Yes, sometimes it does." Bernardo was a fool, but in some strange way I knew it wasn't entirely his fault. He was quite rich, and he acted like a fool because no one told him otherwise. I felt pity for him, for he was fragile, pale, and reactionary. And I knew that if I stared long enough into his eyes, that it would break him. If I had the chance, and I knew I could get away with it, I would have killed him many times over, either in his sleep or in broad daylight. Why he was assigned to me was anyone's guess. I concluded that it was some sort of cruel punishment that was certainly unforeseen and unwarranted. And if I had the time, I'd certainly inquire upon what sin I had committed. It might have been just a joke, and if indeed that were the case, it was certainly a cruel one. "I heard you played chess, Captain Sardina. Is that true?" asked Bernardo. No, I have no interest. But I've heard you were a great player. Where have you heard these things? A little bird told me. You're a man of fortune, Captain Sardina, so I hear. From whom do you hear these things? From people. People? Various ones. Word gets around, you know. No kidding. Tell me about Peru. Tell me your story. You'll have to pay me first. And, to my amazement, Bernardo retreated back to his horse, returned, and handed me a small sack of gold. And with reluctance, I relayed him my story of Peru, or at least what I remembered. I told him an abridged version of the story. It took me 2 nights to tell it, but Bernardo remained unsatisfied. He wanted me to repeat the story, and he bribed me with another sack of gold. But by then, all the money in the world couldn't make me tell it again. More nights passed. I heard coyotes yip and scuttle in the darkness. Bernardo stayed by the carriage and consulted with his wife. Then one night, Julio rested by my side. We talked about obvious things, but I noticed there was an eagerness in his eyes. A want. I have a feeling, Captain, said Julio. What kind of feeling is it, good or bad? Good. It's a good feeling. I waited for him to go, but he remained lost in thought. Well, what do you feel, Julio? I feel we're close. I looked back at him and sighed. Keep that feeling, Julio. Keep it with you at all times. Less than a month had passed. We were still very much in the dream. Coronado decided that Brother Luis was to join our unit for moral clarity, as he called it. I held no objections. Unlike Marcos, Luis did not possess a mule. He walked on foot, and for many days and miles, he remained alone. He was not a very tall man, nor was he as short and stout as Marcos. He kept to himself most of the time. He always greeted me with a gracious nod. Other than Marcos, Luis was the only witness to the miracle. And being so, my men badgered him with questions. They asked him many times what he had seen. Naturally, Bernardo led the conference. Many others followed. They asked him about the cities. But, unlike Marcos, Luis made his claims in a calm, dignified manner. How many of them did you see, brother? From a distance, I saw all 7. Truly? God as my witness. These cities are wide and grand. What riches did you see? Gold and silver, rubies and pearls, sapphire and emeralds. These cities, though, they must be enormous. They are. Do each of them have a gate? Some, I can't remember. Some have arches. What color are these arches? Silver and gold. Are you sure there's 7 cities, brother? Yes, there are 7. There might be more. More? There might be. I can't be certain. What do you remember the most? The glow. The glow. When the gates opened, I saw a glow. It was a light from heaven. Was it God? Did you see God? It certainly looked like him. How close are we? Still far away, son. How far? Very far. How far is very far? This is the devil's land, son. It never ends. And it didn't. The land never stopped. It turned humid and the sky filled with clouds. We heard cracks of thunder and many strikes of lightning. Yet there wasn't a drop of rain. We stepped higher into elevation and saw cliffs that stretched further north, and the air got thinner. Being that Luis was our guide in light, I was glad he was only a man. If he was a deity of some sort, he would not have been believable. It was clear, though, that there was something heavy racing about his mind. At times he looked lost and bewildered. There was something engraved in his eyes and face. And after a week or so, I concluded what it was. It was sadness. It was a pain and a grief that I fully understood. We were both empty as the desert we stood on. Luis was a man who could have been my brother in a different life. He was like me. His mind was filled with guilt and sorrow, and I could tell all these things just by staring into his eyes. They were sad, preposterous gray eyes. It was never said, rather, it was felt. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that Luis seemed to be a version of myself had I gone to the seminary. Had I not gone to Peru, had I stayed in Spain and did as my father requested of me, I would have been a priest. Just looking at Luis, I knew certain things about him. I knew that he accepted a bale of nonsense that he could not question, and I knew that nonsense would carry him through his dying day. Yet, if there was one man who could ever make me return to God, it was Luis. But, to my delight, he did not try. Instead, he left most things to silence. We shared quiet moments and stared to the stars and sunsets. He never asked me about Peru, and I never asked him about God. Those questions would come at their own time. But what I remember most about Luis was his singing. He held a high tenor, and he sang for hours at a time. The Dies Irae, the Salve Regina, and many other hymns I did not know. The Latin was long, beautiful, dark, and haunting. The army approached a small river west amongst the basin. Coronado kept in quiet meditation and requested to be alone. He stared beyond the river and the desert. The sky was overcast and gray, and what little light shone came in slivers and pockets. Coronado approached a clear spot of the water and stared at his own reflection. He stayed only for a minute, but in that minute, he thought of many things. He thought of Beatrice and his daughters. He thought of the viceroy and the correspondence to the crown, and he thought of his grand return to Compostela. Although he knew the men needed rest, Coronado's main intention was to rendezvous with his navy just south of the river. However, the rendezvous did not go as planned. There were no signs of any ship north or south. As the minute ended, he looked once more at his face from the reflection of the water. His hair and beard felt full and heavy. His eyes remained green, but he found his skin decisively burnt and red. Yet, he felt blessed. There was a confidence on his face. There was an assurance. He felt as though he were one of the Magi, entering into Bethlehem. He knew something that the world had not, and by knowing such a blessed thing, he knew that he could save the world. He took a sip of water and held it in his mouth for a minute. Then he spat it out in disgust. Not long after, Castaneda approached him. "How long will we rest, General?" 3 days. No more, no less, said Coronado. "Do you think we're close to the city, sir?" "We're closer than we were yesterday, no?" "Yes, but according to Fray Marco's account, the river is well beyond where we are now." "So it is. There's much desert, General. Much more than we realize." "We'll just have to trek through it, won't we?" "Have patience, Castaneda." Silence followed. Coronado stared north beyond the sand and red hills. Castaneda tried to stare too. Then an obvious thought emerged. He waited for the right second, and when it came, Castaneda said the words quickly. "What about the Navy, sir?" "What about them?" said Coronado. "When do you think they'll arrive?" "They'll arrive. They'll come in their own time. Have patience, Castaneda." And with that, Coronado dismissed Castaneda and walked back to his tent. The sun broke away from the clouds, and the Spanish finally parked their main caravans and rested their weary souls near the banks of the river. All who were in Compostela that day were still present. They hacked and gathered wood from splints of desert trees and tall cacti. and as evening drew, the smoke from the burning wood rose and swirled in full clouds of blue and black. The women gathered their belongings and made a tent of their own, and the priests, Marcos, Luis, and the other clergy, held a private baptismal ceremony and converted the native guides. But for the rest of the men, they took the rest for all it was worth. And with each passing day and night, they sat and laughed. They sang old songs and cursed each other to go to hell. But most of all, they gambled and drank. The rest was a much-needed distraction. We drank all day and well into night. Though after 2 whole days, I felt the rest had lasted too long. And later, I felt a tremendous unease about everything. There was much I remember about those nights. I remember the music and the clinks of lutes and recorders, the plucks and charms of the guitars that brought them all to rhythm, and how they blended with the sounds of the drums and chants that came from the slaves and guides. So too, I remembered the dogs. I remembered them constantly barking. I remembered how hungry they looked. I remembered how they ripped and tore through the discarded bones that the Diaz brothers tossed to them. I remembered how they leapt on each other and slobbered and growled. And I remembered how they snarled and raced off into the dark. There was one dog in particular who came to my side many times. He was black and big with brown spots on his belly, and I patted his head every chance I could. They called the dog Satan. He was the sweetest dog I had ever met. His owner, Sanchez, was a stern businessman who didn't say much. Yet Satan himself had no quarrel spending time with strangers. And for those nights, I thoroughly enjoyed his company. But perhaps what I remembered most about these nights was gazing into Orchanga's eyes. They seemed so alluring. She was Bernardo's wife. She was the most beautiful woman I'd seen since I left Peru. My mind wandered into fancy, but I kept it secure in silence, and every time I glanced at Orchanga, she was still beautiful as I imagined her to be. I joined the men, and we went through jug after jug of wine. I sat by Julio. He was getting drunker by the second, and when he lifted his jug to his mouth, he missed completely. The other men were just as soused, and they toast to everything. To Satan. Isn't he a lovely dog? That he is. To those poor assholes in Seville. May they continue to be poor, misguided assholes. Fuck Seville! Fuck Seville! The toast continued, and we all took a swig. To that special woman of mine. What was her name? Maria! Maria! The toast languished on, and we all took a swig. Then I heard a man slur to himself. Ah, Maria, Maria, Maria. Oh my God, she was beautiful. And I moved from fire to fire. The men, though, were too drunk to move. Most of them lay on the ground, as if dead men on a battlefield. Then I saw Brother Luis. He was with Bernardo and the Diaz brothers. I saw him silently stare into the fire, and I shook his hand. We talked for an hour. He was drunk, but he was cordial. And the more he drank, the more he told the truth. Tell me, Brother Luis, said Bernardo, what do you make of Marcos? He's a son of a bitch, said Luis. Well, that's telling, said Bernardo. Would you like to say anything else? That's all I will say about Fray Marcos. The men were still stunned by Luis's reply. As for Marcos, he stayed alone in his tent. No others dared to join him, and when they offered their company, Marcos barked at them like a dog. The men were afraid, but quite amused at the same time. I watched Marcos from afar and saw that he was in deep prayer. It was all too apparent that Marcos seemed not to possess a single friend in his life. He was too much with God, and that seemed his general problem. I kept my distance, but still, I wondered about him. Marcos was a fool, but he was our fool to follow. This rare little man this golden opportunity. It was the only reason we were here. After the rest, we trailed north for another 3 days. Although I was glad we were back in motion, I felt a numbing pain. It was a pain I felt first in my feet, then in my neck, then to my stomach. And the pain lasted all day and well into the night. My mind raced with premonitions. I felt something terrible was about to happen. What it was, I hadn't the faintest idea. But in the air, I felt something desperately wrong. It was a certain looming reality. Then it happened. And in a single minute, the premonition became a clear, mundane, and horrifying fact. On a hunch, I checked on the wagon that carried our supplies and rations. I saw 3 bags of cured meat and nothing else. I confirmed the fact with all the Diaz brothers, Julio, and the others. But the worst part was that this was true of each and every unit. We were running out of food. Coronado finally received word and ordered a meeting with the captains the following night. After some deliberation, it was decided that each unit would scout a patrol to trade with any Pueblo Indian tribe in sight. The next morning came, and I ordered my unit to head south 2 miles. From there, we ran into a small tribe. The guides and translators committed to a peaceful negotiation. We traded necklaces and pieces of turquoise, and in return, we accepted corn. It was good corn, but it was all they had. We asked for more, but the tribe declined. Afterward, Coronado put Samaniego, the second in command, in charge of a barrage to find more food. 3 days had passed, and when the scouts returned, I noticed their faces. They were sad and glum, but I knew something else had happened. The men hammered a makeshift cross to the ground. Samaniego had been shot square in the neck with an arrow. The corpse was laid to its side, with the arrow still lodged in his neck. A mass was held. We stood and mourned. I looked at the men's faces. They remained appalled, frightened, and all too angry. Then I looked at Coronado and waited for him to give his next order. He remained in prayer. Up until then, the desert was only what it seemed to be, a unified blankness. Up until then, the expedition's charm took hold of us and seemingly would not let go. But as I stared at Samaniego's dull and blood-splattered face, that gaunt and pale and ghastly face of death, for a solitary second, I was taken back into the jungle, and I felt the same horror. When Coronado finished his prayer, he gave his orders, and I knew exactly what would happen. In the afternoon, we found the huts. 24 natives stood guard with bows in their hand. We heard them beat their drums and shout at us, seemingly begging for us to draw forward. I glanced over to the men. Many of the men had not known Samaniego, but it did not matter. They were enraged, and they wanted their pound of flesh. At dusk, we unleashed the dogs. It was a familiar sight, and I thought of Gonzalo Pizarro most of the time. The dogs tore into the archers, and the few who surrendered were gathered, strung by each limb, and tied to 2 opposing horses. And when the horses were struck, the natives' limbs catapulted up into the air. A crowd had formed by a tall cactus. They surrounded the accused, who turned out to be a native child. He was bleeding and crying. I watched the hangman place the noose on the child's head as the crowd cheered in the light. In my younger days, I would have stayed. In my younger days, I would have talked with the man next to me and compared this execution with a dozen others I had seen in my lifetime. But those days had passed me, and I left the crowd in disgust. When it was over, I found Brother Luis walking with his head hung low and sweat pouring down from his face. We stared at each other, but neither of us said a word. Chapter 3. The desert went on. For more than a week, we saw no water. I ordered my men to reserve what little rations we had, and I told them they could eat every third day. Their voices strained as they spoke with each other. Even Bernardo seemed hesitant to say anything. Instead, he huddled with his wife in their carriage. Days passed. No events had occurred. Marcos repeated his story to the men, and the men tried their best to believe. "Cibola," he said. "Cibola is the first city." "Yes, Cibola, Francisco, but how far?" "Further than this. Have faith, my son." The land became drier. Cracks of hot, white sand stretched for miles at a time. Towards the east, we saw a line of mountain ridges. But the further we traveled, the further and further those mountains seemed to move away. This flummoxed us, and when asked by the men the reason for it, I simply replied, "The sun plays tricks." We marched further north. 2 more days passed, but all was the same. Seeing that the men were tired, I ordered them to refrain from marching at midday. We rested, then started again 2 hours later. At that time, I studied the rocks. They seemed different from what I had been used to. They seemed red and misplaced. The boulders were denser and gray. I heard a roll of gusts shriek from time to time, shifting from west to east. But the land remained dead and empty. The view from the valley changed to wide spaces of sand and dust, and the mountains that were once cumbersome and beautiful were now starting to bleed and blend with every ray of the sun. I found myself alone one evening near a stretch of heavy sand that came up to my knees. I stayed for several hours and I looked back at the land we had trekked. And before the sun descended, I had one single thought. The thought of impossibility. The word itself seemed to capture everything. It seemed impossible that we hadn't found the cities yet, but it also seemed impossible that we had gone so far. The land itself seemed impossible too. I studied the rocks once more and the endless stretches of sand and stone, and I thought about how they got here. Then I saw a queer light in the sky. It was a pale orange and silver light, and it disappeared suddenly. And for the longest time, I thought it was a fallen star. But again, the light reappeared and stayed. And from the light, something else appeared. It flickered and flashed, and I walked to get a closer look. I saw a tall, bare-chested native. At first I thought it was a guide, but as I looked closer, I knew it wasn't. His posture was unlike any being I had ever seen. He stood like a statue, and he wore a headdress much like an Arab's, made of coon skin. The Indian's face came into view, but he did not approach. He had brown skin and yellow eyes, small teeth, and a scar on his cheek. I drew my sword, but he did not flinch. Instead, he smiled brightly like a child. Then he laughed. And as he did, his laugh grew louder and deeper, and it boomed and echoed. And as the Indian squatted, he disappeared into the light, and a cloud of building smoke swirled and floated over me. I stood motionless. It felt like an eternity had passed. Then my men came to my side. "Señor! Señor!" "What? Is anything wrong?" "Wrong? You have been staring for quite a while." "I have?" "Yes, for quite a while." I looked at them all and asked them if they had seen the Indian. They looked at me strangely and said they did not. I stayed close by the fire, and the night passed. I felt a sharp pain in my chest, and the pain lingered. More hours passed, and all throughout the night, all I thought about was that tall, smiling Indian. I knew my mind was capable of playing tricks, and I knew for sure that the moment would stay with me. We came upon a canyon. At noon, the shadows came in black and thick, and stretches of dancing, swirling shadows covered the land. The land ahead was Arizuma land. It was red and brown and dense. I heard from my men that a dozen guides had found tiny pieces of silver. They said that there was a mine of some sorts among the slopes and widening red hills. That report alone sparked my men's interest, but when we got there, we found no metal of any kind. And the next days were sparse of words and void of food. At night, the men unleashed their dogs, and an hour later, the dogs returned with rats in their mouths. We took the rats to a flame and ate them slowly. My piece had dropped to the sand. It tasted rank, tough, and awful, but it was enough, at least for that night. As the night continued, I saw the dogs gather by a pit of rock and grass. They barked and slobbered. Then I saw one rat scurry and escape through a crevice of gray rock. The dogs then sniffed and stalked the pit and guarded all ends of escape. And just when I was about to return to the fire, I saw the rat burst through the opening. The dogs dashed and ripped and tore the rat apart, making it squeal and squeak until it died. And Julio and the other man watched and grinned. As morning came, we rested along a stretch of boulders and flowering cacti. We sliced the cacti and pierced and slurped what little water we could. Then I heard a shriek. It came west below the valley. About 5 minutes later, I caught up with Cardenas and asked his men if they had heard the sound. They all denied it. My men confirmed that they heard the shriek again, this time south of the hills. The sun rose higher. I watched the land from west to east. Then, in the distance, I saw a figure rush up a hill at a slanted, awkward pace. Then I heard the shriek again. It was louder than before. It sounded like a cry of a child. It continued and came in spurts and echoed. Then the figure came in clear. It was Marcos. His entire body trembled. He screamed so hard that he cracked his voice. Then he whispered and moaned. Tears ran down his face. Then he tripped and bled from his forehead to his chin. Cardenas and a few of his men came soon after. Cardenas turned to me. He asked Marcos the questions, and Marcos answered and affirmed. The men huddled together. All I heard were whispers. "We're here? Sure hope so." "No, that's impossible." "But it is. The friar said so." "He did? Christ in heaven. We're here!" The captains gathered. Coronado came to Marcos' side and clutched and embraced him by the shoulder. The captains stared long and hard at both of them. Then Marcos shouted and repeated his words in ecstatic and incredulous shrills. He babbled for several minutes. Some of it was in Latin, some in Spanish. "Are you sure, Marcos?" said Coronado. "I am certain, Governor," said Marcos. He pointed south. "Down the quarry. The cities are there." By then, all units had received word. My men's eyes lit up. Their pupils dilated. Marcos pointed south, and we followed him west towards the waning sun. Through a canyon, we found a narrow pass. I ordered my men to follow it down. Soon all divisions descended the slope. We came to the quarry and found a cave. The cave seemed small. Inside, it felt dank and humid. Several men entered with torches and found several rocks beneath the cave walls. They brought back the rocks to the surface, and we examined them, but there was not enough light to give a proper diagnosis. It would have to wait until morning. I watched my men sit near the fires as they wondered, prayed, and calculated. During the night, Bernardo sat by my side and whispered 1,000 questions. I answered none of them. I remember the caves in Peru very clearly, and as I told Bernardo about the caves, I was taken back for a moment. These caves glimmered in the same way, but I remember that the gold was buried well beyond the entrance. I wanted to believe. I truly did, and I hoped and prayed history would repeat. But it didn't. In the morning, we examined the rocks, but none of them contained silver or gold. They were mere mudstones. They were soft and of no value. We went back to the cave and dug and crawled for about an hour. 2 of the men discovered a pile of rocks about 20 feet in length. The pile shimmered from a distance. It shone brightly, and for a while we thought it was copper. But it wasn't. It was pyrite. It was soft and worthless. Coronado gave his orders, and as the sun blazed on, half the men went north. The other half went east. We searched for the rest of the caves of the quarry. We searched the entire day, but each and every search was fruitless. There was no gold, no silver, nor any metal of any kind. There was only sand and stone. Many of my men shouted at the guides and gave them endless glares. The guides talked with the translators, and I could tell by their faces and their expressions that both parties were terribly confused about the demands, and most likely they were trying to find another person to cast blame upon. The fear that we put them in the day after Samaniego died was a permanent one. From that day on, they acted in haste and apologized at every turn. Dusk arrived, and all we did that night was curse and swear. The next day came, and Coronado ordered us to leave the canyon and head off east. My men languished on. Their faces were dirty and ragged. I knew they needed rest of some sort, but they knew all too well I couldn't grant them any. They looked half dead, but they carried on and trekked the entire morning. In their eyes I could see their qualms, their rage, and their hate. They hated the heat. They hated the long, ungodly, unforgiven days of nothing gained. They hated that the water that they had stored in their canteens was getting less and less, and they hated this endless desert. But most of all, their hatred lied within one main source. Marcos. That bald, fat piece of shit of a priest, as they called him, was a term that even I felt well deserved. Marcos, though a man of God, was still a man. He was fallible and ripe for ridicule. After the wasted day in the quarry, the men glared at him and showed him complete disdain each and every second they could. Coronado himself said not a word to him for several days. Although Marcos pleaded and cried that he was mistaken, his cries brought no empathy. I myself only gave Marcos one good glare a day, and I made sure it counted. Some men, though, made more of an impression. Some slammed into Marcos, kicking their knees into his legs as they passed by, and later knocking him to the ground, claiming each time they did so accidentally. Others took their frustration more bluntly and struck Marcos's mule with heavy sticks. The men were eventually caught and given 24 lashes each. Marcos's only saving grace, Brother Luis, dutifully came to his side. I stared at the two and eavesdropped on their conversation. I saw Marcos grab Luis' arm and point back to the mountain. But Brother Luis, too, was only a man. He could tolerate only so much.
Luis, the hills. Don't you remember? We've seen these hills. The cities are near. They must be.
But Luis did not respond. His face remained blank. And when there was truly nothing left to say, Luis departed. As we set up our tents, I paid close attention to Marcos. As usual, he was alone, but still, he remained the focus of everyone's attention. The rage was just at its beginning. Glares from every side fixed upon his bald forehead, and I seriously wondered if he would survive the night. More days passed. I forgot how many, and in truth, I very much wanted to forget. We traveled far beyond the desert hills and canyons, and the land became flat. Yet in the heat, it was still difficult to breathe. Many men took off their armor. They reverted to lighter, quilted garbs that they either traded with or stole from the slaves and guides. But my armor remained on, for each captain was obliged to wear it at all times. At the end of one day, I saw Brother Luis sitting alone. He prayed the rosary by a small fire. I waited for a half hour and walked along the camp. I consulted with Castaneda briefly. When my discussion ended, I saw Luis again at the very same spot, but now he was staring amongst a small flame, and as I looked on, I thought it time to talk to him. My previous conversations with Luis were brief and admirable, but still, I did not know the man, and I wanted to dearly. I approached and sat beside him. He gave a warm smile, which I returned. We didn't say a word to each other for half a minute. We just stared into the flame. I thought it best if he had the first word. Then I remembered I was speaking to a monk. I might have waited 20 years for that to happen. I thought of what to say and what matter and order I would say them in, but they all felt too cliché and probing. Any further hesitation, and I knew that Luis would drift off into deep silence, or, heaven forbid, a prayer. The only thing that I thought would work was to ask him questions. They had to be true and correctly timed. And so I asked them. But, to my dismay, he gave perturbing, enigmatic answers. And, like many of our conversations, this one started out philosophically and ended emotionally and generally pointless. I stared at the brown mountain and moss-covered rocks. Then I turned my view to the silver rolling and tumbling clouds. The obvious seemed good enough. Looks like a storm. Yes, said Luis. This place needs water more than most. Does any of this land look at all familiar, Luis? All of it, sir, he said. All of it. Why are you still here, Luis? I came to save the souls of mankind. Is that all? I smiled. Luis did not. He looked at the land and sky. He breathed in and out with heavy sighs. Then he looked to the ground again. It's getting harder and harder to show the light. My faith has been tested so many times. Marcos makes it worse. The man is a good monk, I said. But as for a guide, he's as terrible as they come. Do you believe they would have killed him today? Said Luis. The men? Yes, the men. Yes, they would have killed him, had they had the chance. Why do you say so? I've seen the worst of men. Explain, Sardina. I have seen what happens when men's hopes are not granted. Men need proof. Do you always see the worst of men, Sardina? Most of the time. Why is that? That's the business I chose. We stared into the fire. Then I glanced at Luis's sad face. He looked like a lamb, waiting for his mother to return from the slaughter shed. He looked lost and frightened. Why do you look so pained? I asked. I'm trying to remember. What are you trying to remember? I'm sorry. I guess I'm trying to forget. Sorry, Sardina. I have a hard time with words. And memory. Memory is a funny thing. Then what are you trying to forget? I said. Again, Luis fell back to silence. I did too. I knew there was too much on his mind. So I repeated the question. What are you trying to remember, Luis? When the time comes, I'll talk about it. But not now, Sardina. I wanted to pry more. I wanted to ask him about the cities, their elevation, and their population. But I didn't ask him about any of those things. I loved him like a brother. But I knew I was still talking to a monk. I knew he was asked about these things many times before. I knew he was tired of stating the same outrageous claims that were repeated and perfected by Marcos. And I knew Luis's version of what he saw in the city was a true and solemn one, for I myself saw those things in Peru. And once you've seen a golden city like Cusco, you've seen them all. You need no assurance or other confirmation. What do you remember about this land, Luis? There's a valley not far away. Is there water in that valley? There's plenty of water. What else do you remember, Luis? The corazones. The corazones? Yes, they were the people of the valley. Were they peaceful? Yes. They were the kindest, most loving people I've ever met. They were all heart. That's why we named them so. Luis smiled and looked up to the sky. Are they close? They're close. It might take another day. The winds picked up, and the small flames of the fire settled to smoke. I watched the gray sky dim to black, and Luis closed his eyes and returned to prayer. Then I stood up and left him alone. We saw the mountains from the north fold down the backstretch of the sky. After 5 more miles, we came to another valley. And it was there we met the corazones. I watched Coronado stand by Marcos as the people of the valley came out from their dwellings. When Marcos approached them, The tribe looked very confused. Most of them were thin and diminutive. The translators claim that they had no previous knowledge of Marcos at all. Marcos pleaded with them and rambled, stating that they've welcomed him before, but still, the tribe stood confused and were revolted by the sight of him. After the initial greeting, the interpreters were sent forward. Then Castañeda and Coronado dismounted from their horses and approached the head chieftain. It wasn't until Brother Luis had entered that the tribe let go of their stare. He made his way towards the fire and uncovered his hood. And, like Christ, Luis held his arms high and stood erect. The entire tribe all rushed to embrace him. They smiled and laughed, and they welcomed him with a great cordial embrace. And as the day progressed, the corazones continued to treat Luis as if he were an old, lost friend. I looked back at Marcos and saw him gaze off into the distance with his shoulders slumped. His grave face had brooded. More translators came over, and afterwards, Brother Luis told the translators that we were an extension of his family and were to be treated as such. And the corazones looked at us with a certain, sudden reverence. Coronado then approached, and the corazones bowed in subservient, humble fashion, to which Coronado gracefully accepted. The welcoming commenced, and Luis initiated a prayer of solidarity. "They're all heart," I heard him say. "It's as if they knew Christ before we did. They don't need to be taught." With the sunlight fading, we set up camp in the valley, and the corazones helped us gather wood and water. When night came, they approached us with gifts. Gifts of food and jewelry, gifts of stone, gifts of song and dance. The corazones did not understand us, and we barely understood them. Nevertheless, the corazones prepared the night's meal and shared it with us, and we feasted on beans and corn. And, just as Luis said, these people were the most pleasant tribe one could possibly imagine. They stayed quiet and observant, and they smiled and shared their land with us in true and humble dignity. In the span of 3 days, we rested and ate meals with the corazones. They mostly ate beans and corn, but on occasion, we were fed the hearts of lizards and birds. Many of us were taken back by the serenity of the tribe. The corazones reminded me very much of the Incas in the way they prayed. They knew their gods, and they took every moment to be with them. They sat with no expectation. Before and after each meal, they danced and prayed and smiled. They walked with grace and energy, but most of all, they made us feel truly welcomed. They were warm and humble. There wasn't any angst among them. They were farmers. They knew their crops, and they worked when they needed to. And they took each day as a blessing. During our stay, there were several peaceful days, but there was one day that I always remember, for on that day, I had simply stopped thinking. I don't know how it happened, but I did. For a great hour, there was not the past or the future. There was only the now, and I had not a single thought in my mind. I fished with the corazones in the thinning creeks. I caught fish with my bare hands, and I smiled back at the corazones every chance that I could. I didn't talk to my men, nor anyone for that matter. I just watched the water ebb and flow and saw the sunset upon the land. I stood on a cold slab of rock and ate sweet small berries I had found beside the bend in the stream. I lost all sense of my dreams and ambitions, and a great relief had followed. And for that great hour, it seemed as if my soul had left my body. It was an acceptance that I could only explain to myself. It was true and beautiful, but only made sense to me. It might have been my quiet talk with God. It might have been more. But at that moment, when the thinking stopped, the clarity of everything came to me. I didn't gaze out in the distance. I didn't wonder or scheme or fret. I merely touched the water and let the coolness settle to my hands. And in the stream, I saw my reflection. But more than that, I saw myself away from myself. And what I saw was a sad and forgotten soul whose whole life was driven by fear. And the fear remained in him. The fear of the inevitable. The fear that I would die
and no one would know or care. But at that moment, I let go of the fear. And as the silence and beauty overtook me, I fell into a great content. But alas, that marvelous day had ended, and the next morning I returned to my senses. I stared at the stream and the fish below. I tried desperately to recapture that feeling, that moment where everything was clear and beautiful. But it was too late. And like a dream, I barely remembered it. Then the moment passed, and my thoughts returned. My men asked me for their orders. Their language and the spoken word jolted me back to my consciousness. They looked at me strange, but I had managed to give them their orders, and they nodded and performed them. As dust settled over, night had followed. I looked for Luis. I wanted to talk to him about the moment and console him. I searched throughout the camp, but I couldn't find him anywhere. Instead, I found another priest who sat by a dozen of the corazones by a pile of white stones. The priest instructed the translators who sat by their side. I pardoned myself and asked if he had seen Brother Luis, but the priest simply ignored me and continued with the lesson. He showed the Bible to one of the corazones with wide and prideful eyes. Then he raised it over his head and said, "Words from this book will show the way." I watched the corazones sit perplexed and stare at the book with deep skepticism. They looked as baffled as I did. I searched for another half hour and found Luis sitting by a stone wall. But by that time, I no longer wanted to talk. His face seemed tired. I nodded back to him and departed. He merely waved his hand slightly away from his knee and returned to prayer. I made my way towards my men and studied their faces. They had their share of the corazone's hospitality, and I knew they could no longer even feign interest. They were tired of waiting, tired of eating, tired of watching the corazones dance and smile, tired of the frustration and rejection, and I knew all they wanted to do was leave this place immediately and find the cities, and I heard their questions in my mind. The cities. The gold. Where are they, Captain Sardina? But they didn't ask the questions. They sat and stared and looked at me. And all I could do was pat each of them on the shoulder. Later in the evening, I came across Cardenas, who was drunk and alone. He stood by his fire and swung his sword and shouted incoherently in the dark. I found him an hour later, still in the same place. I walked up and checked his pulse. He was still alive, but he remained in a horrible, sad stupor. He lay on his side and rambled. "We should have killed these people when we had the chance. We should have killed them all." "These people saved us," I said to him. "They have no gold, no silver. They have no spices. They have nothing. They are nothing. They are a waste of our time." I gave Cardenas a long and forceful glare, but he dismissed me and turned away. I got back to my feet and departed, and when I turned my head, I watched Cardenas sink his face back into the sand. In the morning, I spotted Luis and Marcos with the translators and the corazones. The lesson went on for 2 hours, as Marcos taught them the sacred and holy Trinity. He started with God the Father, then he preached about God the Son. The corazones seemed perplexed about all these gods, but when Marcos finally spoke of the all-powerful, all-knowing Holy Ghost, they seemed to confirm and understand. After the lesson, Marcos was approached by 2 of the captains. They asked him one question, and they repeated it several times. The cities, Marcos. Where are they?" "They're close. Believe me, they are. They're very close." More days drifted on. More days of pain. More days of suffering in silence. They were forgettable and exhausting days. And deep down, I knew there would be even more of these days to come. A captain's meeting was called on the night of a full moon. We gathered around Coronado's tent and waited outside. Before Coronado appeared, the captains bantered with each other in commiserate and volleyed insults and sneers. They talked about their men. They talked about the paltry amounts of their rations, but mostly they talked about their doubt of the corazones. And looking at their faces, I saw again what I had seen in my men. I saw a collection of fear doubt, and prevailing rage. They shouted on and on. I tried not to listen. These bastards won't tell us anything. What is there to tell? They're hiding something, I know it. These people are as poor as the land they stand on. What can they hide? This Marcos. I don't trust him anymore. I never did. This Marcos is a bastard. A real bastard. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know his asshole from his elbow. Didn't you see him cry like a child? If he's wrong again, we'll hang him. We have no choice. A minute passed, then several more. The captains went on and on. I drifted out of sight. And in the darkness, I found Tovar. He was about 50 paces away from the fire. I approached him and shook his hand. Then he handed me a bottle of wine. You're too quiet, said Tovar. Speak, man. What about? I said. Do you believe in Marcos? No, I don't believe in him. I don't either. So why are we here? Your guess is as good as mine. But do you believe in the cities? Yes. Why, Sardina? Because I've seen them before. I've seen them in Peru. I've seen them in Mexico, said Tovar. We both seen shit others think are dreams. After he said this, he grabbed the bottle from my hand, uncorked it, and gulped it down in a long, hard swing. We're bound to find something, he finally said. A whole hour passed. It got to the point where the captain suggested voted on canceling the meeting. They grumbled and raised their hands, and just as they were ready to tally a vote, Coronado arrived. He dismounted off his horse and approached the fire. He still possessed the confident and arrogant presence, and he still walked that way too. He still looked like the Coronado of old, aloof, scrawny, and determined. But all the same, he remained young and too well-spoken for his own good. The man grew silent. He gave each of us a light scowl. Then the bastard spoke. I have assembled 12 captains. When we started, they all had different unique names. But now, they've all changed their name to Thomas. Doubt away, why don't you? Where is your patience, boys? Where has it gone? It died in the desert, sir, said Cardenas. Coronado turned his horse from side to side. Does Cardenas speak for you all? All nodded. Then Coronado asked each captain to stand forward and speak upon their collective grievances. 4 captains stated their reports, and after listening to them all, Coronado cradled his head in his hands and pulled his hair. Then when the 5th captain approached, Coronado interrupted. Enough! That's quite enough. Coronado stepped forward, and by his walk, I knew he was ready to give a speech of some kind. He held his sword out by his waist, then he spoke. He made it short and concise, and at the time, I commended him for doing so. I've heard all you have to say. I understand your grief. I've gathered you all here because I wanted to know. I wanted to be assured that this expedition is whole and that you are all committed. I want all of you to be assured that we will soon find these cities, and that we have not come all this way in vain. We have not! He waved the sword up high. Understand? The captain stood silent. In time, you'll laugh about this night. In time, we will endure. And by God in heaven, we will find them all. Coronado then dismissed the company and exited through the darkness. They were indeed his words, but they lacked conviction. Though Coronado believed in his words, we did not. His words felt empty. He was trying to lead. He was trying to be amiable and at the same time forceful. He was trying to mend the wounds and offer encouragement. But in trying all these things, he failed, and the men rolled their eyes in contempt. Then, in the darkness, I heard Coronado's voice again. Sardina, Cardenas, I want to see you both. We waited about a minute. Coronado remained in a daze. Cardenas. Yes, sir. Have you any idea of the Navy? They should be close. Make sure of it. Send your men 10 miles northwest, and once you see the river, make sure to rendezvous with Captain Diaz. If you don't see them in 5 days, report back immediately. Affirmative, sir. Cardenas saluted, then disappeared into the darkness. I waited until I stopped hearing his footsteps. Then I looked at Coronado. He was staring off again into the distance. His trance returned. There will be hell to pay. Sir? Coronado muttered to himself once more. I knew he didn't hear me. He groaned and growled. It sounded like he was breathing through his mouth. And he continued to stare that maddening, awful stare. He peered into the darkness and onto the waning, dingy moon. Yes, General? I said. You wanted to see me? Sardina! Yes, sir? I haven't seen you in a long time. He reached over to his chest and handed me a square piece of wood. It was a chessboard, and he tossed the sack up into the air. I caught it with my other hand. I looked inside the sack. I found 32 black and white stone pieces. Then Coronado smiled again and pointed to the fire. I think it's finally time, my friend. It was the last thing I wanted to do. I was exhausted. My eyes were weary and my feet felt numb. But it didn't matter. Coronado set up the board, and I followed him to the flame. I tended the dying fire while he set up the board. The board was polished with wax. It was too shiny, and the light that reflected off it blinded me. The pawns were uneven, but the rest of the pieces seemed to be carved meticulously with little wear. They seemed pristine, as if they were never touched. I doubted they ever were. I didn't know you played, I said. I have been practicing, said Coronado. With whom? This is Viceroy Mendoza's board. He let me borrow it. He said it would do me good to have. He taught you? Partially. Partially. I prefer to say I taught myself, he said in a pompous tone. For a second, I wanted to throw one of the pieces and smash his eyes. I thought of what Soda would do in that moment. He'd probably do exactly that. But I smirked and suffered the fool gladly. I kept quiet and studied the squares. The center 4, the rows and columns, the diagonal across, the symmetry and the beauty, the cruelty, and the madness. Then Coronado held the black king and dangled it in between his thumb and index finger. Black? Black. Black it is, he said. I know it's been a long time since you played, Sardina. When was the last time? Do you remember? Was it with Soto? Probably was. I'll confess it's been a tremendous time since I last played. Perhaps back with the Viceroy for all I know. Let's see what I remember. One never forgets the rules, Governor. I hope I haven't, he said. I stared at him oddly. He expected me to smile. I tried, but it only lasted a second. I winced and clenched my teeth, and so we played. During the opening moves, I was surprised at Coronado's speed. He moved his pieces with precision and fitted them to each new square. But after the 5th move, his appeal had slipped and his control of the center had ceased. And I took full advantage. We stared at the board, watching all that was before us, and I could tell he was afraid. It was clear from the start that Coronado knew the rules and strategies, but he simply did not know when and how to apply them. And as the game went on, I knew Coronado had no general idea of what he was doing. In the matter of 4 more moves, I captured Coronado's king into a sufferable checkmate. He squirmed and bit his upper lip, and the games continued. We played for most of the night. I hadn't played the game in so long that I forgot how exhausting it was. But alas, most games are. The second game was quite impressive, but midway in, Coronado made a curious and ineffective move, and without reproach, I took his queen with a bishop, and 2 moves later, I cornered and mated his king. His play in the 3rd game was dreadful, and the next games were more or less the same. He hadn't a tactic, and it scared me at first. He improvised and made some highly questionable moves with his rooks and pawns, but as time wore on, he became dreadfully predictable. He wasn't average, he was terrible, and the more games we played, the worse he got. I was glad to win at first. I took the wins in stride and felt glad that I had remembered so much about the game. But then I felt sad, for Coronado became no competition at all. At times, it felt embarrassing. His concentration dwindled, his frustration turned to apathy, and it felt at times that he simply forgot that he was playing. The night grew cold. Coronado paused. Then he dropped one of his pieces to the sand. "You play well, Sardina," he finally said. "Thank you, sir," I said. "Well, Sardina, I think I have taken enough beatings for one night. This game is clearly not for me." "That it's not, sir." I spent another hour with Coronado, and we talked about Soto and Spain. For all we knew, Soto was probably king already. From time to time, I heard his laugh echo in my mind. The thoughts led on and protruded their way down hollowed paths. Then, like the tide, the thoughts dissipated, and the sounds of the rustling winds and crickets replaced them. Coronado withdrew his eyes from the board. Then he yawned loudly. "I guess one could spend his entire life playing this game," he said. His face turned red. He scratched his forehead. Then he asked me a series of questions. He wasn't at all drunk, and that's what disturbed me the most. Our conversations weaved back and forth, and rambled. "What do you think angels sing about?" "I don't know." "Will you ever marry Sardina?" "I have no idea." "Tell me the truth, Sardina." "I am." "How are the men?" "The men are fine." "No, I mean the morale. How is their morale?" "Well, that's a different story." "Why?" "I believe they've been tested a little too much. This desert is starting to get the best of them. They're losing their faith. They need proof, that's all." "Proof?" "We need to find something soon, sir." "You needn't worry, Sardina. By week's end, we'll find all there is to see. Rest assured." "Tell me, Sardina, this Marcos, what do you make of him?" "He's a man of God." "Is that all he is?" "We can't all be Christ." "But what he saw, certainly he believes it. Certainly Brother Luis and the guides do as well." "Some have. Some continue to do so." He paused and yawned. "We will rendezvous with Alvarado and the Navy soon enough," he said. "Tell me, Sardina, one more thing. What do you call a man who spends his entire life staring at the face of God?" "A heretic?" "Yes, that's right. A heretic. I knew you'd get it. We need more of them in this world. God bless you, Sardina." I thought a long time about what he said. It didn't make the least bit of sense. And with that, I departed from the board in flame, and I was alone again. I watched Coronado from afar. He made it back to his tent, sat down, and wrote a letter. His face looked sad and old. He held a lock of his wife's hair and clutched it in his palms. Then he returned to his pen and wrote the night away. "My beloved Beatrice, forgive me for not writing you sooner. It has been 3 months since my last letter, but in my mind, I have written to you every day. I write because it feels as if it's the only refuge I have. I write at night, mainly because I don't want my men to be concerned, and since there is inadequate light to work with, I write very little. I love you dearly, Beatrice. As you know, when I write a letter, I take my time, for I want every word to count. And the truth of the matter is that Lately, my mind has been severely compromised. These days are long and unbecoming. They are endless and cruel. When you received this letter, I would have done the following. I would have either found the cities, or I would have died trying. Whatever is the case, please know, dear, I love you. You and our children mean more than anything in my life. It saddens me that I'm so far away. Up until now, we still haven't found these golden cities, but our hopes still remain high, and the men's determination remains resolved, as does mine. To our credit, we continue to endure and embrace these empty days. We know there's much glory still to be found. Fray Marcos says Cibola is the first city we will reach. I myself have many doubts, but it will not deter me from searching this entire earth for these cities. Because I still dream the dream, as do my men. The dream is embedded in our eyes. But before I do, I must pass through this hell that lays before me. I must pass through this desert, this soulless void that's filled with pain and despair. Each man has his own devil and angel. I've seen my devil many times before. I see him every day, for this is his realm. Sand and stone, wind and damnation. It is an abyss that has no bottom, and that is this place in whole. My devil is ugly and cruel. He comes in many forms. Like he did to Christ, he rationalizes, he points out facts, and every day he tempts me to go back to New Galicia. He tempts me to give it all up, and reminds me that this expedition is all for naught, that I have been wasting my entire life chasing something that is simply not there. But I never listen to him. Instead, I let my angel guide me through, for she alone aids me in my quest. She alone knows the answer, and she alone guides me through all false promises and unworthy shortcomings. My angel guides me towards the light, and is the only reason I remain alive. And that is you, Beatrice. You are my angel. You are, and you always will be. I think of you every day. I know your spirit guides me on. For on the other side of this hell, a prosperous great heaven lies before us. It is a great heaven that our children and our children's children will inherit. These cities of gold are near, and it pains me that I'm not there already. As for now, I am still alive. I am still in search. My love for you defies all that is possible. And when I question myself why I do such an arduous task, why I continue to go on a mad pursuit, why I've committed myself and others to find this heaven in the desert, I remind myself of one simple reason. I do it for your smile. Your loving husband, Francisco Vazquez de Coronado. In the days after we left the Corazones, it seemed our bad luck had followed us. We spent an entire week trying to rendezvous with Alvarado's navy, yet in all that time, we hadn't found one ship, nor any of Alvarado's men. It was a huge blow to the morale of my men and every man in the expedition. We waited another 2 days in vain and continued west. The terrain gradually became higher in elevation. We slogged through it at an incredibly slow and awful pace. I never believed in curses, but as we left the Corazones, it certainly felt as if some terrible aspersion was cast upon us. Leaving the Corazones when we did might have been the biggest blunder the expedition had ever made. But I knew the rationale. I knew how restless and bored each man was getting during their stay. The Corazones provided the food and rest we needed, but they didn't provide what we wanted. And as we left them, a certain air from our departure from Compostela had returned to me. I felt something in the vibrations of the horses and the men. It was the terrible sensation of hope. Coronado had simplified his search and combined each division into 3 units. 2 more days passed. I was informed by one of Coronado's scouts that my men were ordered to merge with another unit. He didn't tell me what captain it was going to be, and to my chagrin, Cardenas rode in behind me. I shook his hand and gave him a wry smile, but the smile was not returned. Cardenas was still as pompous and arrogant as ever. His glare, however, seemed compromised. His usual bloated face seemed tiny, and his words sounded soft and mechanical. With about 50 men now in collusion, we divided from Coronado and headed off to an agreed spot some 20 miles north of the canyons. We stopped for water near a steady cold stream a mile north. We filled all our canteens and buckets as we fed our horses and the few beasts of ox and sheep we had left. It took us a good hour to replenish each bucket and canteen before transferring them to their assigned caravan. As the horses pulled the excess weight, one of the wheels of the main caravan began to squeak and squabble. The weight proved too much to bear. The caravan had a quarter of a mile to go before it reached camp, and as the carriage came to a sharp bend, the weight transferred from back to front, and the spoke of the back wheel broke off. Shards of wooden splinters flew into the air, and seconds later, the entire caravan toppled over, and all the water we carried evaporated onto the sand. My men sighed. Cardenas's men just stared. I didn't even look at Cardenas. I didn't want to. I knew I had wasted enough time in my life, and I merely assisted the men back to the stream and replenished the canteens and buckets. Then I ordered the Diaz brothers to fix the carriage wheel. They assembled a makeshift wooden spoke and replaced the broken one. By the end of the afternoon, they had finished. We used 2 steers to replace the horses. The caravan wobbled and jerked, but it worked. As we reached sundown, we divided the water. I asked Cardenas for his own carriage to carry half of the load. Begrudgingly, he agreed, and I tried my hardest to keep my control and not stab him in his goddamn throat. When we left the stream that day, few knew that it would be another week before we would see any water of any kind. The land went on. There were no pueblos, nor any native in sight. The first 2 days, we rode north by northwest. Then we changed directions and headed due north. And the red, hot sun beat down. Cardenas kept to himself most of the time. Those men seemed amiable enough. After a while, I took a liking to them. They were very much like my men. They were poor and starved. Most of the time they talked to each other was at night, and to my surprise, there was very little contention with them or disdain. I suppose they were all too tired. At night when I tried to sleep, a boy, not much older than 10 years old, played his guitar and kept me awake. Throughout the day, the boy walked, trekked, and followed, but at night, he played his guitar. He played beautiful, forgotten songs through the cold winds. His notes were long and sweet, and they brought tears to both the sentimental and the stoic among us. As his father lauded to me, the boy did most of his practice and achieved most of his money by playing near the entrances of whorehouses. "You gotta start somewhere," the father said to me. "Talented kid, isn't he?" And that he was. The boy's father was so proud of him, and if he were my boy, I would be too. One night, the boy played a song that I remembered hearing in Spain. It was a song that I once loved, though I never knew its title. It reminded me of my homeland. The song was beautiful, but something about it rang empty. It lacked chords and harmony. As I took a deeper look, I noticed the boy's guitar only had 4 strings, and not all of them were in tune. But he played his best, and when the song ended, the men politely applauded and drifted off to sleep. But to me, those notes meant more. They haunted me. They hovered and lingered in my mind, and they tortured me for nights on end. When the sun came up the next day, we trekked again. The desert was void, and for hours at a time, we saw no living thing, not even a fly. Our pace slowed considerably. I watched the men inch through the sand. Their faces were red and tired. Each man shared similar scowls, and they suffered through many hours of joyless silence. I lost count of days that passed and asked Brother Luis the exact number. He figured it was 50 to 55 days since we left Compostela. In all that time, we found not a speck of any worthy metal. The more time that had passed, the more I noticed the many things we lost. We lost 3 horses, All of them had died from the heat. We lost sight of the red mountains, as all seemed to splurge into blinding blue, crisp skies. But the most important thing to disappear was water. The land was cracked. The earth was hard, and there was no water to be had at all. We had gone through most of our canteens. We only had our emergency supply left. The tiny streams that we took for granted all throughout the journey simply weren't there anymore. The desert did not allow them. The only water we could find were in the cacti plants, and if we hadn't found them, we would have all died. What remained were the hellish sand and sun. Both were yellow and crusted. Both were painful and cruel. And for days on end, that's all there was. Sun and sand. The real executioners, some had called them. They were well qualified, ever vigilant, and incredibly quiet. The sun killed us in ways no torturer could. Its method was slow and without pause. And the sands that we trekked through felt like pits of fire. Indeed, they were excellent executioners. They were exceptional. Our pace crawled. An hour's walk seemed impossible, but the desert wore on. We were right in the middle of it. It didn't care how long we suffered. It didn't care what we were searching for. It kept going. On towards infinity. More canyons appeared. They seemed deeper this time. They seemed unyielding. I shut my eyes to see if I was dreaming, but I couldn't tell anymore. I looked to Brother Luis. He kept in step, but clearly he was dazed and lost in his own contemplation. He mouthed some words and muttered to himself. They were most likely prayers of some sort. Periodically, I looked to see if my men were still alive. They were, albeit barely. Their faces were filthy, smeared with dirt and blisters. They stumbled and bobbed and weaved their weary heads forward, too exhausted to even think. Bernardo stumbled the most. He fell off his horse almost every day. I warned him not to drift and urged him to concentrate. But I might as well have talked to a statue. And when days ended, Bernardo accompanied his wife into the carriage, only to fall asleep in her lap. From the looks of it, she seemed used to it. For the next 3 days, I knew two things would eventually happen. We would either find the cities outright and conquer them quickly, or we would die in the desert and be forgotten for the rest of time. But for the meanwhile, we dreamt. I knew this feeling very well. Every man was caught in his own trance, lost, and seemingly gone forever. Dan, and true. I'd felt it before in Peru. It was exactly the same feeling. The men were lost in a collective dream, and just like in Peru, the men closed their eyes and drifted onward, through endless, awful shadows. In each trance, each man saw different things. Some saw pearls and rubies. Some saw flashes and strikes of light. Some saw single golden bars. Others saw a version of Cusco that dwarfed Egypt and Rome combined. And still, others saw the city streets and met glimmering ghastly gods who spoke in tongues and crowned them kings. I certainly saw those things. I certainly remembered. For a brief moment, I saw my younger self. I saw myself in wonder as I stared at Atahualpa in the flesh. I saw myself stare onto Atahualpa's gaudy bat-skin cloak, marveling at his golden necklace that draped along his shoulder. And throughout the next 3 days, the trances came in and out like the tides of the ocean. They were predictable and all too common. I slipped deep into one trance during the early morning as I rode on my horse. And even on foot, the trance continued without interruption. What was strange, though, was that the trance continued throughout the entire day. And there were moments where I found myself completely alone. Then Julio approached me. His hand shook. He looked into the distance. Sir, please tell me. Tell you what? The truth. The truth? Please. What is it, Julio? Are we what? Are we lost? The Spanish stand still as statues. And in the thunder, the Turk laughs at the Spanish and enters into their minds. A cry of a wolf, rolls of thunder. The night proceeds. The Turk wears an antelope skull on his head. He dances in rhythm. He kneels with his hands outstretched. Then he shouts and squeals and appears in shadows. It starts to rain. Some of the Spanish see him. Some of the Spanish believe what they see. Some do not. El Diablo! They shout. It's the devil! Can't you see? The Turk appears closer. He bends time. Torches exhaust in the rain. Moans of women fill the air. Some of horrors, some of mothers. The visions appear. Cibola, the great city in all its glory. And in the trails of smoke, the visions swirl and flashes. The cities! Look! Cibola! Cibola! They slip deeper. They scream and holler. They cry and shake. I saw the city! I swear to God I did! Where? I saw them too! Satan, I swear I saw him, I swear! How can you be sure? His face was red. It was real, I tell you, real! I felt it! I felt his breath! The devil, I say! I saw 3 heads and 8 eyes! And claws! My God, those horrible claws! It has to be the devil! There's no other explanation! And the Turk grins, watching them from high up top the hill. We were lost. I couldn't tell how much time had passed. If someone said it was a year, I wouldn't have believed it. But we were lost. My trance continued. I saw 2 suns rise and set upon opposite ends. I found myself on a green, lush hill. Later, I heard church bells. They rang and they rang. But the town was empty. It wasn't Compostela, nor Galicia. It wasn't even Trujillo, my own rotten home. I was in an abandoned city with no name. I went about and searched through each and every home, but I found not a soul. The bells kept ringing. I felt my heart stop. I pressed my hand over it, but I couldn't feel my pulse. And the bells kept ringing. They bellowed and cried. Someone had died. They rang for another hour, perhaps more. Then they stopped. I turned and the town disappeared among the rolling swirls of dust and sand. I found a cup of wine in the sand. Inside was a small scorpion. It stung my finger, and my blood dripped and gushed down the sand. I smashed the scorpion with my hand and stomped on it with my boot. A black and green pile of pus remained, and I spat on it and drank the wine. The trance continued. I walked down the hills, which suddenly turned into long corridors. And from within the chambers, I heard screams and saw a great grand table. The bloody heads of all the Pizarros had been laid upon each silver plate, and all of them had murmured and waited for their feast to arrive. But then I awoke. I looked down from my horse and saw the robes of a monk. Dreaming again, Sardina? Yes. Yes, Luis. I suppose so, I said. There's no fault in that, he said. An hour passed. We were seeing things as if we dreamt the same dreams. The men couldn't help themselves. They muttered to themselves incoherently. I saw something. I know I did. Marcos is right. The cities are near. I saw them. We're close. We're finally close. Coronado's unit finally joined us in the afternoon, and in an hour, the entire army returned in whole. All of the men shouted in glee. They too saw the same things we had, the same visions and reveries, and they too could not utter a word without sounding like a fool. We had finally reached Cibola. We had beaten the desert itself. But the Turks' plan did not work. The Spanish took the dreams and nightmares not as a warning, but rather as proof that the cities were near. Throughout the long and hot day, the men dreamed on. But instead of retreating, the Spanish moved even closer to Cibola. And indeed nothing, not even Satan himself, could have stopped them. Marco shouted for a full minute. I saw him break into full stride and watched him climb up heavy rocks. Then I saw him trip on the bottom of his robe. He fell flat on his face. His shouts came muted. They continued from 1/8 of a mile across the ridge. Then he yelled once more. Great Cibola! Great Cibola! Great God in heaven, it's here! It's here! The cities! We're here! Across the ridge, I saw Coronado. He rode erect and gallantly. 2 scouts rushed forward. I stayed by Coronado's side, studied his grim face, and waited for him to say a word. Marco stood like Moses on the ridge. And as we headed towards him, we saw the lowland of the valley and the sets of pueblos beyond it. And although Cibola was finally in sight, it still seemed so far away. Great Cibola. It was 2 miles away from the downslope of the hill, and it was smaller than the Spanish had imagined. Coronado approached Marcos. They prayed for an hour. They prayed all the prayers they knew, both New Testament and Old. They muttered and paced, slurred, and invented new words and phrases. They held each other's hands. They lost their place many times, but they stammered through. Then Jesus spoke unto Satan and said, Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who hath sent his angels and delivered his servants, who trusted in he. Then they said a final prayer, both of which they knew by heart. It was the lesson of the fig tree, which they recited in unison. Then Jesus spoke, Learn from the fig tree. When its branches become tender and its sprout leaves, you know summer is here. In the same way, when you see all these things, know that he is near at the gates. Amen, I say to you, this generation will not pass until all things have taken place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not.
Chapter 4. The pueblo's name was Huicu. The Spanish named it Cibola. It was a large complex that belonged to the Zuni people. They were good people, hard and stubborn in their nature, and they were one of the oldest closely knit tribes in the desert. And the Turk came to warn them of the Spanish arrival. It had been several years since the Turk visited the pueblo, but he had known the Zunis for a long time, and he was a very good friend of the chief and his son. However, when he entered the far side of the pueblo people welcomed the Turk with indifferent stares. Most of them had simply not remembered him. The Turk warned the Zuni priests and elder leaders and pointed to the gray sky, but the Zunis simply did not understand. After some time, the Zunis spoke with their shaman. When the shaman approached the Turk and listened to his story, he dismissed his claims. Angered by this, the Turk pointed again to the dark cloud over the horizon, but the shaman merely pointed back to the sun. Throughout the afternoon, the Turk spoke to every soul, but all seemed lost in translation, for the Turk's language was a heavy dialect, and much what he said went untranslated and misunderstood. The Turk then demanded the Zunis to meet with their chief. He asked several times, but the Zunis claimed the chief was not to be disturbed until sundown. So the Turk waited.
He sat and looked at the pueblo. He stared at the 3-story houses and the red and brown clay complexes. Then he encircled its outside walls and its inner wooden palisade supports. On the roofs, a set of thick deer and buffalo skin had been thatched upon wooden beams and acted as canopies. Each house stood hard, tall, intact, fortified, and whole, with carved-out rectangular open spaces and a dozen ladders made of twine and sticks that scattered all throughout the 2nd and 3rd stories, and the Turk helped them throughout the afternoon. The Zunis seemed to appreciate the Turk's gesture, and as the heat of the day passed, the Zunis rested and prepared their night's meal, and the Turk sat on the ground with his eyes closed. At sundown, the chief finally arrived. At first, the chief acted extremely friendly to the Turk. He embraced him with open arms and smiled. The chief's son did the same, and they invited the Turk to their evening meal. They talked for an hour, but whenever the Turk mentioned the evil spirits that were soon to visit the pueblo, the chief said nothing. The evening meal was served, and they continued to talk. During the meal, the Turk seldom ate. He kept his eyes low and studied the flames of the fire. He cried many times and continued to plead with the chief, stating that if he and his people remained in the pueblo, they'd certainly die. He stated that these spirits were spirits of the damned. He pointed to the night sky. In the stars, a red glowing light shone a deep blood hue, and the Turk simply shook his head. But the chief simply smiled and stated that his people were ready for such a battle, and that indeed they had been waiting for one for quite some time. The Turk warned the chief one more time, but the chief simply patted the Turk on the shoulder, and the Turk looked at him with sad eyes and said not another word. Then the next day came. The Zunis grabbed their spears and gathered near the pueblo's entrance. Clouds blazed along and turned gray and black. And a mile away, the Turk stared at the pueblo, and he tried not to cry. Cibola. We finally reached it. The more I thought, the more it felt like Carimaca. Coronado ordered us to go forth. We rushed, and our horses crashed into each other. The other men raced on foot and caught up soon after. We stood still. We could have died, because what we saw was a mere pueblo. Rock and stone, wood and clay. We saw no gold. We saw no golden glow, no golden walls or turquoise-studded doors, or wise men to greet us. My men looked on in dismay, and the closer we got, the more horrible the reality. This was Gran Cibola, a poor pueblo in the sand. That's all it was. Cardenas's men cursed and shouted their insults. Even the scribes had yelled and hollered. It was all directed towards Marcos. What the hell is this? These are farms. We didn't leave Spain to conquer farms. Damn him. Damn that fucking priest to hell. These are the cities? Marcos, are these your cities? Marcos simply closed his eyes and quivered, and the cursing continued. Cardenas did not refrain, nor did he reprimand his men for their behavior. He just looked out and smeared the dust away from his face. My own men kept silent. Bernardo, the Diaz brothers, the blacksmiths, Julio, and all the others hid their quiet rage. I saw it fester, stir, and boil. Coronado came to the spot, and for the longest time, all he did was stare blankly at the pueblo. The other captains consulted him and offered their opinions, but most of them knew that Coronado would simply follow the protocol of assembly. He dismounted from his horse and walked in a long circle with his head hung down. Castañeda followed him. He asked for any order of any kind. Coronado simply shook his head and walked away. We stayed at attention. My men readied their swords, and I told them to relax until an order was given. Much more commotion broke out as the irritated men pointed and muttered. Then Coronado ordered the scribes to bring him the correct documents. When they returned, Coronado read them over in haste and handed the documents over to Castaneda, who then handed them to Cardenas. Coronado cleared his throat and stammered, trying to find the right words. Cardenas and I stood puzzled. Coronado stammered again. He gave out his orders in a brittle voice. His words rung incoherent and slurred. Cardenas, read them the decree. Sardina, take your men for reinforcement. Be as diplomatic as you possibly can be. For the rest of you, I order the rest to be on guard. As ordered, I assembled my men and joined Cardenas. There were 30 men in all. As morning crept to noon, we stayed and waited for the inevitable. Cardenas read the documents again, with his lips curled and his mouth open wide. I stood by him. He glared at me and then ordered me to leave him alone until he could recite the decree from memory. When he finished reading, I debated with him to move the men further to make our presence known. But Cardenas was like any man. He was defensive and self-righteous. He was completely assured and unreasonable. I'm in command here, not you, Cardenas said. Get that through your head. I'm only suggesting, sir, I said. Your suggestion is void, Cardenas shouted. We were told to be diplomatic. I'm not moving a goddamn inch. Assemble the archers. Understood? For half an hour, we stayed in place and watched the pueblo. More and more townspeople emerged into sight and took guarded positions along the walls. At that time, Cardenas refused to send any scouts over and waited for the translators to arrive. When they did, Cardenas ordered them to march forward. We staggered and got up to 50 feet from the walls. Cardenas gave another signal. We drew forward another 25 feet. Then we halted. Cardenas ordered a double phalanx formation. 6 archers were split in half, with 3 on the far right side and the other 3 dressed to the left. Cardenas aligned himself to the center and remained on his horse. From there, we got a closer look at both the pueblo and its people. I saw women cradle their children into their arms. The men guarded the walls, carrying spears and clubs. Most of them wore nothing but sheets of wool. Their eyes seemed ancient and stern, and they hardly moved. The translators gave the sign, and Cardenas approached about 20 paces, with the decree in his hands. Then he ordered the entire unit to follow. We followed 10 paces. At first, Cardenas performed the declaration and read the article in a clear, monotone voice. The translator spoke, though the people could not hear him. Cardenas repeated. He read the decree again aloud in a long, over-enunciated and preposterous tone, and his Castilian tongue never sounded more arrogant. All were left in terrible confusion, but Cardenas went on. My name is Garcia Lopez de Cardenas. We are ordered by the King of Spain, King Charles V, and His Holy Pope Paul III. We come from Holy Spain. The translators raised their hands to the sky. They touched and rubbed their shoulders and stomachs. They proceeded to point to the sky and the ground. Then they struck their fist against their chest and grunted loud and forcefully. But in truth, much of it did not matter. I found out later that much of what Cardenas said, the translators simply did not understand. The translators improvised the best they could, and the Pueblo people remained confused. But Cardenas went on. We understand this place is called Cibola. We think highly of your city and come as your humble and inspired guest. Great Cibolians, we take you with great honor. The translators made gestures with their arms and fists. The Cibolian faces lit up in rage. Cardenas, startled by their reaction, cursed at the translators, while at the same time tried his best to look dignified and peaceful. It proved to be quite a juggling act, and it certainly appeared Cardenas needed more practice. A whole minute of confusion was followed by another. The Cibolians garnered their rage even louder than before. They kept still and locked into their position, and I could feel the whole pueblo erupt in anger.
A tall and lean Sabolan walked towards the scribes. 2 other Sabolans followed him. In their hands, they carried 3 bushels of corn. I ordered Julio to retrieve the gifts in kind. The men rushed to the bushels of corn and ate like starved pigs. But Cardenas yelled at them and ordered them back to their positions. Then Cardenas improvised and quickly ordered the men to find something of value and bring it forward. They scrambled in haste. I ordered my men to search through the caravan. About 2 minutes later, I shouted at them to stop and return. But to my dismay, all the men found were a few wolf skins and deer hides. Cardenas ordered them to be brought forward. He looked at the skins with some reservation, and the translation continued. The slaves walked up and handed the hides over to one of the Sabolans, and Cardenas went on. We too show you gifts of gratitude, and we will show you love and solidarity as long as we remain your humble friends. Then Cardenas nodded. He nodded because he knew what the rest of the decree entailed, the unyielding truth of true conquest and absolute justified dominion. He went on. If, however, you cross our trust and you do not accept our friendship, if you do not comply and surrender your idiotic religion, we will be forced to kill you all. I looked to the translators on the Sabolan side. They neither moved nor spoke a single word. We will burn your village. We will enslave you and take all your women for ourselves. We will... The translation stopped. Cardenas folded the scroll back in place. Then he turned to me and whispered, Do you think they understand? I didn't answer. The Sabolans stood quietly. Some of them yawned. Others spat to the ground and looked away. Cardenas turned to the translators. Do they all understand? They stood silent. They neither confirmed nor denied. Then the chief of the pueblo came into view. It was a large man with a round stomach. His son stood close to his side, and as they walked towards the entrance of the walls with hides that we had brought them, they walked further and stopped. Then the chief spoke out, and the translators and scribes turned back to Cardenas. They say they know who we are, said one translator. Then the chief took a wolf skin, tossed it to the ground, and walked away. At that point, I thought for sure Cardenas would order an attack. But when I looked at him, he smiled and shook his head. Now's not the time. Withdraw your men, Sardina. I let out a sigh. Then I gave my men the signal. We retreated back east to camp. I heard our metal clang off in succession. We moved at an awkward pace. I turned back and heard the pueblo cheer and shriek. It was a jovial sound of laughter, and it was obvious that they were mocking us. I kept my horse steady and looked to my men. The sudden withdrawal caught them by surprise, and they turned their heads back many times. I assured them that this withdrawal was temporary, but I was soon running out of excuses and rationalizations, and rather than quarrel with Cardenas, I kept quiet and drove my horse harder through the bush. As we reached camp, I saw men gather sticks for the night's fire. At the time, only half of the men were there. The other men arrived towards dusk. Tovar's men joined my men soon after. Over towards the edge of the camp, Coronado and Castaneda sat on their horses and peered over to the pueblo. Coronado then sent half a dozen scouts and scribes back to the pueblo. An hour went by, then another. There were no reports of any kind. I walked around the fires. The men whispered and shouted. They're not back? They must have seen something. Cardenas said there were only walls. Only walls? What kind of city only has walls? They must know how to guard their gold. Marcos didn't get this far. He couldn't have. Why are we waiting? What's the point? Coronado's a fool. We should be there by now. Where are these damn scouts? I joined Tovar at his fire. Our words were few. Whether we find gold or not, Marcos is certainly a special man, said Tovar. Why? What makes him so special? I asked. Only a truly insane man would travel this far. Marcos did it twice. Any man with any intelligence would have deserted this place a long time ago. He's a monk for a reason, I said. Marcos is a good monk, said Tovar. I will not argue that fact. He stays with his insanity. And we've been following it for a long time. I returned to my men. I felt the tension radiating from their foreheads. They growled and shouted at each other. But the only man to speak to me directly was Bernardo. There was much fear in his face, and he stammered like a frightened child. Captain Sardina? Yes, Bernardo. May I have a word? Yes. I'm vexed, Captain. My mind races. I can't stop. I just have so many questions. What are they, Bernardo? Why did Cardenas retreat? We could have taken them. We could have taken them all. It was his decision. Yes, but it was a terrible one. Why did he hesitate? We read them the decree. They accepted the terms. Did they not? And we turn our backs? Too many questions, Bernardo. I apologize, Captain Sardina, but I have to ask them. This is too upsetting. We've come too far. Yes, we have. What is this Cibola? Why is it so small? Carimaco was small. Was it smaller than what we saw today? No, but you must remember. A howl of a wolf broke my concentration. It came clear and loud. I looked all about the sky and waited for another howl, another cry in the darkness, but all fell back to silence. Then I ended the conversation. Tend to your wife, Bernardo, I said. Why? Just go. Yes, Captain. I stared and watched the stars gather in the sky. And all that time, all I thought about was Peru and Carimaca. I thought about that night. The night we waited in the square. The night Atahualpa tested our patience. How we fretted and feared. How we could only think about what we would do in the morning. This night felt very much the same. But Coronado wasn't Pizarro. I knew that from the very second I saw him. This time it would be different. Though I still did not know Coronado's endgame. I doubt if he knew either. And with that hellish thought embedded in my mind, I started to think of all the things I simply did not know. I didn't know if Marcos was telling the truth. I didn't know whether we would find gold. I didn't even know what month it was. But the only thing I knew for certain was that there was going to be a battle in the morning. I sat for another hour as thought after thought teemed inside my mind. Then I got up again and encircled the camp. I noticed a distinctive hum. At first, it sounded like a swarm of bees. Then it came in and pulsed and slushed like the waves of the ocean. Then I heard the screams. And a slew of spears flew above my head. The natives shrieked and hollered with high-pitched squeals. Some of them flew themselves up towards the air, and as they fell to the ground, we promptly slashed them and hacked at their limbs. The rest threw stones and fought with clubs. The archers mounted their crossbows and fired. The natives ran and fled back to the bush and disappeared through the night. Ahead, I saw a horse stumble with a spear lodged in its neck. A minute later, the horse collapsed and died. The ambush had ceased moments later. We stayed on guard for the remaining time. No one slept. No one could. And when dawn broke, I knew exactly what would happen. The next day, Coronado assembled his captains. And once the captains received their specific orders, they led their men down the hill. The march lasted a mile. A surging wind rolled in, and the sun died in the clouds. The cavalry led and struck their colors. They drew their flags and sounded their drums and trumpets in formal procession. Then they headed east and marched their way to the pueblo. At the head of the line were the priests and the scribes.
Marcos and Brother Luis stood at the very helm of the line. They swung lanterns of incense to and fro, and the smoke tumbled in thick streams of black and gray. Behind them stood the infantry. The men were both young and middle age. Tovar's men and Cardenas's men held the right flank, while Juan Saldivar and Biernuevo's men held the left flank. The men of Diego Lopez, Melgoza, Bolivar, and Sardina guarded the center. The cavalry and artillery cannons were positioned on either side of the mainland and dressed accordingly. And at the very end of the line was Coronado, sitting firmly on his white Arabian stallion. The drums blared on loudly. From outside the pueblo, the Cibolans guarded the walls once more. Then the chief walked to the throngs of men and handed them each a stone. He looked at each of the men with solemn pride. The ground shook as the horses raced over. The children of the pueblo screamed. Then the drums stopped. The two armies stood 100 yards away from each other. The Cibolas stared at the Spanish long and hard. The Spanish did the same. The high priest and the pueblo chief gathered and approached the entrance. Both held a handful of powdered white cornmeal in their hands. They approached and dropped the powder to the ground, forming a heavy, thick white line. Then the chief stood behind the line and glared at the Spanish with his arms folded. He yelled out a scream, and a trail of white dust simmered and dissipated in the air. Then Brother Luis walked forward with two translators at his side. In his hands, Luis held a crumpled-up scroll. It was the same scroll Cardenas had read from the previous day, and as Luis walked towards the white line, he crossed himself and blessed all that was around and behind him. But before Luis addressed the Cibolans, he took one last look at Marcos and watched him cringe and cry. Then he turned his back and read aloud from the scroll. He spoke calmly and slowly. "We come from Holy Spain. By orders from King Charles V and His Holy Pope Paul III, we claim this city to be under his rule." The Cibolans gawked and growled. Luis continued. "And by divine providence, we will teach." 3 Cibolans rushed up to the line and stood by the chief. They waved their spears and clubs, daring the Spanish to draw forward. "We will teach." The Cibolan bowmen took their positions outside the perimeter and aimed straight at Luis. The Spanish quietly countered and drew 3 horsemen to encircle and protect Luis. The Cibolans shouted more. Coronado then made his way forward and stood 5 feet behind Luis and the horsemen. Coronado then placed a blanket of wool into each translator's hand. He nodded, and Luis continued. "We come from Holy Spain. We wish to make peace with you all. We will send you gifts to show our friendship." The translators took the wool and placed them before the line. They knelt down and bowed, but once the words were uttered, one of the Cibolan bowmen launched an arrow and struck one of the translators in the back. The translator fell and bled on the sand. For a long second, Coronado kept still. Then the second passed. He signaled and shouted out a phrase that his men wanted to hear their entire lives. He shouted it 3 times, each time louder than the last. Then Coronado made a sign of the cross, unleashed his sword, and led the charge on towards the pueblo. "Santiago!" The Spanish charged into the center of the pueblo, and a mass of chaos erupted from end to end. At the entrance, the Cibola warriors rushed and plowed into the Spanish, attacking them with their spears and clubs. The pueblo warriors struck at oblique angles, and for a while, they surrounded the Spanish. The warriors swung and strangled and bit and clawed. The Cibola bowmen fired arrow after arrow, and when they ran out, they tossed their bows aside and joined the attack. But the warriors soon realized that the Spanish armor was far too strong and impenetrable, and each thrust they threw bounced off the metal in dull sounds of clinks and pangs. The blast pounded and pulverized the ground. They sparked and flashed and shook the earth.
The shells smashed through wooden palisades, and the shards of 1,000,000 splinters showered down like rain. Soon, clouds of smoke emerged, and the Pueblo's fortified walls quickly crumbled to pieces. The Spanish horses galloped and paced. They drove and trampled and stomped the warriors to the ground. But as more shells exploded, the smoke blinded the entire land. After the blast, the warriors dispelled their charge and ran in retreat. Then the Spanish sought ground and cut their way through, plunging their swords into the warriors. And they did so with gleeful eyes. They sliced off limbs and hacked off heads, and a steady stream of blood floated in the air and landed on the ground, forming spews and puddles. In less than a half hour, the entire population of the Pueblo was severed in half. The ground was covered in hands, feet, and decapitated heads. But the Spanish were not satisfied. They took to the ladders and chased the Indians through the second and third tiers of the Pueblo. The warriors shot arrows and launched stones and rocks, trying to thwart the Spanish from approaching closer. But the Spanish only gained more confidence. The captains ordered the archers forward. They followed the warriors up through the second level of the Pueblo and picked them off in succession, while the musketeers fired their charges along the ladders and entryways. Coronado ordered his men to climb the ladders. He pushed and shoved and jabbed his sword through the smoke, and in a long, slow second, he looked all about and sensed the surrounding chaos. He watched a Cibolan spear one of the horses beneath its white stomach, and seconds later, he watched the same Cibolan get decapitated. Then he watched his men grab two of the Indians by their hair, and after the initial struggle, the men took the Indians further down and crushed their heads along the hard edges of the walls. Coronado came to a ladder and started to climb, and from there he pointed onward with his blood-stained sword, and he called his men for another charge. He climbed the steps in a quick, rapid rhythm, skipping most steps, with his eyes fixed to the very top rung. His men followed. He climbed halfway to the top, but before Coronado reached the top, 5 warriors gathered at the base of the ladder and swayed it back and forth. One warrior grabbed hold of Coronado's boot, and Coronado swung his sword and slashed the warrior across his face. He yelled once more for his men, but as Coronado reached the top step, a flying rock struck him square in the head. He stumbled, and the ladder gave way. Then he fell 15 feet straight down and landed on his back. A dozen warriors screamed to him and pelted him with stones, but Cardenas and Castañeda immediately laid on top of them and acted as human shields, and protected their superior until the very last rock was thrown. When the Spanish saw what happened to Coronado, they regrouped and attacked again. Tovar led the charge up the platform. He looked across and up above. He ignited a torch and gathered the remaining men up the platform. Then he screamed out his orders. "Torch them! Torch them all!" The archers dipped their arrows in flames and fired away at the upper dwellings and to the piles of hay below. And once again, smoke rose up to the top of the Pueblo, and the cannons fired more rounds. But then, all had stopped. More minutes passed. In the silence, all that was heard were grunts and aches. By a tiny crevice, 30 warriors crouched and waited. Some of the Spanish spotted them and fired, but the warriors managed to disappear into the smoke. The Spanish waited. They stood in soot and smoke. They looked at each other and back to the walls. Then a native dashed through a passway, and through the smoke, one of the warriors yelled out a battle cry. And 24 more warriors ran through the smoke and screamed, with spears in their hands. We killed all that was in sight. We did many times over. The fog dipped. The smoke swirled, but I could still see my men's faces. Their sweaty, dirty faces were smeared with sweat and blood. They possessed the same demonic spirit of years past, and I saw it in all of them. I saw it in the way they jammed and pounded and thrusted their swords through the heaps of Indian flesh. And I knew I had possessed the same undeniable feeling they had. It looked like they were starving. They were starving for blood,
and vengeance. They embraced the terror before them. They felt all too justified. After we climbed the ladders to the second platform, we ran after the Cebolas and saw them hide off into the houses along the crevices of the walls. Then a blur of movement passed me. I saw half a dozen of the men chase the warriors across the perimeter. I saw the men laugh and tear away at the warriors' intestines, holding them in their hands for all to see. Oddly, Bernardo was one of these men. He appeared through the fog. He cursed and mimicked the other men and their movements, trying to fall into their rhythm. Every movement he made seemed false. His face beamed with delight, but he looked awkward and deathly afraid. I kept a close eye on him, and he disappeared through the shadows. The cannons returned and fired. Their shells pierced and exploded over our heads, and once again the ground shook. An endless cloud of dirt and dust and black and gray smoke covered the entire pueblo. I looked at the surviving pueblo men and women as they ran in pain. I watched the men and children flee towards the outside. Some of them had jumped off 3 stories and landed and screamed through the fog. And as I turned, I saw about 20 warriors rush from the corner of the houses some 50 feet away and watch their last charge. They bolted and crashed into a pile of our men and surprised them from behind. They threw spears and struck 2 of our men, and they dashed their way down, all the way down to the other side of the pueblo. But by then, they had been cornered off. They ran in between the open doors. The smoke of the cannon fire hovered, and it made it impossible to see. But we heard them race from door to door. Again, the heavy artillery fired, and shells blasted above our heads. They were called off a minute later. Through the smoke, I saw a warrior run off through the distance. Then I heard another. 5 more warriors ran into the open, and the bowmen picked them off one by one. We looked all through the houses and the storage doors of the 2nd and 3rd layer, but we hadn't found a soul. They either retreated or died. Then a terrible silence followed, and we came to a reality. For some, it came as a relief. For others, it was hard to take. There was nothing left to kill. The battle was over. Another massacre. To me, it seemed common. Body after body was bloodied from head to foot. Body after body slammed down to the dust. And again I heard the ungodly, wretched cries of the women. But I remained in trance. A minute later, a little Cebolian boy had given me an odd stare. He couldn't have been more than 5 years old, and I'll never forget the look he gave me. It was simple, but it said everything. His look was sad, piercing, and all too true. But even in that instance, I did not understand, for I truly did not realize what I had become. I climbed down to the first platform and made my way back through the entrance. At the center, I noticed that the fortified red wall had crumbled to a quarter of its size. The whole of the ground was covered with blood and corpses. From the corner of my eyes, I peered and saw 2 of the slaves push a burning carriage with fresh bodies already stacked upon it. But as I stepped beside the carriage, I saw a lump of armor lay on the ground. I rushed towards the body and heard the women cry and gather. Then I looked at its face. An arrow had lodged into Bernardo's eye, and his entire face had been stained with blood. The tip of the arrow emerged from the other side of his head, and the blood oozed and poured out. His face was pale and felt like cold rubber. He had one eye open. His other eye was completely shut. But still, the blood gushed over and covered my hands and armor. I held his hand. I checked 3 times. Somehow he still had a pulse. I crossed myself and tried to pray, but no words came to me. And through the smoke, I waited and clutched onto Bernardo's hand, and as the rest of my men gathered and watched, I felt his hand start to slip and give way. We turned him to his side, and the blood fell down his forehead. And a minute later, Bernardo died in my arms. The smoke lingered. I went up to Archanga and embraced her. She looked into my eyes. Then she screamed. She screamed so loud and hard that I shuddered, and with all her might she pushed me away and disappeared through the ash. The men took her husband's corpse over to the end of the camp, and the priest and Brother Luis gathered and blessed it. The dogs barked and choked in the dust. With Coronado injured, Cardenas ordered the men to search the pueblo. This god-awful city, as Marco had claimed, was finally ours to take. So we did. For the remainder of the day, we searched the entire pueblo. Gold was on our minds, and nothing else. And our entire lives depended on what we would find. We searched through and rushed. We searched through windows. We searched through the straw. We searched through the piles of maize. We searched the outside perimeter. We searched the inside. We searched through the hot ash and soot, and we ran into each other. We prayed no prayers. We said no words. There was gold, the want, and nothing else. All the men wanted was to hold it in their hands so the whole world would know, just as I did, so long ago. But we found no gold. We didn't find an ounce. We uncorked every lid. We slashed basket after basket. We only found beans and corn. We searched harder. We reached the top of the pueblo and found more burnt bodies. And before we made it back down, some of the men vomited from the smell. From there, we found several pots, but every one was empty. We found nothing. No gold. None whatsoever. And after another hour of searching, the men came back to the entrance. Their faces grew pale and listless. It was as if their souls were taken from them. But as the silence took over, I saw the rage begin to build, and I watched it grow to a boil. One man took a corpse by its head and screamed into its mouth. "Where did you hide it? Where?" Other men did the same. They screamed and shrieked and repeated. The rage dictated the rest of the day, and Marcos became its prime center. Marcos scrambled and looked for a place to hide. There wasn't any. He looked lost and deranged. He looked small and frightened. Brother Luis prayed for forgiveness, yet he prayed alone. The crowd gathered. In seconds, they surrounded Marcos. They swung their swords and screamed for his execution. "You're a fraud, Marcos! You're a fraud of the friar! You goddamn son of a bitch! This is what you saw? Clay and dirt? Clay and fucking dirt! Did they tell you to lie in the seminary? What else did they teach you?" Shouts exploded. Cannons fired, and the men raced and chased Marcos throughout the pueblo. They grabbed hold of his robe and tore it from the seams, but somehow Marcos wiggled his way to safety and ran to a higher ground. And again, the men chased after him. "Kill that bastard! Kill that fucking priest! Cut that bastard open! Quarter him! Quarter him limb by limb! You're gonna die, you little man! Yes, you are! Hang him! Hang him now! Fraud! Fraud!" Upon the second level of the pueblo, Marcos found a tiny crevice and hid inside of it. He waited and prayed. Minutes later, the crowd found him, and again, Marcos ran. Stones pelted his entire body, and Marcos fell to his knees. His face was smeared with blood and dirt. The crowd captured Marcos and ushered him to Coronado's tent. Tovar then ordered all the captains to gain control of the men and cease the riot. But all knew that it was ultimately Coronado's decision. And being that he was injured and unresponsive, they knew they had to wait. Marcos was chained and held under arrest, but it did not matter. It wasn't enough. The crowd wanted blood. They wanted his head on a plate. They shouted more insults at him. They yelled the chant of fraud over and over again, and nothing on earth could keep the men from swearing. but Coronado lay asleep. His head was wrapped in bandages. He could barely move a finger. The captains all consulted him and stated the obvious, but Coronado remained unresponsive. Then Castaneda approached and spoke to him in Latin, and as he did, we were stunned to see Coronado finally open his eyes. He arched his back and sat up and stared. His servants brought him wine. We all gathered around him, like Christ at the Last Supper, and we waited for our orders. "Sir, this is your decision," said Castaneda. "What shall we do with Marcos?" Then Coronado whispered into Castaneda's ear. "He needs another hour," said Castaneda. The words were slurred and understood, so we left the tent and waited. I was in between the crowd and the captains. I looked for Tovar and saw him smoke and share a pipe with one of the Indian allies. I gave him a look, but it was not returned. I returned to the crowd. They were exhausted. Their voices had cracked. Their sad faces were stamped with a permanent cringe of despair. And as they stared, they seemed to be in search of another grand mantra to cling to. "Hang him! Hang him now!" seemed the best they could offer. I came near Cardenas and Castaneda. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice me. They wanted Marcos dead. They spoke of no alternative. A cock crowed, and the hour was over. I found Coronado alone and saw him walk in circles about the sands. He babbled to himself, and I saw him reach his hand to block out the sun. But then he turned, and as he caught my eye, he glared and staggered back to the pueblo. He raised his sword, and as we watched him, a scream rang out, and once again the mob formed and gathered around the tent. The guards brought Marcos forward, and all watched as Coronado slowly walked over. The guards carried a wooden stump and stood it upright. Then they took Marcos and laid his head upon the stump. The crowd gathered and cheered and salivated, and Coronado approached, with a bloody sword in his hand. He gestured to the crowd. He approached the stump, bent over, and tousled Marcos's gray and ragged hair. Marcos recited and rushed his prayers and cried. The men screamed again and again. Then Coronado raised his sword and held it above his head. He lowered the sword and stared. Then he raised the sword above his ear, but before he drove it down, he stopped. Then he threw the sword to the ground, and the crowd fell silent. Coronado shouted back, "We are better than this!" He repeated the words, but the crowd remained shocked. Then Coronado looked down. "Get up, Marcos," he said. Marcos groveled at Coronado's waist, but Coronado merely pointed back west, in the direction of the fading sun. "Leave, Fray Marcos. Leave now." Then Coronado slowly turned his back and returned to his tent. The captains followed, but I stayed. I watched Marcos disappear back into the desert, with his head hung down, still shocked that he was alive. The crowd continued to curse at him, but their roars had dissipated. I watched Marcos for the longest time as he exited the pueblo. I continued to stare back into the desert, and I heard Marcos sob. He sounded like a widow. He might as well have been dead. It would have been easier for him. I watched his body get smaller and smaller as he walked away, and after another minute, I had lost sight of him forever. For 2 days, Marcos trekked alone, and for 3 more months, he remained in the desert. In the back of his mind, he thought of his final days on Earth. Even if he survived to reach back to Compostela, he knew he would live his entire life in shame. But somehow, he accepted the terms. He felt pain all throughout his body. He groveled and tried to reach for something. He cried and trembled. though there was nothing there. There was nothing but sand. And as the days passed, Marcos fell into his horrible dreams. At night, many demons arose from the ground and haunted him. They came to him in voices, and also in the flesh. And at noon of each day, he met with the Antichrist and did battle. He screamed and shrieked and sulked in sorrow. And as the Turk looked back from the valley beyond, he saw Marcos continue to wage his daily holy war for his soul. He stared and studied him, but he neither grinned nor laughed. Instead, he looked back at the pueblo. And the Turk glared at the other devils of the desert, the ones who still remained. Chapter 5. After Marcos had been dispelled back into the desert, the expedition remained in Cibola. The men hobbled. They were bitter and exhausted. And for 2 long and hard days, they rested in the pueblo. They found corn and other grains, white flour and dry beans, all of which they took and consumed. During those days, the hot sun lingered with a humid and stifling air. The sun disappeared amongst the denser clouds and resembled an old man who was about to die. Coronado sat next to a dying flame and held his bandaged head in his hands. Having healed from his wounds, Coronado finally stood on his own doing. He walked along the pueblo in a staggered, trance-like state. He walked back and forth through each fire. The bloodstains on his bandage turned dark purple, and his protruding jaw struck like a mighty shadow. A man approached in the darkness. Coronado nodded. Castaneda spoke in pauses, stammers, and stutters, but Coronado remained calm and answered him. Sir? Yes, Castaneda. Has the Viceroy? No, said Coronado. No, he hasn't. What's the what? Your next command, sir. I don't know yet, said Coronado. I don't. Give me another night. I need more time. The next night came, and about 30 men, including all the captains, arrived at Coronado's fire. They stood befuddled and waited for their orders. Coronado looked at them all, but he failed to say a word. Then he closed his eyes. The women rushed in, proceeded to his wound, and wrapped fresh bandages along his forehead. Coronado looked at his men, and then pointed his finger. He was still in a daze. He dipped his head and tried his best not to fall down. Cardenas approached and took over. The men remained confused. The governor requires more rest. You will get your orders tomorrow morning. In the morning, Coronado slumped and dragged his feet slowly across the captain's tent. Finally, Coronado gave the captains their specific orders. He took his time and dictated each word, with long breaths in between. His voice was all but gone. When he finished, each captain saluted and departed the tent. Tovar and Sardina were the last captains to receive their orders. They waited for Coronado to address them. However, it seemed he did not know they were present. Coronado looked off east and seemingly ignored them. With his back still turned, Coronado breathed through his mouth, shook his head, and winced in pain. His hands appeared frail and crumbled. His face looked white and flushed, and as he bled from his nose, Coronado watched the drops of blood fall to the sand. Governor, said Tovar. Tovar, said Coronado. Yes, sir. Sardina. Sir, said Sardina. Coronado wiped his face with his hands and closed his eyes. Go west, Tovar. Sardina, go north. Take your best men with you. Report back in 2 weeks. The captains confirmed. They nodded and saluted. Coronado rose his hand to salute back, but he lifted his hand only halfway. Then he looked back and stared again. Tovar. Sardina. Yes, sir? Just find something. Anything. I took 10 of my men and a half a dozen guides, and we headed north as ordered. I took Julio, the Diaz brothers, and a few men from Castañeda's troop. Our horses languished, and soon the heat of the noonday sun became unbearable. The land was empty, much like the desert we had passed. Yet this land remained very flat, and it went on seemingly forever in an endless stretch of orange sand. I thought long and hard about the land. It was void of all living things. I thought that God, somehow in his infinite wisdom, had forgotten that he made such a place, and that we had sold our souls for permission to search this land in its entirety. It was a disconcerting thought, and it resurfaced over and over again in my mind. For the entire first day, we found nothing but sand and sky. For the second day, it seemed we found even less. The nearest tribe was a 3 days' walk away. During the third day, our search continued, but as midday approached, there was neither a sign of water or any report of life whatsoever. And as we followed the sun, we lost all sense of direction. And it was impossible to account how much ground we had lost or gained. As I stared at my men, I tried to assure them with nods and gestures of good faith, but they could tell I felt pity for them. I felt most pity for the younger men, for they never saw what I did. And every time I stared at Julio, I was reminded of Bernardo, only because of how youthful they both had looked. In my reveries, I thought of Bernardo many times, that sad, pathetic young boy whom I only knew for half a year. I thought about that arrow lodged in his eye, and that haunting, terrible sound of his wife sobbing. It had only been 2 weeks since he passed, but it felt like a decade. And what made it even sadder was that no one had talked about him. No one shared any memories. No one even brought him up in conversation. But, in a way, I knew why the men did not talk of him. Men can only endure so much pain and starvation. And the more I thought about it, the more I knew why the men had remained silent. The next morning, I ordered half of the men to go further north. A few hours later, they returned. They found neither food nor water. Then at noon, I ordered them to go west and search the trails. Each man seemed lost in his own meditation. They walked with fear, doubt, shame, and guilt. Their shoulders were hunched over. Their hands were stiff, and their knees trembled. They looked on into the distance as I did. The dream still with us. We still wanted to believe, and so we prayed. We prayed on and on. Some prayed to keep their sanity. Some prayed that Marcos had died in the desert. Others prayed for their children and negotiated with God. And again, we wondered. We dreamed and stared to the cities just beyond, because deeply embedded within us was that all-powerful promise, the promise of more. But in truth, at the moment, we were just looking for a sign. Be it a spirit, devil, or angel, it did not matter. We were looking for any sign. All that mattered was that we'd find something in this hell. And each day, we died a little more. At night, we made a fire. It whipped around a strong wind. I stared beyond and staggered until sundown. My eyes felt heavy. The chill of the air almost made me think it would snow. Although it was deathly quiet, a horrendous hum hovered about and stayed through my mind. And I slipped and drifted in and out of reverie. Then I fell into slumber, and I dipped into dream. In the dream, I saw nothing. Rather, I heard voices. I heard screams and shouts and cries, voices I remembered, voices I never heard. Certain sounds of my youth had returned, sounds of Spain and Portugal, sounds of the jungle, of Cusco and Carimaca. Then I heard the sounds of feet tumbling in haste, rushing through the sands and hills. Then I heard more voices. You'll make a fine soldier. What do you expect to find? This jungle never ends, does it? Would you rather die in a desert? The savage is near. Search every tree. You're not disciplined, Sardina. Buenos noches, senor. Toca la campana, toca la campana. Mi recuerda a Maio. Ding dong dong, ding dong. I awoke and felt the blood rush back to my forehead. I heard the men talk to each other. I couldn't tell what they were saying. All their voices merged into one horrendous, incoherent mumble. This land is horrible. It's goddamn horrible. What are we even here for? Why did Coronado send us this far? The voices dissipated. I stared back at the flame, and for the rest of the night, I stayed awake and waited for the sun. Another morning came. I ordered the men to leave me alone, and I tried to clear my mind. I looked out for about 5 minutes, then for another 10. And then, it changed. And there we found him. It was a native. He was tall and lean. He stood erect, and he darted his eyes towards our direction. The men pointed and gawked. We got a closer look. The men shouted at him, but the native remained standing. The native's headdress reminded the men of the Grand Turks who stole the Holy Land. We surrounded the native and gathered the guides. The native did not blink. He raised his hands and gestured and gave us all a wry, stilted smile. For a long minute, the guides conversed back and forth, repeating and affirming. Then finally, one of the priests had understood and nodded. He has a gift for us, said the priest. Where is it? I said. He says he'll show us. The priest pointed over to a set of stones down a slight hill. The native walked over, and we followed. I took the lead and ordered my men to stay a safe distance behind. I reminded them to keep their vigilance, but they had already lost their minds. We came across a long, narrow strip of rock that for a minute seemed like it would lead to a stream. I looked all over, but I found no water. The native bent down and cupped his hands to the ground. He reached further into the earth and extended his arms and hand, and for the longest time, I remained unsure of what that gesture had meant. I stared at him, and he did the same. Finally, I understood. He wanted me to extend my hand too. So I stretched out my arms and opened my hands. It's a trick, shouted one of the men. Captain, don't trust the savage! But before I could turn my head, the native got back up to his feet. Then he dropped an ounce of gold in my open hand. I knew it was real when I felt it, and the native stared straight into my eyes. The men hushed and clutched at each other, and when I placed the gold in a patch and handed it over to them, they screamed out in joy. Jesus, God Almighty! It can't be! It can't! Praise God! It's true! It is! God damn it is! Only 2 questions remained. If there was more, and where it could be found. And the native nodded his head and confirmed. The guides had asked. The native pointed east, and we followed him further down the stones and patches of cacti. For another mile, we passed through a thicket of shrubs and webs. In the middle of the path, the native pointed to a small straw basket. Inside were rubies, pearls, silver, and gold. They were gems solid and true. It was a small fortune, enough to buy a ship, and it was finally ours. I stood speechless. I was absolutely befuddled. All I could do was shake my head and listen to the men shout and holler. But soon, the silence came to them as well. No one believed what they had seen. We were baffled and scared and overwhelmed. And the native looked on at us with absolute disdain.
For the next 3 days, we marched back to camp, and we studied the native every second we could. We called the native the Turk, simply because he looked like one. But with him, we indeed brought back something. A renewed faith. The Turk talked in a strange Babylon procession, and he would only talk in the evenings while we rested. He was animated and talked with his fingertips, as if a child making out the constellation of stars in his own wonderful majesty. When the translators asked what land the Turk belonged to, they responded cryptically. The earth is the Turk's homeland. He roams as he pleases. I couldn't imagine a native so tall and deranged, but that was the Turk in his essence. Looking into his eyes was a kind of maniacal addiction. There was a certain pull his eyes had possessed. They were wicked and strange and all too alluring. They shifted like the tides of the ocean. They were dark and evil. They were exciting and irresistible. He was a natural wonder to behold, and he was ours, and ours alone. The next day, I saw an approaching storm. The sky turned purple and dark, and looming clouds spiraled and tumbled and whisked in fanciful billows of waves. The camp was another 2 days away. It felt as if we were the Magi's, crawling forth to Bethlehem. The men back in camp were living through a stagnant hell, but now we had a gift for them. It wasn't a panacea. Instead, it was a reason. It was a delirious reason to keep the dream alive. And we knew it was all that they needed. In the days that followed, Coronado's health improved. The gash on his head had healed. The medics cleared for him to conduct his daily activities, and for the remaining days, Coronado paced through the pueblo and made his rounds around the camp with his head painfully held up high. At noon of each day, Castañeda met Coronado and read thoroughly from his quilled ledger. He ran through the litany of specific details and events, which was composed mostly of inventory accounts and news of the captains and their progress. Coronado had a hard time listening and focusing. All the words became lost the second they were said, but Coronado acknowledged each statement Castañeda had uttered with a purposeful nod and a wave of his hand. And the more Coronado gazed off into the desert, the more perturbed he became. Sir. Yes, what is it? You have a letter from Captain Tovar, sir. Sir. Do you hear something, Castañeda? Coronado said. Hear what, sir? Said Castañeda. A humming. A humming? There's a humming in my head. It's very loud. I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear it. What does it say? Pardon, sir? Tovar's letter. What does it say? Tovar's men found some water. The scouts returned a couple hours ago. They found a stream along a hill. And Sardina. There's no report about Captain Sardina. I will inform you the second he arrives, though, sir. But, sir. Yes. If I do say so, sir, you don't look well. I'm not, Castañeda. Coronado pointed to the sky, bowed, turned about, and staggered off. He continued his rounds. He dragged and winced and cringed. He spotted a dozen of his men gathered about a fire. He approached them with a kind smile. Most of the men acted respectfully and quietly, but their faces remained flat and solemn as statues. Coronado acted in cordial democracy and asked each man what his level of faith was, and he demanded them to give their most honest answers. The men replied in earnest, though many of them lied through their teeth. The older men said that their faith in the expedition was still in high regard, although it had been somewhat diminished from the events of Cibola. The younger men, though, attested that their faith had never left them. As Coronado departed, a boy had followed him. His eyes were sad and gray. Coronado looked at the boy, and the boy looked up to Coronado. They stared at each other for 10 long seconds,
And then the boy approached.
Sir, said the boy. Governor?
Yes, said Coronado.
Please don't say it's over.
What are you talking about?
The expedition.
The expedition?
Yes. Please don't say it's over.
Why should you think anything's over?
There's talk about the men. They said since we haven't found anything, it's likely we never will.
That's merely talk, son.
There has to be gold out here. There just has to be,
said the boy.
There is,
said Coronado.
I don't know about you, sir, said the boy. But
what? Said Coronado.
We're going to find something. By God, we'll find something. I know it. I'll search through this desert until I die. The cities, they're further out. That's why we haven't found them yet.
You're right. You're absolutely right, said Coronado.
We have to keep searching. We just have to keep searching,
said the boy.
I know we'll find them.
Keep to it, Coronado said. When the boy finished, Coronado patted him on the shoulder and gave the boy a look of conviction and certainty. Then Coronado departed. As he made his way over to the stable, Coronado mounted on his horse and peered back to the desert. He looked in each direction. He looked south, back to the mountains. Then he turned southwest, back to Mexico, back to Compostela. Then Cardenas broke his trance and tapped him on the shoulder. Forgive me, sir, said Cardenas, but I just can't get it off my mind. What? What is it? Marcos. Marcos? Yes. We should have killed him when we had the chance. That's in the past, Cardenas. You know we couldn't kill him. But look where he led us. He lied. Not just to the crown, but to all the men here. He lied. Killing him would have served no purpose, said Coronado. It would have brought morale, said Cardenas. Look at the men. Do you see how sad they look? They're beaten. If you would have killed Marcos, they would have loved you more than any man alive. I couldn't, Cardenas. What would the church say if I did? The church would have forgiven you. I highly doubt that. Marcos is still a reverend. Having his blood on my hands would only be further punishment. I don't see it like that. But before Cardenas could explain, Coronado snapped and pulled his reins. His horse neighed loud and hard. Enough of this talk. Go back to your men, Cardenas. A minute later, Coronado made his way inside his tent. He found his quill and the letters that he left unfinished. The first letter was to the viceroy. The other letter was for his wife Beatrice. He stared at the words of each letter, and he winced. He moved outside of his tent once more. In the corner of his eye, he spotted Brother Luis. He was teaching the newly baptized guides the story of Christ's return. Luis did not read to them. Instead, he talked with his hands and filled in the gaps with gestures of peace and harmony. When Luis finished, he dismissed the guides and bid them peace. And when they left, Coronado approached and sat on a pile of dry clay. Then Luis turned to Coronado. He noticed that his eyes were light and soft, and that his front teeth were missing. And Coronado, too, noticed that the brother's face looked extremely pained, frail, and old. It seemed as if Luis had aged 10 years. You teach them well, Luis, said Coronado. I teach them what I know, Governor. What I believe. What we believe. Is belief hard to teach? Yes, it's the hardest lesson to learn. Why is that? It just is, said Luis. We all have our doubts, some more than others. You seem pained, brother. Is there something wrong? I don't know if I could go on, sir. Not you, Luis. Why? I fear we're lost. Aren't you a shepherd, Luis? He did not respond. Coronado stared long and hard. You can't be lost, Luis. You've seen the cities, yes. You've seen them with your own eyes. Luis drew long and heavy breaths. He searched for the words. They came late and broken. I've seen them. Yes, of course I did, Governor. I've seen them. Then why worry? It's the men, Governor. What about them? Men can only take so much failure. Men need to see. Coronado looked out, but he did not gaze. We need you, Luis. Don't leave. You saw what Marcos saw, yes? You know what's out there. Yes, said Luis. In your heart, can you still see it? Yes, Governor. Then that's all that matters. Then Coronado let go Luis's hand. And rather than wait, Coronado got up to his feet and leaned his hands on Luis's shoulder. You're a better priest, Luis. You're a better man. We need you. Pray for me. Pray for Marcos. Then Coronado turned about and walked back to his tent. When he arrived, he sat and stared at his unfinished letters. And after a minute of discerning his writing, Coronado set both of the letters to a flame and started over. He grabbed his pen, dipped it into a vial of ink, then took a piece of parchment and penned the top of the page. Dearest Viceroy Mendoza. He stared at the page for a long minute. It took him several more minutes to write the first sentence. Then he reached for a bottle of wine and took a generous swig. He reached for another piece of parchment and headed the second letter. My beloved Beatrice. The page remained blank. He glared at both letters and tried his best to keep his eyes open. He took another swig. The parchment seemed elusive yet familiar, as if they had radiated from a spiritual realm that he alone could understand, as if his mind decoded them in a secret time long ago, as if they were already written, and it was his obligation to remember. But still, the pages remained blank, and they stared right back at him, as the ink smeared his hand. Another minute of silence elapsed, and as Coronado rested his head near the flame, he drooled and tried to move his pen. It took him quite some time, but finally, the words came. Dearest Viceroy Mendoza, Your Majesty will accept our humble and honest reply. It is with great hesitancy that I write this letter, for what I have to report is little less than terrible. It's been 5 months since our expedition left Compostela, and I regret to inform you that we still have not found the 7 cities, nor anything close to them, or the presumed form. God knows that I wish I had better news to write to you, Your Lordship and His Majesty. However, at the present time, I simply have not. I also regret to inform you that our trust in Fray Marcos and his claims have been severely compromised. Henceforth, the only thing we know for sure is that Fray Marcos has not told an ounce of truth, except to the names of the cities and the large stone houses that we had subdued exactly 1 month ago. The friar's claims have been invalidated, and it was agreed upon all persons involved that Fray Marcos be dismissed, and thus he departed from our company exactly 1 month ago. As I've said before, I never expected to find these cities in immediate fashion. No one in this entire expedition expected such a thing, but to this point, we have suffered and endured beyond what can be imagined, and our mission has been nothing other than misery, strife, and struggle. Yet, with all this horrendous misfortune, each man in this expedition continues to show great courage, and I'm very proud of them. They are truly exemplary Christians who possess a great, undying spirit. I know that the struggle we have endured these past 5 months has made us all stronger men, and our resolve is the only constant that keeps this expedition going. I myself shall not think of stopping until my death, and the same is true for every man. We will not yield to any invader or temptation. We will find the entirety of these illustrious cities, and I promise to find them very soon. Your humble friend and faithful servant, Francisco Vazquez de Coronado. From the Provoke of Cibola in this city Granada, 3rd of August, 1540. As he finished the letter, Coronado sat upright, reached over to his side, and carefully placed a piece of parchment to his chest. Several minutes turned into an hour. He managed to write 1 word in all that time. He stopped almost every minute and lifted his head to gaze off into the distance. His quill dried out. He filled the nib, tapped it, and went at it again. He knew the words would come in their own time. He scratched at the page and slowly mouthed the word aloud. Beatrice. A half hour passed. He managed to write one complete sentence. It was an important one. It was perhaps the best sentence he had ever written, but he crossed it out and started over. Then a scout entered the tent and interrupted his concentration. "Sir," said the scout, "I've a letter, sir." Coronado glared, and the scout placed the letter on the ground, saluted, then departed. Soon after, Coronado left the tent and looked for a quiet place. He found a secluded area atop a pile of rubble, and he sat and wrote. The winds blew. The words poured. And Coronado stayed there until he reached the end of the page. When he finished, Coronado returned to his tent and rested to his side. Then he reached into his chest and retrieved the last thing Beatrice had given him, which was a lock of her hair. My beloved Beatrice, it's been a month since Cibola, yet all we found was dust. Our hopes remain here bereft, yet we remain steadfast and hungry. In time we will find these cities. I know we will. I promise by the birth of our son we shall find them all, and the first city will be named St. Francis in his honor. There is hope, and I see it in all things. Yet sometimes I only see it in my dreams. I must tell you, dear, at the moment, I feel terrible. I feel as if I'm a failure. I see more shadows than I see real things. The only person I can tell all these things to is you. For the truth is the hardest thing to write, when your days are dictated by lies. But right now, lies are all we have at the moment. Lies and fabrications. Fabrications and unclear desires. What is it to suffer the fools of a dismaying fate? I truly love to know. I like to dance, but I have no legs. I like to sing, but I have no voice. I like to return, but I have no gold. And until I find it, my dear, I cannot bear to write another word. When we reached camp, I truly felt like Christ. For most of my life, I felt like the Christ of Golgotha, but not this time. This time, I felt like the Christ of Jerusalem, who entered into the city and was championed by cheers and palms. A crowd formed. We held the basket of gems for all to see. Eyes grew wide, then wider. There was confusion at first. They simply could not comprehend it. Then, when the right words were said, it awoke their demented souls. Their bodies shook. They stood electrified and stunned. And soon, a row of tired and sad faces suddenly became enraptured with euphoric joy. Gold? Where? No! How? Thank you, Jesus! Thank you, Lord! By noon, everyone in the camp knew of the Turk's gifts. They roared and whistled and jumped up and down. They laughed and broke out in snickers and yelps. I asked the men again and again if I were hallucinating, but every man said I wasn't. The men spoke about and could not contain their smiles. Then I found myself alone. And in the queer minute of thought, I realized what was before me. I was not in Jerusalem. I was not Christ. I was just an aging man who found a small handful of treasure. And indeed, it seemed as if all my life had amounted to that fact alone. I was still Sardina, the hard-luck, ill-fated bastard who left Spain to chase a dream. I approached the tent and found Coronado lying down on a pile of dirty wool with letters and pens scattered about and a half-dozen empty bottles of wine stacked upon each other. He appeared in a drunken daze, and he smelled as if he had died. Coronado stared at me and asked no questions, and I merely placed a handful of gold
into his frail little hands. Then I showed him the basket and watched him examine each treasure. He held gold, he held silver, he held turquoise, and he held a small white pearl. And for about 5 minutes, all Coronado did was cry. "The native has tales to tell, sir," I said to him. "He will tell them in the evening." We placed the Turk in close quarters and protected him with 2 guards. At night, we gathered around the fire. The Turk was surrounded by half a dozen translators. He spoke in a language that was undefinable. It was a dialect that the interpreters could only follow every 3rd word of. And with each passing hour, a new tale was told. And the men listened and gawked, and warmed their aching bodies near the young, vibrant fire. I was tired and fell asleep early, but before I did, I heard the men whisper and cry, as they pondered and schemed upon their assumed fortunes. I walked back to my tent, drank a bottle of wine, and sat in silence. I whispered a prayer to God as I tried to close my eyes, and for one brief second, I felt a peace and content that I hadn't felt in a long time. I awoke refreshed, but it was still dark. My head no longer ached, and I could feel blood run through my hands as I did in my youth. I heard the men talk. The voices returned and swirled through the night in murmurs and snaps. More word had spread, more rumors and ecstasy. And soon, it felt as if I could hear the entire camp whisper and ponder. "He obviously stole it." "Yes, but from where and from whom?" Marcos was right after all. "Quivera." What did he say? "Quivera! He said something about Quivera!" What the hell is Quivera? I got to my feet and moved across to the main fire. I found the Turk still sitting there with a circle of our men gathered around him, and still he spoke in that beautiful fluid language of his, to which none of us understood a single word. As dawn broke, the Turk once again held the center of attention, and as promised, the Turk told his tales. He hadn't slept the entire night, and he kept at ease and rested his back along the edge of a stump. 20 new interpreters sat across from him. Again, the Turk told his tales of lands of gold. They were located east, some 200 miles away. He smiled with his eyes. He lured and broke through reason and common sense. And all throughout the telling, he never trembled. He kept entirely calm and still. Afterward, he pounded on his chest to confirm that all he said was true and infallible. The interpreter spoke in slow and daft fashion, while the priests relayed their own versions. By the end of the morning, the priest recited the men the 3rd or 4th version. An hour later, Coronado appeared and sat beside the Turk. Coronado requested Brother Luis to be his main interpreter. Then Coronado bowed to the Turk and requested that the priest start from the very beginning. The priest asked the guides asked the Turk, and the Turk obliged and repeated. Coronado asked his question slowly. The first question was clear enough. Coronado said it in a long drawn-out tone. "Where are you from?" The interpreters asked. Brother Luis asked again. The Turk just smiled. For quite some time, the Turk went on and described each city, the first and holiest of them being Quivera. "He confirms they exist," said Luis. "All 7 cities. The Turk went on. His words muddled. He shouted and repeated a phrase over and over. "He says Cibola is the last city. He says Quivera is the first. He says it's a golden land that leads to a golden sea." The interpreters and Brother Luis remained perplexed. The Turk sat vexed and quietly shook his head. The men fixated on his eyes and were again mesmerized. And Coronado, too, fell into a deep trance. "What is he saying, Brother Luis?" asked Coronado. "Through a canyon? The cities? But then it does not... I'm not sure what he's saying, Governor. Wait. A land beyond emptiness.
Quivera. Go on, Luis, said Coronado. Luis continued. But Quivera, like all great cities, heavily guarded. There are warriors who fight with golden spears and arrows, and they sleep with golden women. Brother Luis continued. A shaman from the north had a vision, the vision of a great warrior and his army conquering Quivera, and they are here, and the vision will now be fulfilled. What vision? Asked Coronado. The Turk muttered some more. The Holy Conquest, said Luis. The Turk spoke again. He looked at every Spanish eye and raised his hand. He says it has already been written, said Luis. The Turk spoke more. Luis relayed. He says he will be our guide. He says he will take us there. The Turk pointed to himself, and the Spanish smiled at his preposterous gesture. They leaned in closer. Ask him to repeat. Brother Luis asked the guides. Ask him where, said Coronado. Where? Where? For God's sakes, ask him where! This Turk, this devil of a man, became our salvation. He looked the part and assumed his role. His wretched face and scowl were of palpable disdain. But he was a bastard we believed in more. For at the time, he seemed much more. He seemed a strange deity, and he led with his eyes. They were powerful. They were all too alluring, too damning. Some had called the Turk another Marcos, another demented soul with no sense of common moral. All of the men had believed in him, but no man believed more than Coronado. For entire day and night, I saw the Turk by Coronado's side. Sometimes it looked like the Turk was Coronado's own personal valet. Other times it looked as if they were brothers of madness who understood all the realms of heaven, life, and hell. Whatever was the reason, there was a true and definite comfort the two had shared. Whatever was the reason, they had bonded immediately. As the interpreters gathered round, I saw Coronado's head bob up and down as he listened to the Turk babble on. It looked as if his head was floated in still water. He drooled and grinned like an infant. One time I saw the Turk smile and slap his knees, and I saw Coronado mimic and do the same. Clearly, it was a private joke they shared. They laughed and buckled and laughed again, shouting and howling like wolves in the night. And soon the Turk and Coronado began to sing a song. It was a drunken, incoherent song that held much meaning, and they sang it over and over again. And still, the Turk stood present at Coronado's side like a trusted advisor. It seemed as if they had shared a secret, some perverse, obscene secret. Perhaps the secret was the purpose of life for all we knew, though it might have been more. The next night, however, I saw Coronado alone. He was quite drunk. I found him talking to himself as he paced around the camp with a sword in his hand. He murmured and looked up to the stars. He grunted and sighed. Then he roared and screamed. Then I saw him lay on his back. It's not far. It's not far at all. And it was only then that I knew just how lost we all were. In the morning, I was summoned to Coronado's tent and was met by Cardenas. He glared at me for a long time, not saying a word. He was trying to look right through me, trying to intimidate me, but I merely glared back at him and scowled just as hard. Then we both looked away. Coronado approached and talked with Cardenas. I eavesdropped on their conversation. They talked for about 5 minutes, and I looked west to the sunset. This Turk knows, said Coronado. Knows what, Governor? Cardenas sighed.
Don't you see we're going in circles? That's your opinion, Cardenas. No, it's not. It's a fact. So you don't believe Cardenas? I don't believe in him. What don't you believe? All we have is hearsay, sir. It's exactly like Marcos. Coronado took out the box of jewels and handed it over to Cardenas. Is this hearsay, Cardenas? No, it's not. This is real. I can see it. You can feel it, can't you? I just don't want him to turn out like another Marcos. That's all. I understand, said Coronado. This treasure, wherever he found it, is certainly not enough for one man. But not 200, and certainly not enough for their families. I need more proof. Where is this land? Where are these goddamn cities? If the Turk can prove that, then I will retract everything I say. But until then, I don't trust him at all. Cardenas departed. I approached and saw Coronado deep in thought. Then Coronado looked back to the night's fires, and he gazed a familiar gaze. Cardenas is right about one thing, he said. Right about what? He's right that it's not enough. He picked up the box and picked out a ruby. Then he tossed it up in the air. It landed in my hands. This Turk has to prove himself some more. So the next day, we set forward again. We went west, upon a gathering of stone and sand. The air smelled like raw shit and rotted embers. And when I moved away from the horses, the unforgivable, horrible stank stayed with me and intensified. I stared at Coronado. Normally, I always sensed a tense and nervous anxiety from him that I attributed to his general personality. During midday, I heard them talk amongst each other. However, there was no translator present. It was the oddest exchange I had ever seen. Watched the two babble on with each other. For a minute, I thought of the two as long-lost lovers, most likely in a past life, but they were now living in the absurd times of the present. They seemed to be lovers in a quarrel, to be lovers beyond reason and rational thought, but nevertheless, they found each other, and held each other in a strong and passionate embrace, and had left the rest of the world behind. It was a romantic thought, but I entertained the thought for many days on end. Given how much wine I consumed the prior night and the previous morning, and given how horrible the heat had got, I was used to my mind conceiving incredible and ludicrous ideas, and this one was no exception. At noon, we trekked the stark hot sands. We walked for 2 miles. The men shared their doubts. Some hollered. Others merely spat and shook their heads. We've gone enough west. Don't you think, Captain? Said Julio. I believe so, I said. Then I heard Coronado yell. He was drunk. He spat and slurred his words. Show us your treasure, great Turk. Show us hence. As we went down another mile, the Turk pointed to a large set of stone paths. The guides confirmed. Below was a pass that led to a rock quarry. It had been hidden beneath a nettle of moss and cacti. We slashed through and found an opening to a cave. We all studied the cave. It was inexplicable. It seemed we had passed by it before. I ordered Julio to go in first. A minute passed. We waited and said a private prayer, and Coronado pointed onward. I ordered my men to search through the pass, and they all went inside. Cardenas and Tovar's men soon followed, and their smiles were as grand and wide as the day they left Compostela. I turned to the Turk. He laughed and snarled. He snorted and smirked. And then it happened. It was Julio, and in his hand rested a golden cross. All gathered and cried. It looked exactly like the cross Marcos had carried back to Galicia. It was about 2 feet in length. It was shiny and smooth, and it glistened. But most of all, it represented the reason. The only reason we trekked so far. So the Turk led the Spanish on. They traveled due east for 3 days. A day later, the Turk guided the Spanish 5 miles north. He led with a stern face, and he promised there was more to find beyond the valley. Ahead, they came upon a small village that was sparse and disorderly. These were prairie people. They grew squash, beans, and corn, and much like the desert farmers in the valley, they prayed every day to an empty sky. Their crops, though plentiful, were yellowed and scathed and depleted by the heat. They watched them plant new crops by hand and foot, and noticed that each of the villagers' faces were covered in sweat and dust. They breathed through their mouths and worked ceaselessly on the hard, dry earth. According to the translators, it had not rained there for an entire month. Nevertheless, the Turk spoke with the village chief. As the day passed, the Turk did not speak to the villagers. Rather, he worked with them. He took seeds of corn and beans and joined the villagers, helping them plant their autumn harvest. The Turk fell into rhythm, as did each villager. They dropped each seed to the ground with one foot and compressed the soil with the other. As dusk approached, the villagers finished their seed-ins and prepared the evening meal. The Turk, though, remained by the crops. He started to babble. Later, he yelled and shouted to the sky. Then the Turk danced. The Spanish kept their distance and watched a swirl of dust and sand blow from out yonder west. They asked their translators what the Turk was up to. The translators in turn asked the villagers. "He's at prayer," they said. "What is he praying for?" The Turk continued to dance. The villagers soon joined him. Loud booming drums filled the air, and as they gyrated their hands, the sky turned gray and black. But the drummers kept in time. They kept balance and carried in tune. And as the sky grew darker, finally, all heard a pool of rumbling thunder. They danced faster and faster, and the Turk directed the chorus. The thunder grew louder, and the wind swept at a torrid pace. And then finally, a single mist had fallen to the parched dead earth. And when it landed, the villagers screamed and cried. Their prayers had finally been answered. They danced and screamed in the fallen mist, and they shouted louder as the mist grew to a harder drizzle. Then the rain finally fell. And then it poured. It poured and flashed and flooded. Then it slipped and tumbled and formed black mud. It poured for an hour in steady, cleansing, healthy streams. But the villagers did not take shelter. Instead, they stood in the rain and let it soak their tired and ravaged bodies. And they looked to their now saved crops as a sign that their God still loved them. When the rain finally ended, the Turk embraced each villager, and out in the distance, the Spanish simply stared, not knowing what to say. Chapter 6. After the rain, a stretch of uneventful days followed. Autumn arrived. It got much colder. Then one day, Coronado held a meeting with his captains, and all agreed that the village of Tiji would be the ideal place for the army to rest for the winter. It turned out to be a unanimous decision, and on the following Sunday, the entire army assembled and circled back west. According to the guides, the province Tiji had enough food and shelter to supply the army for quite some time. When the Turk was asked if he knew of such a place, he said he did. It was a peaceful, humble place, he said. It was only 20 miles away, and furthermore, it was a place which hardly snowed. In a 2 days' journey, the Spanish discovered many streams and river flows that came across rocky slopes and bends. And the following day, they found the province of Tiji, which was a very large settlement of several connected tribes that stretched across 4 miles. Another mountain was seen in the distance, and as the Spanish approached Tiji, drips of snow fell from sunny skies. The land beyond was mud and ice. The air was still warm and dry, and at night the air dipped. 90 days seemed to be the limit,
90 days of rest and recovery. But while at rest, the Spanish primed their focus on Quivira, the thought, and the dream. When we arrived at Tiji, it snowed the entire day. The storm started with a sprawl of fierce winds at dawn and came from the base of the adjacent mountain. And in the afternoon, a constant and drifting snow poured down upon us. Tiji itself and the surrounding provinces were what the Turk said they were. There were 12 pueblos in all, and they aligned on the banks of the river. When I saw it, I felt momentarily at ease. A river meant there was enough food and water. Little did anyone in our unit assume or foresee that the river would soon freeze over. But it did. And as we talked to the Pueblo servants, most of them had confirmed that at times the river was so hard that a man could walk on it. As we paced through the snow, we stopped and ushered our horses into a large makeshift stable. It was a homely, respectful village with much culture and decorum. The Tiji people seemed old and tragic. Their faces were brown and gray, and their eyes seemed hard and damaged. In comparison with the Corazons, the Tijis were much shorter, and their bodies were lean and hunched over. We found out that all villages were governed by a council of elder tribesmen. But the curious and alarming fact for me was that these people never once smiled. I assumed that it was unaccustomed for them to do so. Their countenance remained stern, and they resembled the canyons below, strong and beautiful, but ultimately isolated and unconcerned. So the winter began. I was never so cold in my entire life. There were no reprieves, no respites. Each day slid and the dying sunlight waned, and the brisk winds intensified and swirled back from west to east. And for weeks at a time, the chill of the air slowly crept into our souls and lingered. Day by day, I watched the Pueblo people stack bricks. Each house was 4 stories high. Each villager looked extremely focused at work and showed little to no expression. Work delineated between the sexes, and it seemed that every villager, disregarded of age, had labored and erected the new houses. As days passed, I watched them make bricks and studied their process. It was a long and tedious process, but they seemed not to mind. The women mixed the plaster and erected the walls, while the men took to the trees and came back each day with thick timbers. I was curious to find out they had no lime, but they did have mud, and they made their mortar by mixing it with charcoal ash. Each house was uniquely designed, but the layout of each house was very familiar. And inside all the houses, we found floors paved with large, smooth slabs of animal skins. The cold felt worse at night. Many nights I felt a terribly empty feeling that I could not put into words. The men warmed themselves among the fire. They certainly needed rest. I had never seen men so tired in my entire life. Their eyes were dim and seemed as if they would fall off if given a chance. And so what could we do but sleep and dream again and forget our pain? It seemed it was the only thing we could do. One night, I went to Coronado's tent. When I got there, I was surprised that it was empty. I gathered that he was either at some other man's tent or alone somewhere, walking in his unusually strange and unnatural state. I overlooked his stationery and read his notes. The parchments weren't addressed to anyone, and Coronado's penmanship looked jagged and jumbled and strained. I tried for several minutes to discern, to gauge, and to draw feeble conclusions. It looked as though it were a puzzle only a madman could solve, and I couldn't read a word. I noticed, too, that his pen was dulled to a thin point. If my father had seen him in this light, he would have no doubt cursed Coronado to hell, calling him an educated fool. I'll admit that I had those thoughts myself. Learned men who shut off the world never get the respect that they think they deserve. And clearly, Coronado was one of them. But I also knew deep down, no other man in his right mind would have led us this far. He was mad, yes. Yet more importantly, he was aware of the fact. And when I saw him approach the tent, I merely shook his hand. As the days in Tiji progressed, word spread of giant beasts that roamed north. The Pueblo men called these beasts buffalo, and confirmed that they hunted them throughout the autumn and winter. They described these buffaloes as large as bulls, with piles of fur that covered their entire faces and hindquarters. Later, the elder tribesmen of the pueblo met Coronado. They talked for a while, and after the decision, Coronado deemed it necessary that we do some of our own hunting. So we did. For 2 days, we roamed east into the wilderness. Ice had formed overnight and stayed throughout the morning. On the third day, we found the remnants of dung. Then we found a tiny stream that cut in between the grass. And on the fourth day, we found the stream, and it was there that we had found the buffalo. At first, we only found 3 of them. They were full and thick, and their horns were small and sharp. We watched them sink their faces and slurp the water in large gushes, and we heard them snarl loudly. It wasn't until I saw the beast up close that I knew just how large they were. They were enormous. They were 3 times the size of a horse. We spent the entire morning scouting the beast, trying to find the main herd, and I ordered the men not to fire a single shot until we found more. Then around noon, Julio shouted and pointed to a slope at the far end of the plains. As we came to the spot, we looked down and found the herd. I lost count of how many came across my sight. There must have been 1,000 of them. We studied their movements. They trampled and galloped and rushed, and they were unlike any beast we had ever seen. Their hooves stomped and shook the ground, and the vibration rattled us. We watched them spur and dance along the plains. Their movements were smooth and pure. They rumbled and stammered and collided, but they did so with grace and with little effort. And they conquered the grounds below, smashing the cold plains and the dying yellow grass. Although the collected herd was grand, they were not all uniform. Some buffalo were brown, others black, and the rarest of rare buffalo were white. But I only counted a half dozen of them. To us, the herd was God's great gift. It was food for the winter and even beyond. For the natives, however, the buffalo was God itself. It started to rain, and in the cold, windy afternoon we hunted. We took out our hand cannons and crossbows and shot away, and the mighty beasts fell and plummeted to the ground. It was the easiest hunt God had ever made. We shot as many as we could. In all, 30 buffalo lay dead on the ground. They fell in claps and roars of crashing thunder, while the rest of the herd vanished down the plains. The wounded buffalo ran until their hearts gave out, and the groans of the beasts echoed until we stabbed every last one of them. We waited an hour for the caravans to arrive. Since it was dusk, I decided that we would wait until morning to head back to camp. The rain stopped, and as the sun returned, the birds above swirled and stalked and dipped over us. And as the caravans arrived, we carried the carcasses one by one. It took 10 men to do so. By the time we finished loading the caravans, the sun had waned and was replaced with passing billows of dark clouds. We made our fires, and the men celebrated and drank many bottles of wine and dined on the meat. I ate my share and drank a bottle, and I fell quickly into slumber. Throughout the night, I heard the men laugh. I might have been dreaming, I might have not, but what I remember the most that night was seeing the eye of the last buffalo I had shot. Its white and fiery eyes festered into my dreams, and its dying groan rippled like the waves of the ocean. But once I opened my eyes and saw the beast dead, I felt relieved. I said a prayer and went back to sleep. And in the darkness, I took great comfort. The morning came and we headed back to camp. Throughout our trip, I feared the weight of the caravans wouldn't hold, but by some miracle, they did. When we arrived at camp, the men did not cheer. Rather, they stood astonished and silent. They stared at the carcasses with blank expressions. The Pueblo people, however, gasped and stood in absolute horror. What would take them months to obtain, we had completed in one afternoon. As we reached the gorge, one of the wagons gave way and collapsed. The carcasses slumped down to the ground and had formed into a gigantic pile. I ordered the men to divide each carcass by unit, and as the men rushed over, they picked up the carcasses, grabbed their machetes, and got to work. I ordered the Diaz brothers to be the main butchers, and I watched them with the same appreciation I always did. They estimated that the entire lot of meat would take a week to dress and prepare. They worked fast and put in long and hard hours. First, they took out the hides and cut the thick outside skin. Then they cut off their heads and let the blood drain down to the sand. And finally, they took the carcasses, split them in half, and hung them upon bent wooden poles. And so, one by one, they made their primal cuts. Necks and shoulders, backs and legs, chucks and ribs, plates and flanks, and loins and rounds. At rest, they sharpened their knives, and with each passing night, the Diaz brothers thought of the long day ahead of them, and their individual quotas. They knew they had to work fast, and that the meat would quickly spoil, so they approached a vacant stone pueblo and filled it with packs of ice and leftover snow. And as the piles and piles of butchered meat packed up, it became harder and harder to find storage. But in due earnest, they saved everything. The intestines and organs were issued as primary gifts to the villagers, and the tongues and hearts were given especially to the elder statesmen and chieftains of Tiji. After several days, the whole village stank of blood and chilies, and the smell lingered on for as long as I could remember. But still, with their sharp knives and saws, the Diaz brothers cut into the beast. And as the blood poured down, it stained the sands and had formed its own reservoir, which seemed to get deeper and deeper every day. After another 3 days, the Diaz brothers had finally finished. There was enough meat, seemingly, for 2 winters. The hides of the buffalo, too, were auctioned off to the highest bidder. What was left over was relegated to the remaining men, though in much smaller garments. And by a week, almost every man in the village wore heavy, warm buffalo skin, which they draped along their shoulders. Sometimes I saw the men take slabs of raw meat and chew throughout the whole day. And being that many had no teeth at all, they simply swallowed the meat and gorged it down their throats. Yet, when I had cleared, they always retained a satisfying nod and smile. Salt stood at a premium. I couldn't even afford a pinch, so I chewed slowly. At first, the meat held an awful rancid taste, but I conceded each meal as a blessing, and as I swallowed the meat, I fell into bliss and almost felt alive. I felt my blood revive itself as it digested the new, strong, and forceful blood of the beast, and the feeling lasted well into the afternoon and night. While at meals, the villagers gathered and dined periodically with us. The villagers prayed, and we prayed as well, but they prayed longer. Many times, neither party shared a word. Words were replaced by moans and belches, and there was a consensus amongst both sides that words can only damage, coherent or not. And as the nights went on, I looked at the Turk and watched him as he studied us. He watched us feast and lick the blood from our hands as we tried to rectify all we had lost and what the desert had taken from us. He watched us relish. He watched us slobber and swallow. He watched us chew and slurp. But the Turk neither flinched nor stammered. He merely watched. November came to Tiji, and the cold and the rain came upon the land. Around 50 more buffalo were slain and butchered, and as Tovar's men arrived, news had broke. Among the guides they found east was an odd-looking Indian who claimed to be from the Pawnee tribe. They called the man Whiskers because his facial hair was thick and looped from either end. He was of stocky build, and his face was filled with scars. Brother Luis and the interpreter spoke to Whiskers, and quickly the ensuing scribes gathered all the information and relayed it to Coronado. When Coronado arrived, he asked Whiskers again and again about the cities of gold, but unlike the Turk, Whiskers carried neither gold nor silver. He neither confirmed nor denied the rumors. However, he did mention the province he came from, and said there was enough food there to supply the entire army for several months. He went on and said that the Spanish were welcome to stay there for the upcoming winter, provided they agreed to trade goods with the tribe. Coronado agreed to the terms and traded quilts and leftover wood in exchange for corn and dried beans. After the exchange, Whiskers seemed content with the initial transaction, but the Spanish were not. Each day, Coronado and many others continued to ask Whiskers if there was any gold in this land, and each day Whiskers shook his head, stating that he did not know what Coronado was talking about. But as the days passed, so did scrutiny. Many in the camp simply distrusted Whiskers. They gave him skeptical, disdainful, and sometimes preposterous stares. These men were not philosophers. They were ordinary, unsatisfied men with rational grievances, and their questions remain unanswered. The Turk, however, remained the great shining light he had been since the Spanish first met him. For long periods, the Turk stared at Whiskers. It was evident that the two had known each other before. Where or why, the men could only speculate. Sometimes the Indians merely whispered at each other. Other times they shouted and barked at each other like dogs. The Spanish laughed at this, and some said the reason they did this was to prove who was the worthier slave. As days wore on, more rumors simmered, and as nights fell, the men elaborated upon their questions and their fears. And again, they tried to rationalize and speculate just exactly who these natives were and what they were hiding. They went on and muttered their thoughts aloud in the icy air. This Whiskers, I don't trust him. Why? I just don't. Look at his face. I've heard that this Turk was a slave of Whiskers and that he had escaped some time ago. I've heard just the opposite. I've heard that Whiskers is the slave of the Turk. Then which one is true? They're both bastards. That I can agree with. Well, you didn't hear what I heard. Pray tell, what did you hear, you little shit? I heard they both knew Esteban. Esteban? Yes. Who the hell is Esteban? Don't you remember? Esteban was the Moor who was with Marcos. He was? He was also with Cabeza de Vaca. What the hell does that have to do with anything? If these natives knew of Esteban, they must know of the cities. In other words, we finally found the right guides. I can't follow your logic at all. I can't either. So these natives knew them more. What does that mean? It means that we're on the right path, that we are not as lost as you think we are. You assume a lot, my friend. At least the Turk brought something. This Whiskers is useless. I'm still wondering where the Turk got that treasure from. The Turk knows everything. It seems that way. He'll show us these cities. Or own these cities. Every last one of them. This hell has got to end someday. I have faith in the Turk. Don't have too much. And as the men readied themselves for sleep, they bade each monk and priest a good night. And out in the darkness, Luis remained alone. During the night, Luis recited his rosary. His hands turned blue and numb. He thought of his mother and prayed for her soul. Then he prayed to the Virgin Mary for guidance and comfort. He heard the other priests by the trees. They sparked lanterns of incense and blessed small twigs and ragged dry leaves. Then they sang hymns in the harsh wind. One priest read out loud from the book of Daniel, and the monks sounded off in accord. And soon, Luis gave in and joined the bellows of harmony. And with his trembling hand, Luis took out a bell and a hard branch and struck out uneven chimes. The night went on. Luis prayed and meditated. The prairie winds howled, and again, Luis drifted into dream. Many images and voices sauntered in his mind. The images were of mountains and deserts and islands he once knew. And there, in heaven, was Christ with his mother. But then the images swirled and broke into pieces. Voices shouted from the sky. The voices of Marcos and other priests he knew. Some spoke in prayer, others shouted and cursed. And the bells of San Juan Bautista rung on. And the king Nebuchadnezzar, who hailed from Babylon, presented the golden image. Then the truth rose to the surface. The reason why he was here. The day repeated, every moment in detail. That day in the desert, where time had stopped. The day Luis had seen the devil. The day Marcos lost his mind. The horror. In the city Luis never saw. And Marcos cried again. There they are, Luis. Esteban was right. The city's Luis. Don't you see? Salve Regina, mater misericordiae. Esteban! Esteban! But there were those who did not worship the golden image. Certain Jews among them. Your whole life is a lie. Your whole life is a lie. Your whole life is a lie. Vita dulciro, et spes nostra salve. My God, they're beautiful, Luis. We're here, Luis! They gathered Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and a fiery furnace awaited them. Vita dulcedo, et spes nostra salve. It's a lie you've believed in for 20 years! No, no, Luis screamed. Damn you! Damn you all to hell! He awoke. His face was filled with tears, and he knew someone was watching him. He heard sounds of laughter, seemingly from above. He turned around. He turned side to side. And there, 5 feet in the distance, stood the Turk. They stared at each other, and once again, Luis fell into the Turk's gaze, deep and beyond, deeper still. But when the trance was over, nothing was left. No angels, no spirits, no lights transcending. There was only the moment, and the darkness. And as Luis screamed, the Turk laughed again. An unexpected hot and dry morning arrived. The air sank dense and humid, and all throughout the afternoon, I searched for my horse. I crossed over to the edge of the stables, thinking perhaps someone had laced its reins by mistake, but it wasn't there. I asked the stable boys if they had seen the horse. All of them shrugged. They seemed honest enough, and generally concerned. Then a drunk man staggered towards me. Are you Captain Sardina? The man said. I am. I'm afraid I found your horse. I followed the man for about 10 minutes, and there, not far from the stream, I found it. It lay on the sand, and rocks and flies had already formed over its tail and hide quarters. It must have died while I was asleep. We found them this morning, said the man. Captain Tovar said for me to tell you. The man left. I stayed quiet and still for a long while. I stared at the carcass. Its face was mauled and covered with sand. It bled from its teeth. The blood dried and stank. Its nostrils were cold and brittle. Its back was soft, and its hind legs were hardened and thin, and its whole body was covered in crusted mud. I knew it would happen soon, but I was still shocked. In those seconds, I was hopeful that by some miracle that I could resuscitate it. I listened for a sound. I listened for a swallow, breath, or a snarl. One damn sound would have been enough. But there was nothing, and my miracle had been denied. Then another man approached me from behind. It was Tovar. He stared at the horse, then let out a sigh. Then he rolled his eyes. Don't cry over dead horses, Sardina, he said. I didn't respond. It's a good thing there's food in this land. If there wasn't, we'd have it for dinner. He was right, and I forwarded no objections. About 2 days had passed. I stayed close to the wagons, and the raw smell of hides hovered over the camp. Then one morning, another troop of hunters returned to the pueblo with caravans filled with buffalo, and again the men cheered and gawked. In all, there were 7 caravans, and all of them were filled to the brim with buffalo. They must have slaughtered 100 of them. I scouted the wilderness south. I knew I could no longer endure it, so I went back to the pueblo and headed to the stable to see if I could afford a mule. A man named Garcia was the stable manager in charge of trades and exchanges. By the look of him, he looked like a son of a bitch who would overcharge me, and after a few exchanges and quips, my assumptions were proven correct. His inventory was terrible. 2 of his prized possessions were a pair of black Arabians, and both were outrageously expensive. The rest of the lot were mules, tired and pathetic fillies, and a couple 2-year-old Munchinos that looked ancient in pain. Minutes passed, and I looked all over, but nothing had changed. "Have you any others?" I said. "No, I have not," said Garcia. "Why do all these horses look weak?" "Weak? These are the strongest horses of all Spain. How dare you insult me?" "They look weak." Of course, I was being facetious. They looked beyond weak. They looked half dead, and I knew most of them wouldn't last 2 weeks in the desert. "What about the fillies?" "The fillies are not for sale." "Why?" "They're not for sale." I looked for better options. There simply weren't any. "What happened to Bernardo's horse?" I said. "I sold it," said Garcia. "To who?" "That's none of your business." "Then what do you have?" "I only have mules." "Mules?" "Yes, mules. Are you deaf?" "Show me them." I looked at the mules. Their mouths were cleft. Their eyes looked gray and tired. They yacked and bustled and smelled awful. "How much for the mules?" 420. 420? That's absurd. For that price, I could buy 2 black stallions. That's my price. You're out of your mind. I'd rather ride a pig. Pigs are 100. You're selling shit. These mules are going to die in 2 months. You know that. These are quality mules. I will not compromise. I will not bargain. You're ridiculous. I don't care. My price is my price. You want a mule? You pay my price. No bargains. How about this mule? That one? Yes. How much? That mule's worth your life. I'll give you 300. 300? You've insulted me enough today. 350. That mule's worth at least 400, and that's my final price. I gave him a grimace and darted my eyes. Then I went into my chest and paid him what he wanted. I looked into the chest. There was 1 piece of silver left. He went over to the mule and handed me the reins. "You've got one hell of a bargain on this one," he said. "Never mind. It's mine now. Who was its last owner?" He didn't reply. His eyes drifted to the stallions. "The owner, you idiot! Who owned it last?" "That bastard Marcos." "This was his ass?" "Now it's yours." I took the mule and rode it for a good 2 hours. I rode until sundown and went about 3 miles. I felt inferior in every way. I felt the most pity for the mule. It had to bear not only Marcos but myself. I should have died when I had the chance, back before the canyons. But the mule was still there, as was I. We had to suffer just a little more. Later that day, I was greeted by Tovar. He took one look at the mule and gave out a laugh. "Don't be ashamed, Sardina. Jesus himself rode to Jerusalem on an ass. But then again, you don't look like the anointed type." I laughed, only because I couldn't do anything else. Then I followed Tovar back to camp, and he invited me over to his fire. We shared a meal and a bottle of wine, and we talked over the dark and moonless sky. "How far are we from the others?" "Far enough." "Do you think they'll catch up by next week?" "God willing, if we're lucky." And as Tovar took out another bottle of wine, he reached over and uncovered a square chessboard. "Know how to play?" I rolled my eyes. Yes, I'm afraid I do." "Thank God for small miracles." We set up the board and commenced. At the very start of the game, I noticed that Tovar favored the rook and the bishop very much. And likewise, I countered with knights and an abundance of pawns. Although Tovar was not as clever as Soto, he knew all the strategies. It was one of the longest games I ever remembered playing. I lost count of how many moves we had made, but it was well beyond 4 dozen, and we played to the bitter end. During the midpoint, Tovar sighed and broke the silence. "You're quite skilled, Sardina. I have to say I'm impressed." "I've been playing for a long time," I said. "I can tell," he said. We exchanged pieces. I looked at the board. I had 9 pieces. Tovar had 8. "Well, someone has to win," I said. "Someone has to lose, too," said Tovar. But, as it were, neither was the case. A painful hour elapsed. All that remained were our 2 kings, and the game ended in a stalemate. We scowled at each other and shrugged our shoulders. Then we set the board aside and talked about other things. Then I grew bored and bidded Tovar good night. I headed to Coronado's tent and saw him hunched over in his blankets. He was still writing. We talked. I tried to feed him golden lies, but I was simply running out of them. With each lie, I felt as if I were bleeding from an open sore. Later, we heard the yips of coyotes and the howls of the winter wolves. Then he turned to me and tried to smile. "Beautiful beasts, aren't they?" he said. Yes, they are," I said. "You have any other stories to tell, Sardina?" "No, not at the moment." We talked about things we had lost and things that we could not return to. We talked about things that we could not redeem and things we'd never find again. His words were pained and incredibly odd. So were mine. Then we talked about Marcos. "Do you think he's dead already?" Coronado asked. "He might be," I said. "I think he is," Coronado said. "It would be better if he were dead. I could have killed Marcos right then and there, Sardina. I wanted to. Cardenas was right. We were following a fool. Priest or not, it was a goddamn fool. But I couldn't, Sardina. Something in me couldn't kill him. I still don't know why." He paused and turned. "And now we have this Turk, this El Turco. He is the devil, isn't he?" There was nothing humorous about his face when he asked the question. His face grew sadder. He waited for my response. "The desert or the jungle, Sardina," he said. "Which hell do you prefer?" "They seem the same at times," I said. "Did it feel like this, though?" "Feel like what?" "Did it feel this empty?" I didn't answer him. I didn't know how. After another minute, Coronado stepped away and wished me a good evening. I walked another round through the pueblo until my legs had ached. Then I rested near one of the fires. Somehow I couldn't sleep. I got up and looked at the moon, and across the fire, I saw Brother Luis sitting by his lonesome. I didn't want to bother him, but something in Luis's eyes compelled me over, and I sat beside him. Something in me knew that he really believed in Christ. He told me strange thoughts he had had. He said that his life had resembled the Gospels, and that through his life, he had played all the roles. He played the disciple, the brother, the father, the doubter, the crucifier, and the crucified. Maybe these things were fabrications, but I sat next to him because, in reality, I knew we both needed the company. "I cannot hear confession, Sardina," said Luis. "I'm only a monk." "I'm not here for confession, brother." "Then why are you here?" "I don't know," I said. I tried to think of better words, but I couldn't afford any. "I don't know." And it wasn't until then that I understood how true those words really were. More time had passed. The air dipped, and morning after morning, a thick thatch of frost had covered the entire pueblo. Though the Turk constantly said there was no gold in Tiji, it did not prevent the Spanish from searching. At all times, the Spanish searched through the pueblo for any speck of silver. Led by Whiskers, the Spanish went north and east. 2 days later, they found a gorge 10 miles from the pueblo. Deep within the gorge, they had found a plentiful quarry of rocks, walls of hard, jagged stones, and a path of crumbled clay pots and fire pits that seemed to have no end. Whiskers said that this was a burial of his ancestors. He repeated endlessly that there was no gold there, nor silver or jewels. There were merely bones and ashes. Yet none of the Spanish believed a word. None at the time knew what the quarry was, yet for the moment, it awoke the spirits of all the men. It was strange and somewhat holy, but what it represented was much more. It represented a hope and a new obsession. And the Spanish took to the quarry and searched every inch. From the moment we found the quarry, I was skeptical. I repeatedly told the men that they were wasting their time. But blind young men never listen. So I watched them take to their axes and dig, day after day. I saw them give in to that familiar trance, and I heard them thinking aloud to themselves, spilling and reaching for their impossible dreams. Julio remained the most excited. "There's something about this place," he said. "I know it. I know it." "Are you sure, Julio?" I said to him. "Sure, I'm sure," he said. "I haven't been this certain all my life." But Julio was not alone. More men came to realizations, and I merely listened to their ramblings and pent-up desires, trying not to intervene. "This whole place might have been a city. A buried city. We have to dig, that's all. If we dig hard enough, by a week we'll find it." "You sure?" "Sure. Just think of it. There's 7 cities. This could be one of them. Just 1 week. We'll find something. There's bound to be something." "But did Marcos? Did the Turk? What about them? Did they see? Did they reach here?" "It doesn't matter. Look at the rock. Tell me there's nothing there. I'm convinced. Aren't you?" "It's worth a try." Then they turned to me. "What do you think, Captain Sardina?" I neither agreed nor attempted to understand. In my younger days, I could follow such logic, but I granted them what they wanted. I gave them 1 week to search. No more, no less. And for the duration of our stay in the quarry, I decided only to be their captain. And I sighed and watched them dig and thrust their axes in the fallen snow. They took to their shovels and pickaxes, and they worked in a fury. They shouted in excitement and curses. They continued to pick and dig with demented, dirty faces, and I listened to the pings of metal clash against the hard, hanging gray rocks as their steel clanked off in sparks. On the second day, Tovar's men had joined us, and by the third day, nearly all the men of the pueblo, including Coronado himself, had gathered to the quarry. Then, suddenly, several men reported back that they had found something glitter in the flurries. Hours later, those rumors turned true. They drilled deeper and found shiny rocks and carried them to the surface. The whole army gathered to see what it was, and a crowd of wild and red faces screamed. But to their dismay, the rocks were only specks of iron pyrite that were near worthless in value. By the next day, most of our patience was all but gone, for it was tragically the same as the last. Cold and damp and wasted. No gold, no silver, no rubies, nor emeralds. And as the week passed, the excitement elapsed into utter futility. And finally, I ordered my men to cease and desist their efforts. The sun died to another night. We made another fire. I studied the men's angry, dejected faces as the dogs whimpered and lay by their side. I heard them shiver as they blew warm air into their fists, and all throughout the night, I watched them all, become old men. In the morning, I saw Julio from afar. I knew something was wrong with him, and the more I looked at him, the more concerned I became. His eyes were filled with rage. He isolated himself from the others, and he babbled, swinging his sword to and fro. Later, I heard him curse and swear at the Pueblo people. And time after time, I saw him chase them, threatening to kill every last one of them. By this time, I had enough of his antics. I approached him and slapped him across the face and forbade him to do such things ever again. But I knew my warnings and words went unheard. An hour later, I tended to my mule. I talked to the Diaz brothers for a while, then I went to see Brother Luis. Afterward, I caught up with Tovar. Then, I heard a scream. I heard footsteps and more screaming. From the edge of the Pueblo, I saw Julio wearing a thick wool coat, and below him was a decapitated Pueblo man with blood gushing out from his open neck. When I saw him, Julio stared at me and smiled. He grabbed the head with one hand and his bloody sword in the other. Then he marched back to the Pueblo and screamed, threatening each Pueblo man he came across. I ordered the Diaz brothers to tackle him to the ground, which they did without hesitation. But by then, it was too late. The damage was done. And I knew from that instance, the days of peace in the Pueblo were over. The Indians of the Pueblo took their revenge immediately. Early the next morning, the Spanish found 10 of their horses dead on the ground. They were stabbed by wooden spears. Later, the Spanish found a dozen more of their livestock, dead and wounded. They searched for the perpetrators. However, there were no Indians in sight. There were only lines of cornmeal spread through each entrance of the houses. The Indians guarded themselves, huddling over the doors with pointed arrows and spears. And they waited for the inevitable duel with the devils they had invited. At noon, a Spanish scout had been clubbed in the head with a rock, and soon a yell echoed through each of the houses. The Spanish received word and put on their armor. They waited on the outskirts of the Pueblo. Then the signal was given, and as the Spanish marched back to the houses, the war in the Pueblo began. Coronado shouted out his orders. We were to smoke them out from under. The men lit torch after torch, and the smoke rose and rolled in huge black plumes, and soon the Pueblo people rushed out, choking and sprinting for air. By the end of the day, all but a few of the Indians had abandoned their houses. We watched them flee into the night. Some men had followed them. I was one of them. I followed Cardenas and his men down a bevy of slope and undulating rocks that led down an orange canyon. For a straight hour, we searched through the rocks and underpins. We searched again under the stones and passages, and we searched through the shadows and bright sunshine. We returned without seeing them. They left no clue. They're here. We'll just have to wait, said Cardenas. Give them time. They'll come back to the surface. Another hour passed. Half of the men searched again. Half of the men waited. Then a dozen of Cardenas's men returned from their search below. We looked all over, sir, said one of the men. They must have died. You didn't go deep enough, said Cardenas. Remember, I want them alive. Looks like we'll have to wait until sundown. We rested and waited and stared until the purple light of dusk arrived. Soon slivers of pale yellow sunlight emerged. But then we heard a rustling. A few 100 feet away, we saw 2 Indians run down the hill. Cardenas made a gesture with his hands, and half a dozen men went west. The others went east. I rushed about 100 paces and looked below. Then Cardenas's men tackled the Indians to the ground, and the men roared. We got 'em! We got the bastards! The men chained the 2 Indians. A line had formed, and each man proceeded to slap the Indians across their faces. Some spat in their eyes. My men had done the same. Captain Sardina, it's your turn, one of my men said. But I refused, and I waved my hand. I stared at the Indians' faces. I saw both of them cry and whimper as they took each blow, and I watched their blood drip down to the stones. Their mouths were smeared with blood, and I watched until I couldn't watch any longer. Another line had formed. The men wanted more. I saw it in their bastard eyes. They wanted nothing other than to slap and choke and smash, but most of all, they wanted to stab. And when I had enough, I shouted at them. "Enough! Enough, you fools!" I took one of Cardenas's men and pushed him to the ground. Then I stared at them all. They looked bewildered. Then I screamed. "Our orders are finished! We are to report back to camp. That is all!" The men stared stupidly. They took the slaves back to camp, but by then it was pointless. Because by then, the slaves were already dead. After days of no action, we were convinced that the people of Tiji had given up. Their whole complex was abandoned, and we had settled into every house and dwelling place. Again, I found it hard to sleep. My hands shook and my head ached, and I felt blood dripping from my ears. Then I heard a scream from one of the slaves. I knew it was an ambush. I got out of the tent and saw the Indians rush out with spears. The Indians jumped and collided into us, thrusting their bodies from up top the tents. I ordered and shouted at my men to surround the perimeter. I knew most of my men were drunk and dazed, but they rushed into action, and they stumbled blindly. But by then, the Indians already retreated. In the morning, I saw Coronado and Cardenas. Neither of them said a word. The other captains gathered. I was the last captain to approach. Coronado screamed so much that he cried. He shouted over and over again, and threw pots and pans and continued to scream. I walked to get a closer look at who he was screaming at, but all I saw was the Turk, who seemed unfazed. "Sardina," said Coronado. "Take your men up 2 miles south. Round up and join the others. We need information. Torture if you need to. Torture if you want." I paused. Coronado sighed. Then he jumped back upon his horse and galloped away. And through the Turk's eyes, he saw the horror. For an entire ungodly month, the Spanish waged full and unfettered war with the Pueblo people. They killed at least 24 natives a day. Some days, they killed more. He watched the dogs let loose and on to the Pueblo people. He watched the Spanish bowmen pierce the retreated warriors, and he watched the Spanish soldiers slice and hack off their limbs, just as they did in Cusco. The Turk watched and cringed at the billowing smoke and saw it fill and spread from one end of the province to the other. But most of all, the Turk cringed, because there was nothing he could do. He wanted to defy. He wanted to fight. He wanted to die in valor. But he wanted to die protecting the Pueblo people. But he knew that if he had died, that the purpose of his mission would be wasted. So he watched and cried. At the very start and very end of the day, Coronado made it a point to stare at the Turk and sneer at him for a full minute. He approached the arrested warriors and ordered their instant execution. And for hours on end, Coronado simply walked around the Pueblo with a lit torch and a grimace. And at the end of each day, Coronado took a long look at the day's siege. But somehow, there was not even an ounce of satisfaction on his face. And still, the Pueblos of Tiji burned. All of its history had crumbled to ashes and vanished asunder. And the Spanish burned and burned until the Pueblos were no more. I can't remember how many I stabbed. I can't remember how long it lasted. Some said it was 3 months. Others said it was merely 3 weeks. But what I remember most were the screams. Their screams and ours. The screams of the horses and the cattle. And the screams of the women that to this day I hear in my horrible dreams. The sieges reminded me of the sieges of Cusco. When the sun rose and the light returned, I saw many faces covered in blood. One day I counted 50 dead Indians that lay on the ground. About a quarter of them were women. Many of them we never saw before, but those we did recognize, we knew for certain. Some of them were our servants, even before we left Compostela. We targeted a dwelling place 2 miles from the center. It took us 3 entire days to take it. In that time, much remained the same. We tortured and killed, and the men had their way. And as each day ended, we made a fire and burned the bodies. We watched the smoke build and smolder as skulls and flesh melted and were engulfed in the flames. And we watched the pile burn and burn. I searched for Brother Luis, but I couldn't find him. I imagined him praying. Perhaps he was denying like Peter. Perhaps he was waiting for a cock that would never crow and clinging to something he thought he understood. But he wasn't alone, because as I watched and watched all these familiar events unfold before my eyes, I did not enjoy any of it. I remained numbed, and my heart was filled with pain. Later, we found and captured the Indian they called Whiskers. We had learned from the translators that he had been leading the rebellion from the very start. Coronado issued his final judgment without reconciliation, and Whiskers' torture had been ordered to last for an entire day. In the morning, they tied him to a pole and lashed him until noon. But by then, he already seemed dead. His face was mauled and mangled, and his entire chest was covered in deep, bloody gashes. They asked him about Quivira and the city's east, and still, Whiskers said he did not know. Then they brought the Turk along to watch, and as Whiskers was untied from the pole, he spat blood onto the Turk's eye. But the Turk remained still and quiet. Coronado then approached both of them, and he gave the signal. The men chained the Turk and carried him away, and the rest of the men tackled Whiskers to the ground, turned him over, and forced a noose around his neck. And a minute later, they garroted him. The day died. The dogs barked at the climbing full moon. And during the night, I found it hard to breathe. The air was cold and still filled with smoke. The fighting ceased. The Pueblo people surrendered. Most were captured and enchained. The head chiefs of the tribes gathered in Coronado's tent, and a surrender was issued the following morning. The terms were agreed upon. Coronado smiled and remained in a confident countenance for the remaining days. He then approached the Turk and unleashed him from his chains. As the sun died, the Turk met with a family of the Pueblos and shared an evening meal with them. He spoke to them in their language. He needed no interpreter. The Turk spoke more and more, and he gave the family his promise. It was a promise that was his alone to keep. The family listened and nodded in agreement. For the Turk revealed to them the truth, that they were still here. They were still alive, and the Turk reminded them of that fact many times. "I can't promise I'll kill all of these devils," he said, "but I can promise that I will drive them all away." Then he held each of their hands and repeated his promise. "I'll drive them away as far as I can." And with that, the Turk made his departure. The family stood and watched the Turk stagger back to the Spanish, and his words circled through their minds. Throughout the night, the family prayed to their gods to assist the Turk in his mission. They prayed long and hard until the rising sun, and when they opened their eyes, they smiled. The next day arrived just like any other. The Pueblo people ate and worked and prayed and slept. And as the sun set again, they looked over and smiled again at the night stars. They knew a new day was soon to come, and they knew the Turk would keep his promise.
Chapter 7. According to the monks, the winter solstice had passed, and a new year had dawned. It was 1542, the year of our Lord. And as the pueblos burned, the Spanish stood along the hay and waited for their orders. They had their rest. Their winter had ended, and they were finally ready to reach Quivira. The men turned to Coronado and watched his ominous gaze. He stared in the pouring rain. He formed a grimace and whispered to himself incoherently. Then he stared above, perhaps at the angels that had long forgotten about him, and his men stood in the distance. "It is a circle, isn't it?" he said. "Cruel, yes. Unfortunate. My dreams, fortunes, there." His men watched on strangely. Coronado went on and sputtered. I have not any." The thought escaped him. He leaned closer. He rubbed his head. The man approached. "Sir, your orders. What are your orders?" "Bring me the Turk," he said. Then Coronado turned and walked away. The men searched all over the pueblo, and for a moment it seemed as if the Turk had completely disappeared. They found him a quarter of a mile north. His head was planted face down in the dirt. He seemed to be praying. He looked swollen and beaten. The men took the Turk by his limbs and carried him towards the center of the camp. They brought the Turk to Coronado and dropped him to the ground. And with a dagger clutched in his right hand, Coronado approached the Turk. They stared at each other for a long half-minute. The Turk remained on his knees with his hands clasped behind his back, and Coronado stood upright with his head bending over. "Get up, Turk," said Coronado. "Get up." The Turk refused. Then Coronado grasped his dagger and lowered himself to the Turk's face. He dangled the dagger and gritted his teeth, forming a wide grin. The Turk looked back. His eyes grew wide and sweat poured down from his cheeks to his chest. But Coronado continued to grin. Then Coronado slit the Turk's face with a quick slash. A spew of blood dribbled and landed on the hay. Coronado stopped and stared. Then he laughed and placed his dagger back in his cloak. He circled around the Turk's body. A full minute passed. Coronado's mouth hung open. He placed the dagger back in his cloak, walked up to the Turk, and held him by the chin. "Get up, Turk." But the Turk remained on the ground. Then Coronado yelled and swiftly kicked the Turk upside the head. The Turk coughed up more blood. Then Coronado turned around and saw Cardenas and Castañeda standing behind him. They remained silent and alarmed. "Is he alive, sir?" said Castañeda. "Oh, yes, he's alive," said Coronado. He leaned over and grabbed the Turk by his hair and examined his face. "He's quite alive. Aren't you, my old friend?" The Turk coughed and sprayed out blood. "I suppose he's tongue-tied at the moment. Pity." The Turk bled from his mouth. Coronado again held a dagger to his throat. He whispered. Then he shouted. "Show us the cities, Turk. We've waited and suffered long enough. Quivira. Quivira. Show us these cities. Show us these goddamn cities!" Our rest ended. We gathered the horses in caravans, and we left Tiji. East was the only given direction. To Quivira, the holy and great Quivira, our kingdom. It could have been 1,000,000 more miles away, but it didn't matter. We didn't care. The snow stopped,
but the rain did not. During the end of our stay at Tiji, horrible bouts of endless rain followed. The air was cold, and the wind was just as horrible. And some days, it rained all goddamn day. Coronado had lost most of his patience, if not all of it. He shouted his orders from high and yelled at the men to keep up their pace. Never in my life had I seen him so angry, so deliberate and forceful. And most of the time, I found Coronado at the front of the line with the Turk at his side, seemingly glaring at everything in the world. Days blurred, one after another, but the land had changed. The hills were gone. The desert had passed. The land became flat, and it became very hard to judge distance. Everything looked the same, and there were no trees of any kind. And for days on end, a never-ended field of high, stalky grass was the only visible thing. We thought it would pass. It did not. Each day got worse and worse, and the land became flatter and flatter. So we rode and marched forth, east, through the god-forsaken plains. And once again, we found nothing but stalks of wheat, rye, and grass. Then the captains gathered and gave their suggestions. They agreed that the best way to go about this flat land was to assign small parties to go north, south, and east. And it was also noted that the men would be split into pairs to explore more of the land. When Coronado was asked his feelings upon the matter, he gave no objections, though by the looks on his face, he seemed distracted. He only requested that he himself would be the sole chaperone of the Turk, and all had nodded and agreed. We drew lots. I seemed to draw the shortest. I was assigned to the youngest scout. His name was Carlos. From his first looks, I sensed that he was a generic, dumb 17-year-old, but the more I examined him, the more I determined that he was the oldest-looking 17-year-old I had ever seen. He was one of Tovar's men, which explained much, and I slowly drew my own conclusions. We trekked forth. Carlos went on foot, and I rode on the mule. When I gave Carlos the general orders, he looked at me with general disdain. We established a mutual trade of bitterness and distrust, and for the first day, we hadn't said a word to each other. Carlos was reticent, extremely so, and for the moment, I was glad. The last thing I could afford was to be stuck with another Bernardo. Though, I'll admit, there are many times that I miss Bernardo. I miss that dumb little bastard. I missed his exuberance, and for long stretches of time, he remained on my mind. I kept a good 10 to 20 paces distance from Carlos as we headed north. The land was so flat that it became extremely difficult to keep focus. Our only refuge was the morning sun. Every morning, we reassured ourselves, pointed at the sun, and nodded to each other in agreement that indeed we were headed in the right direction. My mule had its moments of miracles. It kept sturdy and paced itself well through the grass of the prairie. And for the most part, it remained well behaved. On the third day, the morning sky stretched in an impossible color of blue, and what little shreds of clouds were left had disappeared in the blinding sun. For hours, I saw nothing but prairie. I rocked back and forth as the mule pressed on. Then I felt a single drop of rainfall on my hand, and I looked up to the sky. Towards the end of the day, the sky turned black, and a gathering storm approached with purple hanging clouds. The wind switched from east to south, and I knew exactly what was to come. "You'd better find shelter," I said. "It's getting dark." But I knew Carlos hadn't listened. I shouted again at him and repeated, but by then the rain intensified. Suddenly, it poured down on us in heavy streams. The rain turned to ice, and for 10 minutes, hail clanked off our armor. And it came down so hard and fast that both of us fell to the ground and covered our heads. It fell in chunks and sounded like hammer blows slamming down. And for a whole minute, the sky opened and flooded the ground with a splattering of shattering ice. When the hail ended, a silence came over the land. I looked at Carlos, then back at the mule. Carlos kept huddled. His body shook, and as I turned to him again, I noticed that he had finally looked frightened. He looked at me, still frightened and afraid. I offered my hand and forced myself to smile, but he simply refused. Days drifted into each other. Hours and hours of silence followed us, yet there was no relaxation. My horrid, ungodly thoughts crept back as they always did, and I tried to escape them, but they only inched in closer. And as I dipped my head into a trance, the voices in my mind returned and murmured. And again I fell into the visions and the dreams, those horrible dreams. Sometimes I felt like it was Satan himself talking to me in our own private language. Yet my deepest questions remained unanswered. The questions of why, repeated again and again. Why I believed. Why I was still here. Why was I still alive? The thoughts again piled on like the hail from the day before, and all I could do was try to survive its wrath and pray my head would not explode. I concentrated on my breath. I distracted myself the best I could and kept in time with the rhythms of my mule's footsteps. Then I remembered the song that the little boy had played on his guitar back in the valley of the Corazones. The sun set several more times, yet the further we rode out, the less we saw. We saw no tracks, no trails, no streams, no trees. 2 more days had passed, and I decided that it was time to return. I told Carlos we would rendezvous west to the main army, as I'm sure others had already done the same. On one particular day, Carlos went out too far. For a whole half hour, I could not find him. I was petrified and shouted his name over and over, and in the piercing wind, my shouts came back in echoes. But as I turned my back, I saw him in the distance, bending over a small dip in the plains. "Carlos," I said. There was no response. "Where have you been, man? Carlos!" He dragged his way over. He held a strange, dull object. It was an oval shape and looked very familiar. It was a helmet of some other Spanish man. During the night, we made a fire from the brush and flints and leftover tinder. We spoke about the helmet and who we thought it belonged to. And beneath a star-studded sky, we finally talked. "There's nothing more in this life than I want than gold," I heard him say. "Yes, Carlos. I've had those thoughts too." We told each other our life stories. His words were soft, and his stories were terribly boring. I'm sure he thought the same of my stories. And when we finished, we drifted in and out of sleep and memory. "Do you think we'll find it?" he said. "We'll find it," I said. "It feels like my entire life. I've been chasing this dream." "You must feel the same way. Don't you, Sardina?" I didn't answer him. But by then, Carlos had already fallen asleep. In the morning, I stared at the gray embers of the dead fire. I was still in a daze, still drowsy, and my heart pounded so much I clutched at my chest and lay on my side. I looked back at the fire, but Carlos wasn't there. Later, I found tracks of his boots in a muddied set of sand. I rushed over and followed. About a half-mile down, I saw smoke rise from the sky, and about 2 miles later, I saw a row of Indian houses by the banks of a small stream. I got off my mule and led it to water. I saw a tribe gather out from a far distance. I couldn't scream out for Carlos because I knew the natives would run after me. So I stayed motionless, and the tribe saw me and shouted. Then in back of me, I heard the slashes and slits of a sharpening sword. And when I turned, I saw Carlos approach with a gaping mouth. "No," I said. "No what?" he said. "Carlos, don't!" He kept marching. Then he stopped. "We can take him," he said. "We can take them all." "No, we can't." "Yes, we can. We have swords. They have sticks. We just have to kill them fast." "Don't be a fool." "A fool?" "Yes, you're a goddamn fool if you think you can kill them alone." "So I am," he said. Carlos glared and turned away, and he staggered towards the tribe. I screamed and pleaded, but Carlos marched further. Then he yelled, sprinted down, and rose his sword above his head. I chased after him, thinking I could tackle him before he got halfway. But he ran too fast, and in the distance, the tribe ran towards us. Carlos approached the first Indian, and I watched him slash his throat. He did the same to the next Indian, and the next. He looked back at me with ravaged yellow eyes. But then, a swarm of Indians came in from either side, and the second I saw them, I knew Carlos hadn't a chance. They piled onto him, took off his armor, and ripped out his intestines with their spears. I was too far away. If I screamed, I knew the tribe would chase after me and kill me next. So I ran back, as fast and as far as I could. I ran for about 5 miles. I didn't know whether my life would end or not. I tripped over a rock and collapsed to the ground. For a moment, I thought for sure I had died. But as I got up, I found my mule. I climbed on its back and kicked it into motion, and held on its reins as tight as I could. After a mile or two, I slowed down, and the mule whimpered and moaned. The sun was about to die, and I stopped and rested. Going alone at night was too much of a risk. Again, I was alone. Again, I was alive. And as the next morning came, I took the mule and rode back south with the vaguest notion of what to expect. I was well far out in the distance, and I could still see the tribe's fires from the south. I figured that I was 5 miles from them, and I kept my pace, kicking the mule to go faster. 10 minutes later or so, I felt safe enough to give pause. I got off the mule, walked by its side, and held loose to its reins. Its head sunk lower and lower, and it groaned. And by then, I knew it was only a matter of time. I gave him a half hour, then another. There was nothing left to the mule. Its eyes were red and looked as if it was bleeding internally. Then the mule staggered and lost its stride. It stumbled and leaned to the right, and after another minute, it tumbled down and collapsed. Flies gathered, and I watched the blood spew from its mouth. I walked alone, and still I found no water. And still the heat of the day choked me from top to bottom. I staggered and stumbled, just like the mule. With each step, it felt like knives had pierced underneath my feet. If there was any time to die, this would be the day. I figured I had one more day. One more day to struggle, and then I would die, and it would all be over. Again, I heard the strange voices of my nightmares. The voices in the desert once again followed me through the plains. They grew in volume, but they were indiscernible. Then I saw a line of horses run off through the distance. By some miracle, I'd made it back. A captain saluted me. I forgot his name. "Captain Sardina!" "Yes." "You're alive!" "Yes." "We thought you died," he said. I thought I did too. He didn't smile. He just looked at me and sighed. "So what happened? What did you find? Where's your scout, Sardina? Carlos, wasn't it?" "He died, sir," I said. "Where's your mule?" he said. "He died too." "You're quite an unlucky fellow, aren't you? So what's out there? What did you find?" I stared at him and merely shook my head.
Later that afternoon, I approached Coronado's tent. I was informed that he had been scouting 2 miles west, so I waited until nightfall. It was a black moon with a pale outline, and I stared at it long and hard. As night came, the men gathered around the fire, but they sang no songs. They merely sat in the cold. Coronado arrived a few minutes later. He looked dejected and bitter. He looked weary and frail, and I waited until I could talk to him in private. "Nothing, Sardina?" he said. "No," I said. "I didn't find a thing. There was nothing there, just a poor village." And when I told him the rest, Coronado looked like the saddest man in the world. I found myself alone again, and I held my head against a rock and tried to sleep. A man approached me as I lay on my side. He sat beside me and inhaled from a straw pipe that was lit afire. It took me several minutes to realize that the man was the Turk, and all he did was smile back at me. I looked long and hard at that damning, disastrous, wonderless smile. It was the same smile he gave me when I first met him, but I let it pass and went back to sleep. I had no dreams, no visions, no voices. And when I woke again, it was still dark. But for some reason, I felt eyes watching me. And as I turned, I saw the Turk sitting in the same exact spot. He was still smiling. The land melted. The sun blazed on through its apex. The heat hovered and choked. The flat land continued. It was a yellow, dead crust of a land that seemed not to end. But the Spanish pressed on. At the head of the line, Coronado rode on his stallion, and the Turk staggered beside him, with his head tilted to the heavens. They marched and stumbled. They were still in love with the illusion, yet they were no longer proud. Their armor had been worn out, rusted, and seeped with holes. But between the objects and the characters, between the Turk and Coronado, between the wagons and empty chests, between the monks and the captains, the men, the horses and dogs, was a forgotten song that faded in the sun, and it was never sung again. Days died. Days repeated. Nights did as well. They were dark and cool, and as the Spanish slept, the Turk remained awake. And as the wolves howled at the moon, the Turk did as well, croaking as if from his own gizzard. The land kept going. It kept going and going. A month, then 2, then 3. And the yellow and dead grass stared at us, and we stared right back at it. I felt it slowly trying to swallow us whole, as if a whale opening its mouth. Many times, I couldn't believe we were still here. As the silence took over, I forgot how to speak, and for days on end, I couldn't speak a word. Brother Luis's voice repeated ceaselessly in my mind. We must pass an endless golden field, and on the other side of the grand river, Quivera lies and whole. The river. The river. I wanted nothing more than just to see it, just like I did in Peru. But the land went on. There was no river in sight. Our rations were paltry. Many other men from other divisions came to ask for bread, and we simply denied them. Some nights we ate the leather from our boots. Other nights we ate the rats that we found beneath the weeds. But whether starved or not, I still heard the men cry as they remembered their old best dreams. Quivera, Quivera. My whole life depends on it.
But when? When? We've gone on too long. When we reach the river. I spent my entire fortune. I spent my whole life. We will. But they were still only words. Plenty and worthless words. Like the grass we marched upon. And words like that can heal only certain wounds. The truth of the matter was, we were lost again. Both in soul and in mind. But we pressed onward. Onward towards our pure and outrageous majesty. And the Turk led us on. Days, weeks, months. They were all the same. The land kept going. We had sold our souls. And the devil had his way. March turned to April. Coronado sent out his men to go out and hunt. And off they rode 5 miles north to once again meet the mighty buffalo. The plan was to simply restock and replenish their rations. They thought it would be easy, like it was in Tiji. They thought that in a single afternoon, they would bring forth hides of innumerable numbers. And they thought that the land that they roamed was still ripe with these beautiful beasts they so longed to slaughter. Through the howling winds of the prairie, the men raced their horses, and through the squalls of freezing rain, they unleashed their dogs to search the land. They loaded their cannons and watched the rolling skies hover over in snow. And they waited. They waited, because that's all they could do. A whole day passed, then another, then yet another. But in all that time, they found nothing. There was no sight of the herd, no piles of dung, no traces or tracks, no hides of warmth and comfort. There was just the endless, gigantic void before them. The tireless, treeless country, of which below stood grass of prairie. And as it came, the simple facts struck them all in the face. The beasts were gone. There was not a single one left, and it was all too apparent that nature would no longer feed them. At the end of the third day, the men went back to Coronado and informed him of the bad news. "Go back," he said to him. "Go forth and hunt again." And the men did. The hunters went back, took to their muskets, and forged their way through the prairie once more. The snow drifted, then overtook, but the buffalo had vanished. And day after day, the Spanish continued to find none of the kind. Another team of hunters rode up from the south, but as they made their way back to camp, they hung their heads in disappointment. In 2 days, the remaining men returned. Only 2 of the men brought back anything worthwhile, which were 6 stringy and gangly-looking hares. And as the cold sun had set, they ate and cursed. We trekked on, mile after mile. The land gave nothing but pain. And all throughout it, nothing seemed to grow or breathe. In quiet moments, the Turk kept his hands to his side, and when he opened his mouth, he yawned loudly and provoked. The Turk snickered, then giggled as if he heard a bad joke, and he kept laughing. But what pained me the most was that every time I awoke, the Turk had sat by my side and stared at me and smiled. He did this 6 times. At times I ignored him. At times I wanted to slice his head right off. But one time I gave in. I looked into his dark, maddening eyes, and I sunk into his everlastingly cruel and controlling trance. He reached out his finger and pointed to himself, then at me. And for the longest time, I stared. Then the Turk handed me a bowl filled with gray and blue powder. At first I refused, He took the bowl away from me, ingested the contents, smiled, then handed the bowl back to me. I took the bowl in my hands. It smelled like a rotten corpse. Then I took the bowl and drank what was in it. It tasted awful, and nothing happened for several minutes. The clomps of the horses settled into a horrid rhythm. Clomp, stomp, clomp, slump, pent, sump, clump, slump, pent, slump. And I found it hard to keep my eyes open. I heard my men call my name, but I did not see them. Aside from the melting sands, what was left to see was a blue sky covered with clouds. But then, I felt a sharp pain that started from my throat. In the heat, I felt my eyes want to shoot out from their sockets, and in one instance, my head swelled. I fell to my knees, then I fell to my side. And then, all had turned black. Voices pierced like splinters. Dreams, Sardina. They were. They came in and out. They rushed and surged and took over. I drifted in. I drifted out. I saw shadows dark and red. My heart raced. I felt as if I were drowning, and I knew I had killed my world. I tried to get to my feet, but it was the most difficult task ever imaginable. Then I fell. I slipped, and I drowned, deep and forever. I passed the absurd. I passed lifetimes, both future and past. I saw Christ in Golgotha. I saw this cross and the crowd. But then I elevated. I rode a vulture's wings, and I flew throughout the sky. And up I went. I saw myself and the men from above. God had taken me away for a moment and let me see it all from above. And suddenly, I was overcome by a terrible, joyous feeling. I heard church bells. I heard them chime through weddings and funerals. Ding dong dong, ding dong dong. I came to the surface for a brief second, and I screamed at the men. God damn it, men! Don't you hear it? They gave no reply. And back I went into the vision. I found myself alone. The land was still dead. There were no birds or angels in the sky. I was taken into the fields. I was drawn by voices. But I heard my father's voice the clearest. It gets late early, son. There's no time to waste. And at the end of the earth, I saw him and embraced him as long as I could. Father? Why? Father? But he merely shook his head. And when I saw his face again, I knew it was him. I hugged him. I hugged him long and hard. And I didn't want to let go. I heard him laughing through his tears, and I saw him through the grain. And the look on his face said it all. It was a baffling acceptance of his struggling son. We looked on to the sad skies and prayed for rain, but then he slipped into my arms and disappeared. It gets late early, son. No silver, no gold, not in this life. I followed down to see more of the hell I had created. But then the land turned black and white. Squares of the game erected from the earth, tall as trees, and their edges went as far as the eyes could see. The game became real. The game was all I saw. Squares of black and white, from the ground to the sky. And as I looked up, I felt it rain. But it wasn't water. Rather, what fell were pieces of stone. They were all pawns, and they fell down sharp like spears, and pounded and split my head wide open. Then I turned into a river of blood, wide and whole, steam and fire. And again, the bells chimed. It gets late early, son. But then the chimes stopped, and as I looked below to the sands, I found them broken, cracked, and dismembered. And with a hammer in his hand, I saw the Turk bang the bells over and over. But there was no sound. And again, the Turk laughed. And with each strike, the metal became liquid and quickly dissolved into thin air. And the Turk cheered and laughed and smacked his lips and ate a handful of sand. Then he pointed and laughed and disappeared. I saw a steady stream of hurtling spirits arrive. They shook the ground, and I saw the moon part and drift away. And as it did, the demons were summoned and came riding through on ragged wings. The devils, the horrid devils of the desert, whom I knew so well. Red and black, restless, heinous, lost souls. They rushed and purged and screeched and bled. And as they followed the light, they reached the golden image. And for once, I could see them up close. And when the truth came to me, I wept. For the devils were ourselves, and I was among them. They were Coronado and Tovar, Cardenas and Castaneda, and myself. We were dead, and we all turned to stone. Then we crumbled, broke off into pieces, and afterwards washed back in the tide. Lost and forgotten by time. And above was the distance, the future, and the surging river. I awoke. Somehow, I was still alive. I didn't know where I was or what day it was. Then I heard a voice. "You've been quite ill, sir," said one of the men. It was one of the Diaz brothers. How long?" I said. "About 2 days. We thought you died." Where are we?" The man smiled. "It doesn't matter, sir." "What?" "It doesn't matter. You're alive, Captain Sardina. And we did it." "Did what?" "We're here. We've reached Quivera." He pointed to the river. It appeared right there in between the plain and sand. I followed it down. I found a pile of mud. Then I found a stream. I watched it gleam. And I cried. But my tears were not of joy. I knelt to the ground and thought my heart would stop. For within the river, I felt it. Not the cities, not the gold, but the truth. The whole and undeniable truth. I felt it. I saw it. And I knew it in whole. The truth of the dream. The truth of the damned. We were not to find these cities. They existed only in our minds. We were fools who spent our whole lives chasing a dream. The dream was an empty lie. We were fools. Damn fucking fools. And that's why the Turk had smiled. When I looked at him again that day, I saw the same smile. He was dancing alone and welcomed the great moon with a howl. Then I saw him step on a scorpion. He neither flinched nor did he pause. Instead, he bent over, picked up the scorpion, allowed it to sting his finger, and then he crushed it with the flat end of his other hand. And when it was dead, he dropped it back to the ground and stared right back at me. And again, the Turk laughed. Quivera, a city by the river. The words were whispered. The obsession. The ritual. And the gold is there where the rivers cross. Those were the Turk's words, but they were spoken by Luis. He closed his eyes and prayed, and he remembered the day. The men searched and chased up and down the river. They searched through the dead, hollowed trees. They searched through the banks north, and the life of the world to come. But Luis did not follow. Instead, he stayed back and bit his lip until it bled. And as Luis dipped his head in the river, he thought of Marcos, the canyon, the desert, and all the familiar and forgotten tales. And in prayer, Luis heard Marcos's voice again, and again he could see his frantic eyes. The drums blared, the birds screeched. Luis, Luis, don't you see? The cities! He tried and tried again, but all he saw was the desert, the sun, and the canyon. And the more Luis tried to see, the more he could not. Why don't you believe me? Luis, Luis, you have to believe me. The light, Luis. Don't you see? But still, Luis could not. I looked at Luis many times that day. I knew he had lost his mind. His face said it all. He was beyond demoralized, and his eyes looked dead and gray. His robes draped along the yellow grass. His eyes were closed, and his hands kept trembling the same way Marcos's hands had done. He moaned and shivered and paced in all directions. I heard him hold conversations entirely by himself. Sometimes he spoke in a baritone. Sometimes he babbled incoherently, reciting prayers only a monk would know. But he was always alone. And for a straight half hour, I saw him dip his head in the water and then yell out in pain, as if he had been stabbed, as if all the life had been taken from him. Then he recited the rosary and murmured it through his tears. Our Father, who art in heaven. If only he would appear. Then again I thought of the cities, that lie he held on to for so long. I wanted to ask him if he had seen them, but I knew he didn't. I knew he was still in denial. I knew he was coming apart at the seams. And as he sobbed, I clutched onto him as a father would do to a child. There was nothing else I could do. The men tore through the land. They slipped and fell between the sands and the basins, and they went knee-deep into the river's bend. They growled and stormed and muttered, and as they reached the river's south, they watched the Turk jump up and down in frantic pleasure. He looked like a child, a 6-foot child with beaming demon eyes. And he shrieked and screamed in pure, ecstatic joy. The men shrieked back. This is not gold! You bastard! Where is it? Where is this Quivera? The cries were repeated in ebbs and flows, and the men shouted to the sun, wanting to strike it with their spears. And that made the Turk laugh even more. He pointed over to the grass and plains, and like a priest, the Turk outstretched his hands to the sky. And as the day blurred on, the men grew enraged. God damn that Turk! Kill him! Kill him now! And there in the sky emerged that heinous black bird I admired so much. Once more, it blocked the sun, and once more, I watched it swoop and swirl over the 12-foot grain. I stood amazed. It made not a sound, but as the skies darkened, I knew its fate, and when I heard a shot from the distance pierce the air, several more had followed. Then I watched that beautiful dark bird fall to the ground, and later I heard the dogs rip what was left of it, and the moon replaced the sun. As night approached, the rumors resurfaced and a great excitement returned. The men huddled around the fires as alive as they were back in Compostela. Many of them said they saw something glow from afar. It was Quivira. They were convinced. How many miles did not matter, and half the men were ordered to trek all night to find it. And as they reported all this to Coronado, a great relief had come across his face. I can't remember much of that night. I only remember the excitement on the men's faces, especially the faces of my men, whom I felt the most pity for. I asked no questions. I merely listened. And when I was asked by the men why I looked so sad, I simply said to them that I was tired. It was the truest thing I could think of. If I had told them the real truth, they wouldn't have believed me. Wine poured. It was sweet and tart. I had my share and grew sick of it. And again, I looked to the Turk. It was by himself on the other side of the camp. And again, I looked at Luis, who slept under a pile of wool. And again, the men sang songs and laughed. And off they dreamt. The soon-to-be kings. But my eyes could no longer stay open, and I dropped my face to the ground. And back I went, into the void. Then came the day. I woke up and vomited. My eyes and nose were filled with sand. I looked all around. It was still dark. The moon shone blue and purple. My men were still asleep. I walked along the river, still in a heavy daze. Then I found a body float across the tide. I went about 20 feet further by the basin. It was Luis. His robes were soaked. His naked body looked as white as porcelain. I examined the body from head to foot. He had been stabbed in the stomach and his neck. And as I held Luis by his head, I saw that both of his eyes had been gouged. I cried for help. I cried many times. But no one came my way. All were still asleep. And all I heard was the tide. I carried Luis's corpse back to camp. My men were nowhere to be found. There were only a couple men left over from the other unit. Most of them were monks and slaves. The men looked startled, but they weren't shocked. They asked no questions. I approached the monks and told them what had happened. Then they made an immediate vigil and laid Luis's body on a pile of straw. They prayed and murmured, and I left the site and returned to my men. I looked for the Turk. I searched up and down many times. I asked all around. I told each man that Brother Luis had died and the Turk was missing, but they seemed not to care. Another captain came to my side. His face struck me odd, but I recognized him right away. I remembered his face back in Compostela, where all the captains had gathered. I remember sneering at his bulbous nose and that ugly, pompous face of his. Nothing had changed. I approached him, and once again, he looked right through me. "What the hell is going on?" "Don't you know?" he said. "No." "We found them, Sardina. It's done. We found them all." "Found what?" "The cities. Quivira. They went ahead at night. They couldn't wait until morning." "Who found them?" I asked. "Coronado. Who else?" "And Cardenas. I believe he found them too. They're only 3 miles away. 3 or 4. "And why are you still here?" I asked. "Coronado ordered me to stay at camp. Lucky bastards. Stealing all the glory." "Why do you ask? Didn't you get the same orders?" "No." "I guess they forgot about you," he said. "Who else is with them?" I said. "Tovar, I think." "What about the Turk?" The captain laughed. Then he shook his head and laughed some more. The Turk, I repeated. What about him? Where is he? I couldn't care less where that bastard is. Dead, I suppose, if not alive somewhere. It doesn't matter now. Yes, it does, I shouted. When's the last time you saw him? Last night, I think. Then he looked at me strange and laughed again. Why does that matter to you? He said. We found it. We found Quivera. That's what matters. That's all that matters. I hurried back and ran in circles, knowing not what to do. I thought of where the Turk could be and what the men were seeing 5 miles down. In my haste, I fell to the ground. I got up and looked for Luis. It was the only thought I had. I shouted for him. I cried and wailed. But I already forgotten he had died. I went back to the spot where I left Luis's body. The monks were gone. All was left was his corpse. There was not another soul for miles. The smell of his corpse was so hard that I could no longer look at it. I thought long and hard and wondered who had killed him. It could have been the Turk. For all I know, it could have been Luis himself. I imagined the Diaz brothers holding their bloody knives. And I imagined Coronado with a noose in his hand, standing at the back of Luis and trying to prove himself once more. I left the corpse and shouted for help. And I screamed and begged for God to let this nightmare pass. Then I heard a squeal. I heard thrills and chirps. And as I looked back, I saw a large vulture peck and claw its way into Luis's mangled face. It smacked, chewed, gorged, picked, and swallowed globs of Luis's cold red flesh. Then the bird paused and looked at me for a single eternity of a second. But then the moment passed, and the bird turned away and continued his feast. I held my throbbing head in my hands, and again, I thought of the Turk. Then it dawned on me. And in an instant, I knew the reason why all the men had left. They wanted to see their grand finale. They wanted to see their final vision. And I ran towards them as fast as I could. They reached a bend in the river, and their eyes gazed upon the dream that was, the promise secured, and the Spanish saw it all. The rivers crossed, and Quivera stood. And indeed, it was as wide and far as the eye could see. The city of Marcos, Esteban, and the Turk. Those forgotten fools who were now honored saints. And it was finally here. Then time had stopped, and all the gold returned. The men from afar yelled in joy as they rode their horses onward. Quivera! We found it! We found it! They frolicked in raw, sweeping jest. They sounded their trumpets. The world was saved. And each man gave his testimony. Coronado ordered his men to rush the city, shouting Santiago dozens of times. Some men entered the city, some stayed and watched. All was there, just as Marcos had said. Grand and wondrous towers, gates as far as the eye could see, temples, altars, barracks, all made of gold. And for a full hour, they celebrated. Marcos was right! Marcos, you son of a bitch, you were right all along! A trance was cast, and the visions befell. The sun faded, and dark clouds hovered. And the glow of the city lit the land and all who approached it. Then a light appeared in the distance beyond the rocks. It was a pale blue bellowing light, and it shone down. Then a long strike of lightning crashed, A pulsating rumble of thunder followed, and as it did, a golden chariot rode forth into sight. 2 horses pulled it, and it headed off into the city. And when Coronado saw the chariot, he cried and wept like a child. The closer they got, the more the light blinded their eyes. They entered the buildings. They were brimmed with silver and gold, and a dazzling stream of rubies and diamonds fell from the sky. And the men frantically grabbed every jewel. And from with the clouds, each man had heard voices that were distinct to them and them alone. All of them were voices of the past. The voices sang in harmony and seemed to drift in and out, dying and returning. For Coronado, the voices were of his wife and children. And when he had reached the golden walls, he touched them and cried. Then he saw his wife and children running towards him, and he embraced them in his arms. The men took to the steps and pillars, and above the columns they saw golden pigs who smiled down upon them. And the voices continued, moaning soft and long harmonies. And the men cried to God, overcome and beguiled. When I got close enough, I saw the light. I saw the cities too. I'll admit it, it looked grand, and it lasted for a full, uninterrupted minute. It might have lasted 2 minutes, but for that moment, I saw it, and for a single moment, I thought for sure we had found our Cusco. I thought for sure that we had found our El Dorado, our city in the sand. I truly wanted to believe. Then came a single white and enormous flash. A silence took over. It was a deep and perturbing and horrible silence. And then I heard a faint buzz about my head. I looked west. I looked many times, but I hadn't seen a thing. Again, I heard the buzz, and it came much louder. The sound switched from scratching to screeching, and it grew louder and louder. Seconds later, I saw a massive swarm of 1,000,000 insects, and as I looked back to the sky, I saw them flutter and swarm across the horizon in swirling pockets of black. The men screamed. They were still overcome by the city, but after another minute, the swarm erupted, and the whole sky was covered in it. I fell to the ground. The whole world spun. It rolled and it reversed. Then it passed. Then it got cold. The wind blew hard and long. I looked all over. The entire ground was covered in dead white and gray locusts. I looked back at the cities. All had vanished, just as I expected them to. All was grain and sand. Great Quivira simply disappeared. It only existed in our minds. I looked at the men's faces. They shivered. They rushed forth and chased and tried to clutch the sky. But all they had to grab onto was air. They stuttered. Their eyes were big as suns. No. 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 Where is it? Where is it? I saw it. We saw it. It was there. They went about in circles. They ran and rushed back, but they could not believe the grim reality. They couldn't let go. They whispered to each other. They looked for golden doors and walls. They scoured the sands for the fallen rubies and emeralds. They trekked upon the grains, thinking that they were touching the forbidden gates. But in all cases, they slipped back into hell. The hell of the real and the present. There was nothing. Then I heard a voice cry out in the darkness. "The chest, men! Bring forth the chest!" The men gathered and brought out the heavy wooden chests that they had piled gold and jewels into when the first light appeared. "Open them! Open them!" They surrounded each chest. They fought and groveled, and when they opened them, they screamed. There was only sand. I watched Coronado take a handful of sand and run it through his hands. The screams continued. They pierced the air and followed in echoes. When I looked at the man next to me, I saw the face of a wild animal, screaming in absolute and terrible pain. More men yelled, and the land shook in a contagious wave of anger. Their faces were all the same, the faces of absolute disgust and damnation. Their mouths remained open. They spat and they screamed. They needed blood. They needed war. They needed to stab and pierce and strangle. But there was no enemy in sight. There was only the Turk. And soon, every man from every unit had one primary goal: to find and kill the Turk. Coronado led the way. He unleashed the dogs, and off they leapt into the grains. Then the archers and hand cannons shot rounds into the sky. I stood still. The men had left. The land remained empty and quiet. A while later, I heard the men grunt and shout out, and from the distance of their echoes, I knew they were only a quarter of a mile from me. Then all went quiet again. I walked east. I gave a minute to silence. Then I turned and followed the sun west. I went through the plains and felt each stalk with the tip of my fingers. And again, I stared at the flat sky and its impossible blue. Then I turned and saw a shadow. I followed the shadow for many minutes. Then I heard a rustling among the grains. I took out my sword and swung left and right at the dry, hollow stalks. Then I yelled and shouted, begging for a response. None was given. I saw the shadow again. Then I heard a laugh. It boomed from underneath the sky, and it pierced my ears. But still I could not find where it was coming from. Then the shadow rose up and over, and as I followed it down, I came upon a small straw hut. And it was there that I saw him stand. And the Turk, once again, greeted me with a wicked smile. And on top of his head was a skull of an antelope. We faced each other and rested. I came in closer. His giggle turned into a booming cackle, and the vibration sifted through the stalks. His body was gaunt and filled with bones. His face was scarred and black. His eyes were bright and yellow, and his stare still ghastly and gaunt. I knew for certain that this would be the last time I would ever see him alive, but somehow I felt he knew it too. All he did was laugh and stare. Tears ran down his cheek. He grinned and pointed and danced. Then he sang. It was the same song he performed for the desert farmers back before TG. He kept in time. I watched him dance to and fro in time to his own beat. He danced up and down, and I looked to the sky to see if it would rain. And again, he laughed, and the sound boomed off in echoes. Then he stared straight back at me, and for the longest time, I stared, not knowing what to do. But in my heart, I knew there was only one thing I could do. I smiled back. I laughed, and I cried. And I felt my soul again. and for another minute, we laughed like brothers. I finally understood his joke. He laughed because he had succeeded. His promise had been fulfilled. He had driven us to nothing. Because I knew all of this, I said not a word. I just stared and laughed with him and waited for the inevitable. I heard the dogs bark out in the distance. Then I heard the horses. I turned to my side and saw a dozen men rush over. And a minute later, I saw the Turk reach into the hut and retrieve a wooden cross, which he began to wave frantically. He moved past the hut and out into the open, and I stood silent and watched and waited. But somehow, I knew this was exactly what the Turk had wanted. The Turk raced further out and waved his hand, begging the men to kill him. He yelled and howled, and the men cursed back at him. But still, the Turk waved his cross and yelled. And his laugh howled across the land for the final time. He laughed and danced and laughed again. And he ran with a cross above his head, like a child flying a kite. Then from behind, I saw the dogs pile onto his back. The dogs drove the Turk to the ground. They tore through his knees and gashed his arms. Then a stream of arrows launched from the left. The arrows struck not only the Turk, but also the dogs. An order was yelled, and about a half a dozen men took the Turk's mangled body, wrapped him in chains, and dragged him through the dirt. But for whatever reason, the Turk did not scream. He uttered not a sound. They took him to Coronado, who was only an eighth of a mile south. A crowd gathered and watched the execution. It was quick and discreet. Coronado stood and waited, and as the translators arrived, he wandered to the Turk. The translators asked the longing questions which every man had feared. With a skull still on his head, the Turk was questioned in brief yes or no answers. He replied with the all too obvious truth. And then he confessed to all, with his damning, profound, and hideous smile. There were no cities of gold. There was no Quivera. There was no grand city of yore. There was only deserts and plains in this land. He made it all up. Coronado and the Turk stared at each other for the longest time, and when the translators finished, Coronado approached the Turk, grabbed the skull from his head, and smashed it across the Turk's face. And Coronado screamed once more. Blood poured and splattered. The Turk's face was mauled beyond measure. But even then, I knew the Turk had won. For although bloodied, his smile retained, and his eyes were still lit with pure and righteous ecstasy. And the more Coronado screamed, the more the Turk looked as if he were the happiest man on the face of the earth. And with that final glare, the Turk again laughed. He hissed, and he cackled, and he spat his blood and laughed even more. Coronado turned away, and when he looked at me, I saw his true face. It reminded me of the face I had seen back in Compostela when I finished telling him my story of Peru. It was a face of fear and sadness. The two executioners entered with ropes in their hands, and in less than a minute, the Turk was strangled and left dead on the cold ground. Finally, the sun had died, and as we made camp, all I could do was stare at the angry, bitter, and sad faces among me. The next morning, the captains held a meeting. We discussed only one issue and agreed unanimously. We would return to Mexico immediately. At sunset, I went up to Coronado. He shook my hand, but he stayed silent and sullen. His face faded in the sun, and he looked like all of us. Broken. And like that, the dream had died. West. Back to Mexico. Back to Compostela. We rode on with our backs to the plains. Throughout the day, there was a split in pain in my head, and as the river surged, the quiet day soon died. And before I knew it, dusk had arrived. Throughout the night, the pain had followed me. At times, I couldn't even blink. I felt the pain deep within my heart. It was deep and prime and pure. And the closer I came to the river, the more I had felt it. I heard its every sound and was caught by its pull. Its surges and shifts felt real and true. And my heart felt it most. I became one with the river. It was as if it were speaking to me. And as I listened, it told me the only truth I needed to know. That I was not my past, and that I would not live in it anymore. I asked the river more questions, but most of them remained unanswered. Then a voice cried out and told me I would find the answers at the river's end. And before dawn had settled to early light, I awoke and left the camp. And I was alone again. Along the trail back west, the Spanish rode on. The sun broke through the clouds. With a pained face, Coronado looked back at his men. His sad, uncrowned, languished kings. He looked back to the horizon. His mind drifted and spilled onto the sands. His memory cracked like mirrors, and he fell into another daze. The thoughts resurfaced. The thoughts of his wife and children. The thoughts of the painful years of sorrow that was to be his future. But mostly, it was the thought of the horrid desert that he and his men had passed through and would have to pass through once more. A scout interrupted. "Sir," said the scout. Coronado ignored and gazed into the sky. "Sir," the scout repeated. Yes, what is it?" "We seem to lost contact with Captain Sardina." "Sardina?" "Yes, sir. We can't find him anywhere." "Don't worry about Sardina. He'll find his way." Again, Coronado rode unfazed. A strange and long silence had followed him, and the sun beat down stronger with every hour. Then the daze settled a little deeper, and Coronado tipped his head once more. He sputtered his words to the angels above, and back he drifted into wondrous dreams. He heard no sounds, no voices or music, and again he fell to a pool of dreams, so far away. Above he saw a grail brought by the angels, and below he saw a city scattered with all the souls he had killed. Then more images emerged from the ground. They appeared as faces, all too weary, from places unadorned. New Galicia, Paisor de Mendoza, the Valley of the Corazones, Marcos, the desert, Tiji, Beatrice. And then for a grand second, he saw the great cities of gold, and he watched them all glimmer as he dipped his head again. Then he heard a faint, familiar sound. It dissipated, then returned. It came louder. It swerved through the bends of the clouds, and it crashed and clanged off his armor. And it pounded and reverberated. And as he turned, Coronado yelled, because the sound was in direct syncopation with his racing heart. His men paused and stared, and as he looked above, Coronado screamed. Something had blocked the sun. It was the hard black bird, and it swirled above his head. It swooped and fluttered, and as Coronado caught the bird in sight, his entire body jolted, as if he were struck by lightning. And down he went. He fell down from his horse and landed on his head. The men rushed and surrounded him. They shouted and pleaded and prayed. General! General! The men stopped and shouted again. They screamed and pleaded and prayed at his side. But Coronado could not hear them. His face was smeared in dirt, and he bled from his forehead. He stared at a tiny speck of iron pyrite and picked it up from the ground. He squinted and exhaled, and a stream of blood shot out from his nose. In a slow, painful minute, he forced himself back to his feet. He stood for another minute and stared at his men. Then finally, he made it back to his horse and forced himself back up the saddle. He rode on. His men followed. But every morning Coronado awoke. He yelled and yelled again. And when he opened his eyes, all he saw was the empty desert before him. The sound had followed him throughout his dreams and reveries, and it stayed within his mind until the day he died. The sound was a never-ending chorus. The sound was the living nightmare he could not escape. And as his men looked at him with grave concern, Coronado wallowed and shrieked and cried painful tears. And all he heard was the bellowing laughter of the Turk. The river surged. I followed it down. It seemed so long ago. Spain, the jungle, the desert. They all seem so long ago. There were many thoughts I had that day. I thought of the men many times. But I knew they would be fine without me. They were hardened. And after what they struggled through, I knew they could bear through anything. Later, I thought of Coronado, and I knew I would never see him again. I thought of the burden that brought me here, and the impossibility of our obsession, our endless obsession, and our endless dreams of pure and utter want. The want to know, the want to hold, the want for gold and God. And it was then that I had understood what the repetition of hell really was, a perpetual hell of conquest and obsession that was sheer and utter madness, and what, until this very day, was what my entire life had been based upon. I thought of all the desert farmers, those in the valley and those beyond. They weren't poor at all. They were rich. They were rich in life and happiness. They were just like my father. They were kind. And they were beautiful. We lived for the future. They lived in the present. And they looked at us with utmost pity. And then I thought about the Turk. He was the only man to show me just how empty my life was. For nearly all my life, I desperately wanted to believe in something that simply wasn't there. I had wasted my entire life chasing this dream. And when I saw the Turk breathe his last, I knew the words he said didn't matter. What mattered was that he smiled. The trick had come to pass, and I had understood it in whole, and I understood how much of a fool I truly was. Even if I were to have all the gold in Peru, it wouldn't matter to me anymore. Gold meant absolutely nothing. But his trick did much more than that. It awoke me. I opened my eyes and revealed all this precious life I had refused to live. And as the rest of my thoughts died that day, the only thing left was the river. And I was grateful. The river was the most beautiful thing on earth, and it heard my cries and kept me company. Its current raged and turned, it soothed and healed me, and I heard it laugh and swoon. And again, it kept on flowing. They repeated, just like the Amazon. And as it raced, I saw its beauty, and it reminded me that I was still alive. I needed no other divinity. And for the first time in my life, I felt my mind at peace, and the only desire I had left was to see the river's end and listen to its song. However vague it may seem to you, it was true as rain to me. I needed no miracles. I needed no savior. It was up to me to find my own meaning. And I knew if I followed the river to its end, I would find my soul again. I studied my hands. I moved my fingers and sighed, but then I smiled. And as the waning sun had set, I saw the men for the very last time. They were a mile south from where I stood. I heard their steel pound the land as they marched, and I watched the rusted wagons and caravans sputter off in the distance. I wanted to shout at them. I wanted to climb over and let out a cry. But I didn't. I didn't say a word. And another minute later, they faded away from my sight.